Welcome to Live at the Commerce, presented by Bally Live Poker. We are here for the final table of the WSOP Circuit Finals main event. It was a 1,700 bind. We had over 1,500 entries. Prize pool over 2.3 million, and there's over 340K up top, plus the coveted WSOP Circuit ring, and they also get a free roll invitational into their choice of an event this summer at the World Series of Poker. All right, we are going to get started here. We've got 9 players remaining here, and we're going to get this thing happening here at the Commerce Casino. And everybody, you guys, congratulations. You made it through this huge field. Thanks for tuning in. We got Jared in the booth. We've got some other special guests for you in the booth as well here. Again, presented by Bally Live Poker. So we are going to get this started. Button is on seat 8. Blinds are going to be 150, 250,000 with a big blind ante. All right, let's shuffle up and deal.
All right, guys, you heard him. That's Kevin. Welcome to the Commerce Casino and the World Series of Poker Circuit final table. We got a stacked final table for you guys today. These guys are playing for $340,000 up top. There you can see the payouts. 9th place, $30,000. All the way up to 340K, so some pretty beefy pay jumps coming up. There's a lot of short stacks. Looks like Art Papazian is the chip leader. I'll give you guys a rundown of everybody who's here so far. My name is Jared Greiner, and I'd like to welcome you guys all here. It's going to be a fun final table, so strap in. Let's get it done. So starting off the action, we got Nick. That's Nick Shkolnick, LA regular, plays a lot here in LA, gets around. He's going to open up here, ace jack offsuit. Looks like he's playing 12 million. Like I said, the blinds are 250K. You can see everybody's chip stacks there at the top. And it looks like this is going to get through. Louis with deuce 3 off here in the big blind. Raise and take it for Nick. So yeah, let me give you the breakdown of the players. We got Louis, 6.1 million. Phil Laak, the legend, 6.6 million. Noel, NorCal Reg, great player, 8.6 million. David, 2.5. Adam Swan, the LA Blaster, 2.5. Nick, who just raised and took it right there, 13.1. Yen, longtime LA cash game player, 3.8. Paul Heiser, 3.3. And there, our chip leader, Art Papazian, cash game legend and crusher. Awesome final table. It's crazy. I know every single one of these players very well, besides David, who I do not know. Goes by Dave, actually. But yeah, happy to see all my friends here. I can't really say that I'm rooting for anyone very specifically, but I would love to see any of these guys take this down. It's going to be a fun final table. Happy to be here in the booth. Make sure you guys give us a like and follow here on our YouTube page, Bally Live Poker. I'm a veteran of this live stream room, play here all the time on the cash games if you've seen me on there. But I love the poker tournaments the most, and I'm really happy to be here watching this. And here we go. Art leveraging his chip lead. Gonna raise it up really loose here, 8-5 off on the button. And probably raising into 2 players that he perceives to be on the tighter side. He may even just be playing a raise any 2 card strategy here from the button. And Phil Laak with 9-3 off in the big.
I like it.
It's going to let it go.
You know what kills me at the win? You can't speak that. You know what kills me when they have 3 timebacks for black.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Art leverages this spot with a big chip lead. Nick's also pretty close to him. I think Art has the better seat between the two of them. I remember I played with Art the first tournament he almost ever played when he was a cash game player. We final tabled the Legends of Poker WPT together, and he shipped it. And then the very next tournament he played was at WPT in Maryland, and he shipped it. Won back-to-back WPTs back like 7 or 8 years ago. And, you know, I've talked to him a bunch. He says he still prefers cash, but making his return to the tournament streets. I haven't seen him out there lately, and now he's just, here we go, chip lead final table. So I'm going to have a few guys coming in and out of the booth with me today. Right now, I have David in the booth. David, how do you pronounce your last name? I'm the worst at it.
It's Uvedov.
Uvedov. David Uvedov, tourney regular here in LA, crusher. Seeing him make a lot of deep runs. He had a nice final table at the World Series of Poker last year. And we're getting ready to hear run it back, right? World Series coming up.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm going actually this Saturday and full grind for about 2 months. So
nice. Me too. I will see you there. See all you guys there, I'm sure. Hope to see everybody out there this summer in Vegas. It's always an exciting time of year. Everybody has so much optimism going into it. Myself, I've had a losing summer at the World Series 5 years in a row. So, oh, here we go. Phil Laak.
The ace jack.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big shove. He does know that Art is getting in there pretty loose. Just decides to rip it in there with ace jack off from the small for about, what is that, like 25 bigs? I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I like it versus chip lead. Opening cutoff pretty wide. And
yeah, it is a little sketchy though, because there are, as you can see, 2 super short stacks. Dave and Adam both got 10 bigs, so you would hate to bust in that spot. However, ace jack is a pretty strong hand there.
yeah, I'm glad I got a chance to sneak in here for an hour at least to see, hopefully Adam or a couple of these guys run up a stack.
Yeah,
see some
absolutely.
action.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be biased, but Adam, definitely one of my best friends. We actually even used to be roommates, so try not to be biased here, but I am rooting for Adam. Hopefully he can spin up this 10 bigs. Also, I play with Mr. Phil Laak pretty much every week here on the stream. Love that guy. Would love to see him win it as well.
What do you think he's going to do here?
Yeah, interesting spot here. Under the gun, ace-8 suited.
There's our answer.
It's going to go with the min raise.
Yeah.
This seems like it's pretty close to the bottom of the hands that Adam was going to be V-pipping here. And I think I do like the raise as opposed to a jam. Just allows him to get away if there's some crazy action behind. I mean, he'll probably just fold if somebody put more chips in the pot.
Yeah. Definitely. I think that's something people don't do enough is raising off 10 bigs at an FT when there's just so much action behind. You can get so much more information.
Absolutely.
It's quite nice.
It's something that's changed a lot over the last few years. Is, you know, people have learned how to execute with these short stacks. And now, interesting spot for Noel. In the small blind, ace-10 off. Not a great hand facing an under-the-gun open from a 10 big blind stack. However, the big blind is also super short. Yeah, he folds.
Yeah.
Like if he had maybe 1 pip better there, he maybe would have just stuck it in. It's pretty easy to play that hand because the big blind is also so short that you can just jam.
It was easy.
I think even then he might fold because it just looks so strong.
For
Adam
sure.
opening off
Yep.
10 bigs. Like
Exactly.
if I have even like ace queen there,
Big,
it would seem
Ace
scary.
queen, ace
you know?
queen, you probably stick it in, but yeah, you're probably right. Ace jack
I would,
is probably
but
just still a fold.
I would
What's the worst pocket pair you're going with there?
probably 10s. I feel like, you know, his opening range under the gun's gonna be quite tight there.
For sure.
I don't think everyone would just open ace-8 suited there too. I think.
Exactly. His perceived range is definitely tighter than that. Nice pickup though for Adam under the gun.
Yeah.
It's always annoying though when you're under the gun and you win the pot and then immediately your profits all just go straight back into the blind and ante.
Yeah, it's crazy. That pickup's massive. Now he's like pretty much tied for being third last in chips, and
Yep.
he's close to shortest. So it's
Yep.
just those 2.5 blinds.
Every little pot counts in these scenarios. Let me know in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Somebody asked if this was a multi-day tournament. Yes, there was 3 day ones that the tournament got. It looked like 1,500 entries, so it was pretty massive here. Yesterday was day 2. They played down to the final 16. And then they combined it 10-handed. LA tourney guy Elvin Bello, who's just been crushing as well, got in 10s against Art's pocket queens to get us to this final table. And now another interesting spot here. Phil Laak opening up the 10-8 suited. Adam in the big blind with ace-8 suited. Is this a jam here?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels close. I think I would just jam off 12, but I think either calling or jamming are both fine. But I think Phil, just when I play with him, he is on the looser side in some spots, so I wouldn't feel bad jamming.
He can be on the looser side on his opens, but I feel like he's going to be actually on the tighter side as far as calling off.
Yeah.
He may fold some hands that he's supposed to call, so I feel like I would rip it in here.
Same. I think also when he goes for the bigger open, it just feels nicer to jam it in.
For sure.
Taken down more.
For sure. Definitely not a mistake to defend, though. Either way, I'm sure is a winning play. And then we get the queen 10-9 rainbow flop.
Okay.
Oh, interesting turn card. Both players with an open ender now. However, Phil's got the pair. Probably going to check to the river. Trips now for Phil Laak. Time for Phil to value bet. You know, when it's checked down like this, you can't expect Adam to have too many strong hands, so I would expect maybe a smaller bet just to get some value from maybe a 9 or a queen. Makes it big, 3/4 pot.
I was tempted to say I bet 1 million, you know, but I couldn't do it.
Nice pot there for Phil. And yeah, Adam probably a little frustrated that he didn't just rip it in there. But I feel like it is a pretty close spot.
3.8. 3.8.
Swan, you stuck on weird. Thank you.
Oh, you can't do it.
So the buy-in for this one was $1,700. Some people asking in the chat.
Yep, $1,700 buy-in. You could re-enter once per flight. So you could play this tournament a total of 6 times. I played it 3 times. Did not make the money.
I got to enjoy it 5 times.
Did you cash?
Unfortunately, I did not.
It's frustrating. I would have been in there with you for 5 times, but I had a big cash game on day 1B, so I couldn't play. So I saved some bullets there. Luckily, I did not lose in the cash game.
Yeah, it's a good tournament.
Yeah, this is the best 1K of the year in LA, so hard to pass it up. Everybody came down. We also had the Tournament of Champions here at the Commerce, which brought in a much bigger crowd as well, because we had about 500 players that qualified that were playing that.
I wonder what David does here versus cutoff. Noel's probably pretty active, and he does have, what, 7.5?
Yeah.
8. Doesn't feel great, though, when you don't have that much fold equity.
Right. Doesn't.
Okay, he goes for it, yeah. I don't think everybody would go for it here, so I think this is probably nice.
See, he might get a call here, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem. I mean, it's good for him with his hand, but it's 8 bigs.
Yep.
Okay, he does find the call. Finds himself in the best situation possible.
Yeah. Don't love to get called, but when you see that you got him pipped, then you're loving it.
Yeah, I might fold here and just take like maybe ace-9, because I would just think I don't have that much fold equity. I'm going to get called by like king 10 suited. And
Yep. Does work out well for him. Needs to fade a 7 here. Looks like this pot
some chop
fairly likely
opportunities.
to end in a chop. All right, it's going to be a chop unless we see a 7 or an 8 here on the river.
Who has 8-7 up? Can we have it?
There it is.
Chop it up.
No one was happy about that.
I think also not everybody would find the open there into the chip leader for Noel, so
Yeah, exactly. It's
interesting open.
Yeah, it makes the ace-8 pretty dicey, but good read by him.
Yeah, pull that back.
See who we got in the chat that are fans. We got a Cavan fan. Okay, Cavan's the TD. Got quite a few people rooting for Phil Laak, Adam Swan, Art Papazian.
Brings bad luck to all of you.
Let me hear you guys. Who else are you guys rooting for here at this final table? I know a lot of friends and family are probably tuning in. Super fun to see somebody that you know at one of these big final tables. I love it. That's why I'm happy to be here commentating too, because I get to commentate and watch my friends play. So.
The payouts for all you asking, it's about 340K up top, and they're guaranteed 30K right now, and there's a bunch in the middle.
Yeah, it's the crazy thing about these final tables. It's about a 10x difference between 9th and 1st. So you're going to see everybody playing probably fairly conservative at the start, especially with super short stacks, Dave and Adam. The middling stacks like Yen, Phil Laak, Louis, Paul, they've got to play pretty conservatively here. And
hey, got a real hand.
There we go. Adam Swan with the ace-queen of diamonds. Now, this is an interesting spot. He's on the button. He has sub 10 bigs, or like exactly 10 bigs.
What do you think he does, open or shove?
I don't know.
I guess.
The book probably says with ace-queen of diamonds, with ace-queen suited, I feel like it could be an open. Ace-queen off, definitely jam. This is just kind of borderline as far as like, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would shove too, but
yeah. Yen's got a pocket pair.
I wonder what she does here.
Yeah, I think in theory this is probably a fold, but a lot of players, when they see a 10 big blind shove like this, they want to call.
Definitely.
Pretty dicey because she's going to be crippled if she calls and loses, and she can just be dominated so often.
Mm-hmm. You know, you see 9 bigs on the button, and you got a pair in your hand.
Right.
How bad can it be?
Take a stand.
It is the worst pair, however.
Yeah.
How much? 2.275.
I'm looking at you over there.
What's the worst pair you would call as her personally for yourself?
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like I'd be pretty tight here.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like 7s plus or something like that.
You'll do, and I'll do the opposite.
Yeah, I think that's
That's what I would.
probably agree with you there. I agree with that.
I should think about what they should do.
Because the stacks are so close, like it's really,
Yeah,
it's really
just such
wild, honestly.
You're putting yourself in just such a brutal situation if you call and lose here.
there's just
And
like,
if you call and win, you know, you're not really gaining that much equity, I don't think. I mean, yeah, you're improving your stack, but like
yeah,
the damage that's done by losing is far greater than the equity you gain by winning.
she does fold. I would be interested to see what, you know, people would do there with like 5, something
Right.
closer.
Yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
these ones, I think a lot of people just look at their hand and just side fold, but
Yeah, I'm going to look that up here in a minute and see what you're supposed to call with in an ICM scenario.
I'd guess like what you said, probably like
Feels like 7s.
7s plus.
Yeah.
Feels right. Maybe 6s. You know, if it's a player like Adam, I might call 6s because I think he would shove
A good card in ace or a king.
a lot there.
Huh?
That maybe not everybody would,
An
but
ace or a king.
I had deuces.
Dude. So you said you had a good card in the first
I
one.
was
You looked.
joking.
I don't want to
Which
call
is
from
actually
that.
better
I'm
than an
okay
ace
with
or a
it.
king, but
Adam does not want to call. He wants to make some ladders and get at least 6 figures
Yeah,
for the
you
summer.
know, you hate to actually, if she did get called, that's like so brutal.
It would be brutal.
You just have that, you're just
If you lose, it's brutal.
losing to deuces.
If you win, you're very happy.
Close to the money bubble in this tournament. I got an ace-king suited against deuces and lost. And yeah, it just feels so gross to have that happen. Somebody just like open ripped like
Yeah.
14 bigs.
I mean,
And I had like the same stack as them.
can't blame anybody but yourself there. You had a drawing hand and she
I
had a
know.
pair.
I just can't get away from ace-king, man.
Did not even have a made hand pre-flop.
Yeah, what am I doing?
Like, what was okay with the call?
You know, for someone that had their first Hendon in 2013, we're just looking at Jared's Hendon before we hopped on.
I mean, I was a big fish back then, to be fair. So I feel like I haven't been a real poker player, you know, starting in maybe like 2017.
That's fair.
That's shit, man. I'm old.
Nick opening up here with the ace-3 on the button, putting the pressure on.
Yeah, easy open for Nick. He's effectively the chip leader.
Oh,
And Yen's going to stick it in here. Ace-queen suited. Easy shove for Yen. Paul gets out of the way, and now Nick, not really a decision here with ace-3 off.
Over 3.
3.3. Oh, that's it.
I also think shoving, obviously he would have ran into it and would have got called here, but shoving pre for him when there's
How much does the big blind have? Yeah, actually.
Just 14 bigs.
I
both of
wouldn't
them.
hate that. Yeah.
I mean, it worked out for him, so. But I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of players just.
I think
shove
so,
there.
because you can get them to fold a lot of hands that maybe they shouldn't even be folding, but they have to because of the stack distribution.
Yeah. I mean, this is really interesting. I'm glad I just got to hop in here, at least even for the start of this, because a lot can happen in 1 hour. There's just 3
For sure.
stacks,
With these short stacks, yeah, because
12, 13 big blinds or less.
yeah, a lot of changing dynamics. It's interesting with the way the payouts are structured. There's not a ton of huge pay jumps for the first few spots.
Yeah.
So you would think that kind of incentivizes some of these shorter stacks to try and get after it early.
I'd be okay with the
Well, I think that's what people forget sometimes about this ICM that everyone's been talking about these days. Is like if the tournament's so top heavy like this one, it's, you know, getting that 1 pay jump, 2 pay jumps when there's 9 left and it's so much more up top. It really depends how the structure is of the payouts.
Exactly.
Because I've seen some tournaments where people are just being really tight and just all the money's for first, you know?
Yeah.
Even some of those tournaments like the Millie Maker, the 7-7, where they just have a massive amount for first.
Yeah, you really got to play for the win in those spots. So it's not
Yeah.
all final tables are the same, and ICM is ever changing and applies differently, totally based on the exact payouts, the stack distribution, all those things. So
Good poker right there.
That's a good.
and Art gets a walk.
That's a good fold.
The rich get richer.
That was a very good fold.
Yeah, I played with Art on the first day, and
Good poker, Paul. It's good poker.
I was asking him, how do you stay busy at the table? Because I always find it hard to focus. I'm always walking around. And
Yeah, I always see you pacing around, standing up, sweating other tables.
yeah,
I'm kind of that way too, though.
it's tough sitting in a chair for 10, 12 hours. And
Absolutely. There's the payouts for those of you who asked. So it is
Almost done.
30,300 right now for our 9th place finisher. I think it's about a 9K pay jump between 9th and 8th.
let's see some fireworks. Has there been a post-flop hand yet? Oh, the one without him, but other than
Yeah,
that.
not much. Yeah, I was just about to look it up, but our boy Eddie Pack responded, says the sim says 6s plus is a call. So we were
Yeah.
almost right.
I said 6s.
I know. I said 7s first.
Yeah,
So, you know,
but
I
I-
was 1 pip too tight.
Yeah, but I don't think that's wrong. Like, it's all player dependent, and like being
Exactly.
a bit tighter if you think a bunch of people are going to bust before you, I think.
Right. I mean, just so you know, that 6s call is only true if they're shoving correctly, right? If they're
Yeah.
shoving significantly tighter than 6s is a torch.
Yeah, and sometimes like you look at the EVs of this, and the 6s is making like very, very little.
Exactly. If it's
not
making like
always-
$5, then, maybe pass on it.
rather make 340,000.
Ace 10 off in the big on the button for Paul.
Okay, now
And-
this is interesting. This is funny because this is kind of the spot we were just talking about.
Right. The
Button.
one difference is that Art's in the small blind.
Yeah.
And Louis behind has, 22 bigs.
I think
And Art does go with
he
it.
does
He
go.
rejams.
Yeah, wow.
And yeah, one thing I was going to say about Art is I don't think he's going to be making tight folds here. He doesn't play a lot of tournaments, and he just is going to get after it. I don't think he's going to respect the ICM too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got a flip, big flip. Paul James versus Art Papazian. Literally 51-49. Art a slight favorite.
Yeah, I think in this one I might take 7s plus, just being small blind and
Right.
being
exactly.
it's 11 bigs, not 9. So,
Right.
but he is ahead, still ahead.
All right, decent amount of outs here for Paul. Counterfeit outs, straight outs, ace 10.
Not quite.
Oh, and full house on the river for Art is
Yeah.
going to send Paul to the showers, our 9th place finisher.
I thought Paul had 5.
Yeah, GG Paul, he's a super nice guy. I've seen him around, talked to him. He's always been a gentleman. And
100%.
Always a
Paul
smile
and I
on
go
his
back.
face.
We play together a bunch of times here on stream and in the tourney streets,
Sorry, not sorry.
but not his day today. And Art increases his chip lead now significantly.
Too many outs.
He's got almost 20 million, and now second place has got 12. So he should be able to leverage this really well right now.
We need to use these like.
This is actually a really sick spot for him if you look at the stack distribution. Dave with 2.2, Adam with 2.9, Yen with 4.4, and he's sitting there with 20. Like, he can just punish Louis, Phil Laak, Noel, Nick. These guys really do not want to be in a situation where they're putting in a bunch of chips against Art.
Yeah.
Instead of a deuce on the river, you selected the 5 for his vice grip attachment, like barnacles on the bottom of a ship.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Art gets after it with this chip lead. You know, he hasn't had
Art
too
is
many
a very
spots
aggressive player in general, so I expect him to play it well and to take a lot of spots.
He did some stuff yesterday.
The last final table I played with him.
You can apply a lot of pressure to players like Nick here.
He just plays the hands he's meant to win. He's figured it out. The hands where he's going to lose, he just skips those ones.
Even Homie's gonna beat him. Even Homie's gonna beat him.
Yeah, the GOAT. That was probably one of his. Didn't he like win like a bunch of like heads ups in a row? Those might have been the last one.
He bet it.
Maybe,
he made
yeah.
it 5.5.
The last time he lost heads up.
Phil Luck with the fake tank with 7 deuce.
Art like 1W.
Got to be balanced over there with the.
That's the one you want.
These guys are talking about the final table that Art shipped. And actually, that was when I met Adam Swan, one of my best friends. He final tabled that WPT as well.
We're gonna go after
Me, Art, Phil Hellmuth, we're all there.
Shows up.
And, you know, I got the worst bad beat of my life in a tournament at that final table.
The year shows up. Top 6.
Now that I remembered, I got in pocket aces against ace 10.
Yeah,
Would have been about third in chips and then could not beat ace 10.
you're ahead there, right?
A little bit,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. I forget the exact math, but it sounds like.
10 on the flop, 10 on the river. Fun times.
Damn. Actually, that's how I busted my first bullet of this tournament. I got in queens versus ace 10, and
What they called it.
that is exactly what happened. And
GG.
cost me another $6,000 after that, unfortunately.
I'll make it short.
Yeah, I don't know how much that aces versus ace 10 was worth, but it was like 800K up top, and I ended up getting 7th.
High out of my mind. And then
Okay.
actually raises and sits in the 5. And he pulls some. I open ace 4 diamond.
It's nice hoodie by Phil Laak. I wonder what the
Rick and
brand-
Morty.
Oh, yeah? Is that Rick and Morty?
Yep. Phil Lock and I both big Rick and Morty fans.
Flop the bottom pair.
All right, so we got a spot here. Nick with Jack 10 of hearts. Noel in the big with ace king off. He is going to be raising. Let's see how much.
He'd like.
Do you think he'll be raising?
I didn't think you'd.
Pretty sure.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
I'm gonna
think it's crazy to call here.
jam.
Yeah.
Versus under the gun specifically, but I mean also shoving, raising. I think everything's on the table.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is not under the gun. He's +2, so it's like he's MP.
He looks at the board, looks at
Yeah.
And I think we're just
like
raising this every time here in the big blind. I could see like flatting it versus like you said under the gun or flatting in position. Like if it's under
guess
the
he's
gun
not
and under the
that
gun
deep.
+1.
Yeah.
Yeah, with these stacks big blind, you're just
the threes.
we're getting it in here with ace king if we have to.
Got 30 bigs, yeah. Nick's also going to be opening fairly wide here, I imagine.
Yeah, Nick actually has a pretty good hand to peel with. It is kind of shallow though, but Jack 10 suited is a very strong hand.
Going through this whole tirade.
Yeah.
Just so high it up.
I feel like you don't see too many calls
Understand what was even happening.
at final tables these days. It's a lot of just pre-flop
For sure.
stuff.
Yeah, they're always a little more shallow and you see that kind of stuff, but like this is a scenario where I could get behind calling with Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, I mean, that is 40% of a royal flush. Seems like he's considering it for sure. And
Lets it go.
is it hour-long levels now?
It is 1
Yeah.
hour levels. Yeah, it was 40-minute levels on day 1, hour levels on day 2 and day 3. So it's a pretty good structure. I believe there's about 30 or 40 minutes left in this level, and then they're going to take probably a 10-minute break. They may not take the break this time because they were on a break before they combined here for the final table, to be determined. 3-bet Panda says ace-10 versus aces is about 50-50. Yeah, it's about that. Pretty close. Basically a flip.
Alex for Ahi in the chat. Also another LA Crusher legend of the game.
Yes, sir. See Alex at like every other final table in LA.
Last time I was in here, actually, he was on the FT of the 1K that I think he got.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
like
that's
100K.
right. Yep.
Started with 4.
Here we go. Art with pocket 10s.
Okay.
Again, raising it up from the low jack.
I had one. I showed Phil about that in the dinner speech. Like, yeah, what did he say? I can't remember. It was good.
So she made it 550, just above a min raise, and I like Art's sizing here. Clicks it to 1.2.
Yeah, I like this. She's opening off not a lot, like 16.
I remember that.
16
Yeah, and I
bigs.
think you see that a lot by more inexperienced players with their 3-bet sizings in these spots. You don't really have to 3-bet that large.
We could play with him for a
You know, just like a 2.5x here that he's doing is pretty good. Even less.
Yeah.
And Louis has to pitch the 7s.
It's the thing, when you're the trip leader and you just start 3-betting people, sometimes people just
Hold it. Where are you?
are like, I know what you're doing,
Yep.
putting the pressure on, and they just shove here sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
But he actually has a hand, so.
I was just kidding around and
Yeah, I wonder how many chips are in play. It looks, just kind of doing some quick math, like 50, 55. Art has like 21 almost.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
studying, you know.
You guys are watching live at the Commerce, brought to you by Bally Sports Live. If you guys haven't, make sure you download the Bally Live app. Streaming a whole bunch of sports content, including these cash games that we run here at the Commerce. Got some really good games coming up next week. We got 3 games hosted by Yo Viral. Going to be some huge action.
Raise was questionable for you.
I may or may not be in there playing. We'll see. And Art's got such a stranglehold on the chip lead here. I wouldn't have been surprised if he opened the Queen 4 suited there. It looks like it was lucky he did not.
What does the solver say about this hand? Is that an open, an FT?
It's close. You know, if you don't care about the ICM, maybe you can raise it.
Oh my God.
All right, let's see what's going to happen here. Noel with pocket 10s on the button, facing just over min raise from Louis.
I don't hate calling here, and I'm not just saying that because he has aces. I know I'm a little biased, but I think it's a little different for Noel versus Art, just getting in all these chips.
Right.
And I'm sure Louis, is it Louis?
He goes by Louis is what I was told, yeah.
Louis, you know, he's going to be opening relatively tight. It's just, okay.
Yeah, he just ripped it.
That works.
Yep. I feel like any 3-bet sizing besides that doesn't make a ton of sense because of the blinds being so short. I feel like you can,
Oh my God.
and yeah, these guys are going to get it in. I feel like you could click it with some stronger hands and weaker hands, but like a middling hand like 10s seems like a shove could be good. I do agree with you that calling could have been okay, but these guys are getting it in here. It's aces versus 10s.
Never,
6 spot for Louis to double up.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone folds them in. I have an ace. What do I do? Like, just fold it?
Louis claiming he only looked at 1 card.
When he opened?
Yes.
I don't know. Ace 2 so. Am I opening ace 2 so? Probably not.
Safe flop for aces so far.
Which is 4.
This is a huge pot.
Yeah, I mean, I get the shoving the 10s. Like, if Louis has, like, ace-jack here, ace-queen, I mean, it's a gross spot if you have, like, ace-queen. I don't really know what to do.
For sure.
Imagine probably fold.
That was a good sweat.
But
You really looked at one.
I don't know.
How's that sweat looking back at the second one when you're
So we're going to have a new
You know it's on stream, so you can't lie.
big stack.
Yeah, Louis finds the double. Now he's up to what, like 40 bigs?
Yeah.
If I can find a call here.
Good call by Louis. I mean,
He
a brave man.
dug deep to make that call for sure.
Where the fuck's my rail? Are they too drunk? They don't even know what's going on. They're drunk over
Louis, I'm sure, has a good rail.
He's firing his rail right
He's
now.
every time I see him, he's got a beer or a cocktail going, and a crew of guys hanging out with him drinking. Definitely likes the party.
Look at this. Great commentary and excellent insight. Look at that, Jared.
Wow, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Gonzalez.
62 million in play. Also, somebody said that. That's good to know.
There you go.
That's the right.
Rough spot for Noel running into it there, but he's still in it. It's down now to 4 million.
Yeah, I mean, Noel, I think, has the feat of one of the craziest spin-ups of all times at the 25K
I was about to say that, yep.
last year. So he has some experience with this
He
last year.
he was like almost chip leading, and then he lost a huge flip to get down to like dust, and then came all the way back and got second.
Yeah, it was like
Lost to Nick
nine-handed.
Schulman, I think.
He got
I didn't like it.
I think queens to ace king suited blind versus the chip lead.
Yep.
And yeah, he had, or I guess for second in chips because he was a chip lead, and then he
Exactly.
had 2 blinds, and he got second for like 1.1 million or something.
Yeah, that was sick. That was a
It's
fun
insane.
final table.
So this is nothing for him. Like
Yeah,
15,
easy
16
game.
blinds. That's
He's still in it. So there you guys saw the payouts, 39K for 8th place now. So everybody's got at least that locked up. Next pay jump is about $12,000. Going to go up to 51K for 7th.
Hey, ¿pa qué chingados los tengo aquí? I just doubled up. You guys didn't miss it. I just see it. Fucking 5 mil. I got over.
What do you sit on?
2.25. Wait, what? 14?
15.
Yeah, you buy 800 exactly.
Now.
Oh no, 825.
For now.
Easy.
Nice hand for David to see here in the cutoff.
Get him in,
Super
get him in,
short.
get him in.
He's got 6 bigs. Pocket 9s.
Pregúntale.
He's going to rip it in here. If he doesn't rip it in, then... Okay, he's going to almost rip it in here. Got the old 1 chip leave behind. A lot of players do that just in case there's some crazy action with like another all-in and call behind that you can fold and get a ladder. In this spot, I don't know if that would happen.
1.5 million.
Okay.
Oh, and Nick looks like he's got something strong. Not that strong. However, it's a 5.5, 6 big blind shove. And Nick's got a pretty big stack. And wow, Yen had king 10 of diamonds too.
All in. He put them all in.
Yeah, but he still has to call. You don't want to show your hand before the call.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
yeah. I wonder if she would have called.
Probably.
Maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep.
Seems
So
like too good for 6.
instead of up against 2 overs, he's up against 1 over.
He might fold 9s.
Actually has more equity here, I think, than he would against king 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, if an ace came out, then he'd...
And a lot of diamonds are out. He's got the 9 of diamonds.
Make the pot right.
Yen had 2 diamonds, so pretty decent favorite here for 9s.
Okay.
And Yen had a king too. That's sick.
Feels like there's going to be a spot on the turn now. 3-4 diamond.
Oh
Ace
my.
on the turn. Brutal for David.
That hurts.
He needs a 9. Oh my God! That is so sick. He finds the 9 on the river.
The ace hurt and
He would have lost to both players, the small blind and the big blind. Until the river when he finds the 2-outer, spikes it, gets the double up.
really
Wow,
is-
that is huge.
It's the production over here going on.
And it's so funny. You can see the frustration on Adam's face. It's funny at a final table when you know everyone is anti-sweating you because they're all making 12 Gs more if you bust.
Yeah, I mean,
But the guy it hurts the worst here is Nick.
Only happens on TV.
And yeah, I don't blame him for getting in the suited ace there for 6.5 bigs.
The time when no one's recording.
Obviously, it's a snap call from the big blind.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sammy Beshahead in the chat. He almost made the final table of this as well. This guy's can't miss in the LA tournament scene. He was out in France for a bit, but he's back and rooting for his homie here. Works at another casino across the road. And yeah, this is a sick final table so far. That's a sick 9 on the river there for Dave. Awesome to see.
Scott in the
For
chat.
his crew.
Scott Stewart, the legend of the game.
Who's Scott Stewart? I never heard of him.
It's not too bad.
I
The
don't know
whole
that guy.
poker thing. Made a couple dollars.
Is that the actual Scott Stewart? If it is, shout out to Scott, my homie. Won
Owen.
a pretty big tournament this last winter. Fairly decent size score.
Maybe Scott's getting to that level where people are impersonating him now, where he has that level of fame.
Right? Is there a fake Scott Stewart? I mean, to be fair, it's a fairly common name. So.
The fake Insta, the fake Twitter,
the control room guy.
you know.
All right, so Yen here jamming from the small blind versus Nick's open on the button. Frustrating for Nick.
It's at 250, so you don't confuse it. Take
A little fake tank here. He's never going to call off here with Queen Jack off.
3-3. Looks like a diet.
I mean,
250.
you don't know, like people, you know, he
his big one.
I would be absolutely shocked if he calls here with Queen Jack.
yeah, me too.
It's arch chip. Arch
He was thinking about the ace 3 and he called the ace 6, but yeah, he's.
Okay, yeah.
I imagine he's folding, but oh, it's Queen Jack off too. I thought maybe like
Yeah.
Queen Jack suited. Some people.
It's a fake tank.
He doesn't want any more of this abuse.
Yeah, he's frustrated, I'm sure, after losing a pretty decent size of his chips on the last hand. But not even that much. He lost 6 bigs.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Mucker, you
He
know.
lets it go. Corey Brass in the chat says he was killing it, but he torched it in the last level last night. Wow, he said he had 7 million with 19 left.
Pretty impressive.
That's pretty sick. GG, Corey. Corey's been on a heater lately, too. See him going deep in all the LA tourneys.
I always see him, yeah, crushing the tournaments.
9 on the river.
But when you
Yeah.
Must be doing something with the secret sauce. Something we don't know about.
Yeah, I need some of that, man. I can't sniff a deep run in a tournament lately.
That was a sexy 9 of diamonds, man.
Saving it for the World Series of Poker.
Heart ripping.
Yeah.
By the way, if you guys are in town, come play the High Roller tomorrow. It's $2,200 buy-in ring event here at the Commerce. It's going to be a sick tournament. I'm going to be there. You can come bust me. If somebody's going to bust me. Might as well be you. So with that turn of events, Art hasn't won many pots here, but his chip lead has increased because Nick lost chips. Noel lost a huge portion of his stack. Louis now second in chips with 10.5 mil. Art's got 80 bigs.
Yeah, it looks like Adam is short stack now.
Yep. And Art's got ace deuce off. He's going to pump it up here, apply pressure here on Luis. Luis.
the break.
Como sea.
We do get a break, though.
Okay, we're seeing our first decent sized
Some
post flop.
play. All right, let's go. Jack 9 suited.
In 15, 14 minutes.
First 1 and 2 also.
Art just over 3x'd it. He finds the ace on the flop.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of players would limp this hand pre. He did raise it up, and now that he's hit the ace, he's going to continue. Goes for about third pot.
Yeah, I imagine this hits the muck. I mean, he has some backdoor straight and flush stuff going on, but
Yeah, just not good enough to continue here, probably.
yeah, he's in position, but versus
Yeah,
the
in
chip
position and
lead,
fairly deep, but like you need to make running cards to really make a strong hand.
yeah. Maybe he's thinking about getting spicy, like my wings.
Having spicy thoughts. Wow, so Louis did call here, facing the c-bet from Art. Gets a brick turn, and now Art slowing it down wisely. Louis drawing dead. And he's gonna make a move. This is kind of sick for Art. See how much Louis bets, 2.275 million. Just putting a ton of pressure here on Art. I don't believe Art's gonna fold an ace, but Art raised pre, bet the flop, and now this pot has inflated all the way up to 6.575 million. But yeah, Art's not gonna be folding top pair at this point, and for Louis to win this hand, he's gonna have to pull the trigger on the river. 8.8 million in the pot, and Louis with only 5.9 million behind.
Ace.
Yeah, he gives it up. Ill-advised play there by Louis after calling pre and calling the flop as a float. Don't blame him after he called flop to try and take it down on the turn, but probably a good give up on the river there. Kind of too much money in the pot there for Art to be folding an ace. What's that? No, not really. Yeah, somebody filled me in here. He raised the flop. I was a little distracted there. So he didn't float the flop. He raised and Art called. That's how the pot got so big. That's pretty sick.
Okay.
Good on Art to hold on there. River jam. Maybe it would have got through after that line, though. Pretty sick. Some of you guys fired up there in the chat. Chill out, relax.
$1.7.
All right, Louis continuing to get after it here. Yen raised in the cutoff here with pocket tens, and Louis is going to pump it up here in the small blind. I don't expect Yen to fold at this point, and Louis is kind of pot committed as well if she jams. It's going to be a race. Are they going to get it in? I really don't see Yen doing anything here besides shoving. She does shove. Now Louis in just a gross spot, but like he has to call it off, and he does, and he's going to be happy to see that he is flipping here. Kind of the best case scenario.
Ace jack suited.
And no, Louis did not check raise the flop on that person in the chat. He was in position, so. Anyways, we got it right. We're off to the races. Louis versus Yen. Ace jack of diamonds versus pocket tens. Oh my gosh, what a flop. Set of tens for Yen. Nut flush draw and top pair for Louis.
I know, that's crazy.
Yen is a 64% favorite. Diamond on the turn, however. Wow, what a sick run out.
Never easy still, though. One more.
And that's going to be it for Yen. Pretty brutal way to bust here.
Good game.
Flopping a set and losing.
Thank you.
Off to Arden, just get it right back, huh?
Yeah, man.
GG Yen, good run. She's going to be our 8th place finisher. Cashes for about $39,000.
You fire off her finish.
Yeah, that's true.
And just like that, Louis spins it right back up to his stack after he tried to bluff Art there.
One more is 0.
Well done.
More fire and I win the pot.
So hey, we're 7-handed now, and now joining me in the booth for at least the next little bit is another tourney crusher here from LA. I got Peter Cross here with me. What's up, Peter?
What's up, guys? We kicked David off, unfortunately.
Anyways.
Yeah, they decided that David's commentary was just subpar, wasn't good enough, so they brought in the big guns.
I'll try my best.
Maybe we'll give you a shot next time, David.
How's everyone doing? We got 7-handed action here, I believe. 19
You got it.
hands in.
Yep.
For this tournament's been pretty fast from what I saw just from the beginning of the day, 18 to.
Yeah, even from yesterday, like I thought there might be like 20-something people left to start today, but there was only 16, and then it just kind of dwindled from there.
Yeah, we have Art as the overwhelming chip leader. You just see he just doing that open rip thing that good players do right off the bat. So.
Yeah, he's in this spot now where he can apply max pressure. It is a little dicey with Louis there on the button with a 10 million stack.
He is supposed to almost never call, to be fair. But
I know he's supposed to. However,
do they do what are they
that's the
supposed
problem,
to do?
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, that is true, but you got to make sure when you make plays like that the players that you're playing against are following those rules, because if they're not, then it can be pretty dicey.
Yeah, for sure. To be fair, I mean, a suited ace probably can hardly ever go wrong. But I think Art's probably supposed to jam very, very, very wide there, probably some suited, maybe 10-7 suited even. So
yeah,
maybe
crazy.
That's where he draws the line.
Exactly.
Versus...
No, I'm not saying he shouldn't have jammed that hand, but I'm just saying that strat can be a little bit dangerous if the other players aren't cooperating.
Yeah.
Now Art's got a real hand, ace 10 of spades.
Yeah, and I assume you'd find an open here, probably.
Yeah, hands this strong, I don't think you want to just rip it in.
Typically, yeah. We'll see what he does. Art's a great player. Like Jared said, typically the hands that actually... Yeah, the hands that are actually good, you don't want to just go all in and kind of isolate into only hands that are better calling you. And this hand definitely wants someone to call with a 10, wants someone to call with an ace, wants someone to call with 2 spades, etc. So
exactly,
definitely benefits much different from the previous situation.
100%. And Art takes it down. King 6 off. Fold from the big blind.
Yeah, pretty standard. And once anyone watching who doesn't play tournaments, or who plays tournaments but maybe has not gotten to this stage, might be like, hey, we're in the big blind, we could defend. But those big blind defenses get real tight real quick when you're basically competing to ladder for 16K,
yeah,
23K.
There's 3 short stacks here, and Dave is on 12 bigs. If he loses a few big blinds in that pot, and suddenly he's this severe short stack, and
1.7.
There's so much money for him to make here by laddering. So
yeah,
I get it. So yeah, 51K locked up for everybody here, but they are playing for $341,000 up top. Some bigger pay jumps upcoming now. Probably going to see some more conservative play, I would imagine, especially out of the middling stacks, which is just that, Art, the amount of chips he has right now is just such a sick spot to leverage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's the captain of the ship right now, and everyone else is just on for the ride.
Yep. It's pretty unfortunate for Noel. He ran 10s into aces against Louis a bit ago. He was clear second in chips
Yeah.
And now he's forced to kind of play tight, has to fold king-9 suited here on the button.
Yeah, definitely. But nature of the game, and we have Adam Swan here with ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah, so facing a range that we know is extremely wide here from Art. Yep, before I could even get it out, Adam sticks it in. And gets snapped off by Art.
Yeah.
Pretty sick spot here for Adam to double up, 60% favorite.
Yeah, and anyone... Oh, let's see the action go first. Who are you rooting for, Jared?
I already said I was trying not to be biased. I did mention that Adam is one of my good friends and actually even used to be my roommate, so I can't say I'm not rooting for him. However, Art's a homie too. He needs a king or a jack on the river. Not going to find it though.
And Adam
Sick
Swan.
double up for Adam.
Doubles up. Yeah, and just for... just to add to that spot a little bit, Art... Art kind of playing more for chip EV. Obviously, there's always ICM.
Right.
When you're the big stack, you get to kind of just flick it in.
Yep.
You don't need that much more percentage to call. Whereas everyone else, other players are never calling the king jack off there depending on their stack, but Art gets to kind of just run his equity against everyone at this stage. So
that makes a lot of sense. Like Art has an overwhelming chip lead. If he loses that pot, he still has an overwhelming chip lead.
Yeah.
It doesn't really impact him too much either way. His hand is fairly strong. King jack to call a 9 big blind jam.
Yeah. 100%. So
makes sense.
Like he knows Adam's going to be jamming. And to be fair, credit to Adam finding that jam too. Just kind of understands the situation very well.
Yeah, for sure. Before you got here, it was he had a similar spot where Phil Laak raised button and Adam had 10 bigs in the big blind with ace-8 suited, and he ended up just peeling.
Yeah.
And he ended up losing the pot. That seemed kind of close, but this one seemed like more of a slam dunk because he was facing a much wider range from Art as opposed to Phil Laak.
Yeah, and Art going back to all-in queen 10 suited. Obviously I said 10-7 suited earlier, but from what I understand, typically how these spots work is suited hands like to go all in just because.
Just get that little bit more equity.
Yeah, you have equity, whereas offsuit hands like king jack O aren't doing as well.
Gotcha.
When you're called, queen 10 suited has like 38% against jacks. Kind of wild if you think about that,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, do you feel like you're trying to get like more high card stuff in there too, or is it mostly just like you said, like suited hands? It doesn't really matter, like connected suited hands, or like do you want to be more weighted towards more like ace x, king x hands?
It's more situational. It's very situational. I think typically speaking, ace x, generally speaking, if not suited, makes for better opens. You're kind of using a removal to get it through.
Right.
When you're all in, I think it's better since you have so much fold equity. You don't really need the removal as much. Like you don't need the ace as much because you're ripping, right? So you could have 10-7 suited. They're going to fold really good hands.
Right.
And so when you're called, you want that a little bit extra equity is how most of the spots work. But also depends. The more short stacks there are, the more you want to play removal-based games with ace x, king x. If there's deeper stacks, you want to have more equity. In general, it's very these spots are very positions don't really matter. It's all just about who has what stack.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And that changes whether or not you want suited hands or you want high cards, and it's very nuanced,
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in the lab a lot lately, getting ready for the World Series and learning about a lot of these ICM spots, and it's pretty interesting. A lot of it's counterintuitive stuff that you really wouldn't think about.
Yeah.
This spot here for Dave seems like a jam. Ace jack of diamonds. He's playing about 12 bigs.
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's an EP open though from Phil Laak, so it is a little dicey.
Yeah, I feel like anything would kind of go here depending on your reads.
Right, and he lays it down.
I don't hate it at all, to be honest. I think you and I kind of know that Phil Laak had some spice to him for sure, but I think he's generally perceived to be a very nitty player.
Agreed.
But we've seen a lot of spice, so.
Yeah, Phil can get after it, and then I also think that Phil is more likely to make tight folds facing a jam.
Yeah, also ace jack suited. One of those, when you have 12 bigs, I don't think it matters too much, but one of those hand classes in ICM, not much calling, but those are kind of the hands that do start to call depending on the situation.
Right, exactly. I was surprised he could have just called off of 12 bigs there, right? But
Yeah, I'm not sure about 12 to be honest. It's such a tough spot. I don't even know what the answer is. Someone will probably
me
roast.
personally, I would have shoved, but
He was trying to.
Yeah.
I understand the fold.
Hold on.
He has the shortest stack.
Oh, you called? Okay, I didn't know that.
You raised, I called, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. I guess she wasn't pushing me the pot. She was pulling my chips in, right? Okay. Copy that. Copy that.
Okay, Phil Laak thought he won some chips, but
Nope, he's going to have to face a flop here against Art. And
Yeah.
Art outflops him here.
yeah, I mean, it sounds overly nitty, but there might be an argument for Phil to fold pre
With the ace-jack?
with ace-9 suited.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
He's opening into the, he's clearly fourth in chips, and he's opening into the guy who can really.
Right.
hammer
Oh, yeah,
him.
I see. Totally. Yeah, from the low jack here.
I'm not sure about, maybe this hand's too strong, but like this is like probably border, honestly. Not to mention, if you think a player's gonna have post-op edge on you, which Phil's amazing, but I would assume this day and age, Art might have a little bit of a post-flop edge in general. Art's a very
For
very
sure,
good
and Art's a
player.
cash game player too, so he plays a lot of post-flop stuff. Back to this hand. It went check on the flop. Phil Laak turned his top pair. And he's going to bet the river here. Art with a decision with just a pair of eights.
Yeah.
Does let it go. Good
Yeah.
fold.
Sorry, I didn't know that. What I missed.
Yeah, I mean, in that. We'll let them figure that out. But yeah, in that situation, just disproportionately going to have so much ace-x in his range. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
When you look
Yeah, I
at
feel
one
like it's a
of our
pretty
games,
straightforward
I had
fold for Art
you
at that
on all
point.
5 streets.
And it looks like these guys are going to go on break.
Yeah.
I had you on
So first frame, we lose 2 players.
99%.
Adam Swan doubles up. The story, though, is Art Papazian with a commanding chip lead. He's got 25 million, half the chips in play, basically.
yeah, I mean, it's great to see
Close
Art.
to it. So I would bet on him to win so far, but we have a long ways to go, boys and girls. 14-minute break here. We're going to be back with more action from the Commerce Casino. Commerce World Series of Poker Circuit main event, 340K up top. This is Jared Greiner with Peter Cross. We will see you guys here in 14 minutes. You can see the clock right there as we're on break, so you know when we'll be back, and we'll see you then. All right, guys. Looks like we are back.
Yeah, back in the booth. Action getting rolling again.
Hope you guys enjoyed the break. We're ready for some more seven-handed action. If you're just tuning in, this is the World Series of Poker Circuit main event here at the Commerce. This was a $1,700 buy-in. We had 3 day one flights. Massive, massive turnout. This got over 1,500 entries. And we've got a first place prize of $341,000 and change. So these guys are playing for big money here. This is Jared Greiner in the booth, joined by Peter Cross.
How's it going, guys? Glad to be in here.
Awarding the pot. That was me. I thought she was
And so far, it has been the art show. Art, when we were 10-handed, knocked out LA Reg, Elvin Bello, queens versus tens. Putting a stop to Elvin, who has been on a 6-6 heater.
I'm done.
Yeah, I think we're due to see
no more.
another Art Papazian win. You know, it's been a while.
It's been a long while. I was telling you guys, we had the back-to-back WPTs that he won back in 2017.
Yeah.
And then I think he fired a bunch of tournaments for a while, and from what I understand, he just didn't love it as much as he loves cash. He's a sick, high-stakes cash game player. And only recently, I think, have I seen him back in the playing decent live tournaments. He usually doesn't play the LA live tourneys, so.
Yeah, I see him here and there. He's definitely like a here and there kind of guy.
Right, exactly.
Makes sense how he made it out for this one too, you know?
This is the best 1K of the year in Los Angeles, so.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Earlier, you saw Adam fold ace-8 off in the cutoff, and you know, a lot of that probably has to do with Art in the small blind.
Yeah, Adam has a lot more pressure on himself now that he doubled.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, his stack is worth a lot more than it was before. There's 2 players shorter than him.
Yeah. Art also allowed to call a bunch from the small blind in that formation too.
Right.
Small blind calls very wide when the chip leader.
Right. It's interesting how much more often when you have this many chips that you can just call as well and apply pressure in that way, where post flop you're just going to be able to like.
Yeah,
win the pot when you shouldn't a lot of the time because everybody else is forced to play so passively, right?
Yeah. Art's small blind defend range last hand is probably going to look more like a big blind defend range, if anything, you know?
Yeah, that's super interesting. It's such a fun spot to be. It's a rare occurrence, but when you have all the chips at a final table like this, you just feel it's just such a I don't know how to describe it. There's an adrenaline rush to just know that like you are in such a commanding position and everybody else kind of has to like bow down to you, I guess, you know?
Except for Nick. Nick's not bowing down to nobody.
Wow.
6-4-0 in the cutoff.
You know, the first 1K I ever final tabled was with Nick.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was at Thunder Valley.
Okay.
It's a tour that no longer exists called the Heartland Poker Tour.
Heartland Poker Tour?
Yeah, it was televised and everything. Like, they had it on cable.
Really?
So that's the first time I ever went to Thunder Valley. One of the first 1Ks I ever played. And yeah, I final tabled it there. Nick ended up taking it down.
Oh,
so
really?
Nick and I known each other for quite a while.
Yeah, I always see him around in LA, play a lot.
It's funny, it was the first time I was up there, final table met him, and then also Brett Murray was at the final table.
Oh, yeah?
NorCal legend. It's the first time I met him as well.
Yeah, shout outs to Brett. He's at every FT at Thunder Valley, to be fair.
Exactly. Like, he owns Thunder Valley.
Yeah. He's part of the tribe.
Speaking of NorCal guys, so is Noel right there. Crusher up there as well. Between him and Brett, they probably final table every tournament.
Yeah. I know he's a great player. Got second in the 25K World Series event to Nick Stolman.
Yep. We were talking about that earlier with David. He was chip leader, I think 8 or 9 handed, and lost a massive flip to Nick and had 2 big blinds.
Yep.
And then spun it all the way back and got second.
Yeah. It's funny. I knew he got second before I watched it or something like that. And I saw that all in. I was like, he must have won this all in. And he loses, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. That's sick. And Noel doesn't play a lot of 25Ks, so I mean, for him to hop in there, it was probably the first time he played that event, and then have that result is pretty sick.
Just crushed it, yeah, crazy.
So here's your chip distribution. We got Noel and David sub 10 bigs, Adam lurking with 14.
Yeah, that's where Adam thrives off the, you know. I feel like Adam's had 7 to 15 bigs for 3 whole days now, you know.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's how it is, though. You know, sometimes it's just the way that the hands shake down, the way that the situations dictate. I've definitely had multiple really big scores where most of like day 2 and day 3 I was between 10 and 20.
Yeah, it's, you know, when you see Art here, for example, you think that's what you're supposed to do, but, you know, he's the one person out of how many people played? 1,300 or something ridiculous. So, you know, when you see stuff like this, it's so easy to be like, oh, how come that's not me? But you're usually just going to have 10 to 20 bigs for the most of the
that's
tournament.
more like the standard. So that's why it is really good for closing out to understand how to play a huge stack like this at a final table. Like, it's an important skill to have.
100%.
But
oh, wow.
I think, well, what's going on here?
Hold a minute there. Phil Laak takes the Jack-9 suited and is all in.
Yeah, we talked about this. Phil Laak, he plays pretty snug most of the time, but then he's got some tricks up his sleeve where he'll just do something pretty crazy that he knows is going to work most of the time.
Yeah.
It really sucks for him when it doesn't, but
yeah,
you know, he definitely, especially in the cash games we play too, he does some massive
100%.
jams. That one's pretty crazy though, Phil.
He's a legend for a reason. Going back a little bit, Art taking the ace-4 offsuit, you know, kind of like the ace-XO that don't do as well when you're called as your opens.
Right.
Call aces. I would have been crushed.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense because I guess, like, it's nice to have the high card because when you just raise, you're blocking their continues,
Exactly.
right? And then those other cards you want to have for when you go all in and you do get called, that you have decent equity still is basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, poker is very much like a puzzle. And also, I think one big shift in poker we've seen in the last 3-4 years is people are taking the Jack-9 suiteds, the Jack-10 suiteds, the Queen-8 suiteds.
Right.
That's not a really good.
I don't know if that spot right there was a spot to do it, but it's definitely kind of a thing depending on the situation. So.
And if he had called with aces, boom, crack, and I'm out.
Dried up like a.
I falsely narrated the feeling as feeling like crispy bacon, which isn't the case. Crispy bacon's great. I would have felt like just smashed. You know?
Oh man! FYI, guys, anytime Phil Laak is in the middle of the speech, we're not going to be commentating.
Yeah, 100%.
To get to know that pig. See on YouTube?
You just put crispy bacon pig.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's hilarious. Yeah. He has a wheelchair in the back because he has no back hind legs.
Oh wow.
I've seen this pig.
Yeah.
The pig's name is Chris P. Bacon. Like Chris, like the name, middle initial P, last name Bacon.
Is it a real pig or is it AI?
No, it's somebody's pig. It's somebody's pet pig.
Mesh stuff. Like.
Doesn't have back legs. And it's hooked onto like a little wheelchair. Yeah.
So cute.
Brain changes itself.
I hate seeing cute pigs.
You know?
Yeah.
Makes me feel really bad.
I know.
About eating them. So cute.
I know. My girlfriend doesn't. She's just a pescatarian, so she doesn't eat pork, and she's always getting after me for doing it because pigs are basically dogs.
Yeah, very well.
They're just as smart. They're just as social.
Figure it out when you're part of your body.
Anyways, I'm waiting for the lab-grown meat. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that.
It's like a legit thing. There's a big company that's already giving like tests. I know Liv Baree, the poker player, she got to go tour their facility and try it out and like try their chicken and stuff, and it's just it literally is chicken. It's you know, it's there's no reason that it would taste weird. She said it tasted perfect, just like regular chicken. So I would definitely feel better about myself if I could eat some all the meats that didn't actually have to take another animal's life.
Yeah.
Anyways, rant over. I'm not out here trying to say I'm a vegan. I'm not. I eat meat all the time. You know, but there's just a little
you're
guilt,
terrible.
You know?
You're saying anyone who eats meat is a terrible person, is what you're saying.
Myself included.
I'm kidding. Adam folding the 10-7 off from the small blind. Just forced to be very much tighter than you normally would. Not that 10-7's even a particularly fist pump jam by any means, but doesn't really even think about limping or anything of that matter.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have thought that he would consider just completing there, but you think 10-7 was the right fold?
Yeah, it's just kind of like a no-point situation. Doesn't take much for a guy who covers you by 3 to run it on you when you limp, you know.
For sure.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, lets it go.
Disciplined fold there by Adam. Especially, facing a EP raised from Phil Laak, who he probably perceives as not having the widest opening range.
Yeah, hasn't caught on that, the Jack-9 suited hand or whatever.
Yeah, but that's different, I think.
Definitely.
You know, Phil will do something like that, but that doesn't make his opening range any wider.
Definitely.
Art going to defend with pocket sixes.
Yeah.
Easy call. We get the queen 9-4, 2 spades.
Yeah, again, brutal situation for Phil.
Phil checks it back pretty quickly too.
Yeah, smart check back for sure in general, although.
I mean, this board favors his range a lot
Yeah.
more than Art's, but at the same time, we just don't want to face a check raise or
We don't. I think you could still maybe get away with range betting.
I think I would have, but just was wondering what you thought. Checks down to the river and the ace of spades river.
Yeah.
Art probably knows he can't win at showdown, but maybe just give up.
Yeah, can't win them all.
The ace just hits Phil way too hard here after Phil's checked it down. He has an ace so often, I think.
With like what I know is the best hand, but.
See, he's not even going to bet this.
Okay, I checked the nuts basically.
I have a small pair.
No good.
Check the nuts.
Phil.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you can see Phil's being very cautious.
For sure. I feel like I would have liked to see bet there on the flop.
9 million.
Yeah, what people don't.
I was actually.
And he's gonna have 4
Phil's talking.
if I call.
I was gonna check raise you. I actually was.
Yeah, see, Art says he was going to check raise. Had the 6 of spades, had a
Yeah.
Play. That's for
not much else, but like
Wizards. I'm just a dinosaur trying to squeeze.
I believe that Art maybe would have done that.
You know, unnoticed.
Hello.
I know that I'm sick if I bet there for
There's
value.
always a famous Phil when we make the final table, too. Always a famous Phil.
Art's done it before, and then I see it later, and I'm like, wow, why didn't I just check?
Yeah.
And then I realized, no, the hyper truth is bet, right? And then get the sickness, and know that it's sickness.
Wow, he just let go the ace 10 off.
Shoulder call.
He's still hyped up from that last hand.
Yeah, I gotta take one off.
Folded right there.
However, you know, ace 10 off under the gun.
I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, it's
Not
a
the
hand.
worst fold.
That was ice.
These hands are all really weird.
He's checking the 9-4, trying to trap me too.
You're not that guy, bro.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, ICM's weird. No open that's not printing is worth that much ever.
Right.
Like ace 10-0 probably opens there in a chart every time, and it's probably worth almost 0 every time.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, like you said, there's a lot of hands like that, and in my opinion, what I like to do instead is, like, if I know that it's, like, indifferent or, like, close to, like, just winning small, then I'll just do what I want based on the situation and what I'm, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
other reasons, that meta reasons, will make me go one way or the other with those hands, because I think that significantly increases it or decreases it, you know, one way or the other.
Yeah, and completely reasonable for Phil to sit back until the 3 short stacks either bust or catch up for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of why he's checking the queen 9-4 too, but I will say at some point your range is just very strong while you're open under the gun.
All in, and have you not go all in.
I understand.
Are defending the big blind wide, so you can still get away with even if you get a chip leader.
And I can barely beat
betting those spots.
If he ripped it, you know, and I call. So it's just you're trapped always just trying to sort of tread water. But if you tread water long enough, the boat comes back and picks you up. You know, you read those stories on the interwebs.
Art rips it in here into the 2 stacks that are kind of handcuffed right now.
100%.
I did not have.
Especially Phil Laak.
Really?
You know, earlier we said that ace-X likes to raise, but button cutoff, very different story.
Of course, yeah.
And
Give me the
I don't think it will happen,
top of my ring.
but
My coach? I couldn't.
small blind, big blind,
Damn it.
probably supposed to sometimes fold kings in those spots.
That's
Probably
crazy.
never happens, but
Have him do aces.
maybe not kings. Queens, 100%.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would bet anything that it doesn't happen almost ever.
Yeah.
Hands get turned over. You're like,
Oh, God. Whoops.
I could see that more
He's jamming every hand.
maybe with like a few less players left when there's like massive pay jumps and like there's a huge discrepancy, but like I don't think people would even consider it
Yeah,
at this point.
maybe not kings, but there are situations where kings has to fold. I guess the only difference is now you're the chip leader when you double, so you probably don't fold kings, but you're for sure going to fold queens in theory. Then again,
0.6.
are you supposed to do what you're supposed to do? I don't know.
Right,
You know?
exactly, yeah.
I felt left out. He was asking him, and I wanted to be included.
Maybe not kings, I don't know. But it is a lot closer than people think, is the point.
Yeah, like ace queen off there, you're
Oh,
just like
easy
snap
fold.
folding, right?
Yeah, queens is like
I see what you did there.
Bad call, probably.
300,000.
But if people aren't doing that, then those jams get a lot worse. So
Art getting after it in the cutoff, queen 8 off.
Yeah, poker fan 7 Nuso
Gets
against
through.
an art shove, knowing he's tight and light most times. Typically, it doesn't matter.
Shove for 21 bigs.
Phil's talking, so I'll get back to
And I
it.
thank you for not having aces and snapping me off. I remember that hand. Because you're capable of just looking down at 2 aces.
In a tournament.
Right about an hour and a half ago. Right here, I've shoved 20 big, whatever I had.
Oh, right.
You did not have aces.
No,
Phil, that was like
You're an idiot.
15 minutes ago, man.
Exhaling in relief. You didn't have aces, because I know you're going to put it in if you had aces.
Good read, Phil.
It's true. Yeah, against an art shove, knowing he's light, it doesn't really matter if you know they're light. There's something called like a risk premium. It's just basically a fancy way of saying how much more percentage you need to like make this call. And when you're tied for second in this formation, you're probably going to need 20% plus.
Yeah.
Kings is barely made. It might be more. Sometimes you get like 25%. Very rare. If he's jamming mostly ace XO, then Kings is kind of.
So basically, what that's saying is that you need to get it in is like what, like a 70+ % favorite, no matter what.
Probably in that situation. Yeah. Obviously, it's not like I know them off the top of my head.
No, but it's close.
Yeah. Because what's the point, kind of? You call and you have 30% against ace 3 off or whatever he jammed, whatever ace 5 off. And so 30% of the time you're busting this tournament for 50K.
Right.
Whereas if you kind of just play your stack, quote unquote, you have a very high chance of cashing for, what's third in this tournament?
Probably like 100. Yeah, maybe a little
look
more.
It up. But, you know, I think third's well over 100 actually.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's more than 100. You're right.
Point is, like, if you just play your stack, you're kind of almost not guaranteed. Guaranteed would be a bit of a.
No, but you're a big favorite to make way more than you're making by the
Exactly.
30% time you bust.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's
Especially
pull
with
up the
these three
payouts so
short
we have
stacks.
them up here because I want to see. But yeah, it's 340 for first. Let me revise that. I'll bet you third is like 180.
340, 232, 167, 122. So, I mean, what's your EV of? There is an argument to be said that if you do double up, you're the chip leader, and you can kind of do what Art's doing. Maybe
Right.
you win more. Kings probably calls now. The more I'm thinking of it, the
Hold
point
on one
is.
second here. We got a hand going. Ace-9 off for Art.
It's the exact. I mean, Noel's in there, but.
Yeah, so this is just an open. It would have been interesting if Art chose to just rip it again. But like you said, now that he's in EP, it makes it, or I guess at low jack, it still is makes it a little different.
Yeah.
And Noel's just going to pile.
Yeah.
Obviously, he only has 6 or 7 blinds. And Art's probably going to have to call it off here, right?
Oh yeah. This is again. Art doesn't have any. The opposite of what we said about Luis and Phil. Art is the opposite. He doesn't have to have any.
I mean,
extra
yeah, and it's
premium.
tiny, so Art does make the call. The cards are on their backs. It's Ace-9 off versus Pocket Kings.
Again, Noel being the short stack, the stuff we were talking about earlier has 0 relevance.
Exactly. Yep. So here we go. Art needs an ace. Can he find the Greenstein? No.
Yeah. And Noel doubles up.
Crucial double for Noel.
100%.
And despite that, he is still sub 10 bigs. Remember, the blinds went up when we got back here from break. We're playing 300K big blind.
Yeah. Another cool thing, Art opening to 3x there. That's also something we'll probably start to see a lot more. These kind of hands that are ace XO and stuff actually sometimes like to go 3x because they're really using the removal. Whereas suited hands like to go smaller. But I mean, it's just cool to see stuff like that. You can tell Art's definitely, you know, in the lab. Even though he
Exactly.
plays cash.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that because I hadn't played tournaments with him for a long time. And after seeing his playing and the way he's handling the stack, he's definitely. He didn't just randomly start doing this. He'd definitely been studying.
Yeah, 100%.
So I misspoke there. Noel profited sub 10 bigs is what the graphics showed, but he is now at 4.3. So he's got a pretty healthy stat compared to before, especially considering David is sitting on 2.2, Adam sitting on 2.9.
Started with like 11.
He's separated himself now from them a decent amount.
But this is why Art gets to kind of just call whatever, right? He loses that hand. Has the situation changed for him?
Literally not at all.
Barely, yeah. Goes all in here now.
Phil Laak with pocket fives. Not really a decision.
Power of the all in.
Phil looks like he's thinking about something. I do believe he'll find the fold here.
The what? Yeah, hey, you have beers over there? Yeah.
Lets it go.
Hurts.
Yeah, that sucks to see a pretty hand like Queen Jack suited. But
It's the power of the chip lead, you know?
yep.
Yeah, again, you know, someone in the chat's like, do you know, even if you know he's doing this,
Right.
it doesn't really matter, you know?
Right, just because whatever 2 cards he's doing it with are going to be cards that have enough equity against you to make it a losing play to call.
Yeah.
He's not just shoving any 2.
It's dripping and
Yeah, he's going to be
Looks like, yeah.
constructing his range around ace-XO, or even if you have queens, you know?
Should have called.
Right.
You're going to bust
he
a
still
decent
has
amount of the
30.
time.
Yeah.
Or suited hands, etc. Very nuanced, obviously no one knows for sure.
What do all these cards have like marks on them?
Uh-oh.
Every card has marks on them.
what do you got, Clay? on your-
No, there isn't. Don't say that.
What?
Imagine.
It's the RFID cards. They get a little bent up from the shuffle machine.
Fives.
Wow.
No, obviously, it's the person winning
But like, there's
90% of the hand.
if I'm channeling, I maybe just called. Then I have 64 big blinds or 0. But like, there's still some sense of it's a satellite. You know?
The or 0 part is the key word there.
Good luck, Adam. Good luck, Adam.
Adam on the button. Jack 10 of hearts. Slam dunk jam here for him with
Yeah.
just under 10.
Yeah, robust equity.
Well, the whole fabric would be different.
Gets it through.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited against 10s, almost 40%, almost.
One of us does have a...
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at some of these charts how strong a hand Jack 10 suited is.
Yeah.
I feel like there's even spots where you're like calling jams with Jack 10 suited for a certain amount of chips in certain situations. Like,
Yeah, Jack 10 suited has a lot of equity,
yeah,
especially if you're folding out some hands too, you know?
right, yeah.
Oh no, 3.5. Because there's 750 in the middle.
Yeah, it's done, right?
Yeah, happy to see Adam get that one through.
Yeah, with that, Dave is now the clear short stack, 7.5 bigs.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And it just is a situation where the shorter he gets, the more Art's advantage grows to where all of these middle stacks
That would be like a poker.
are kind of in a waiting game for Dave to either double up or bust.
yeah. And that benefits Art tremendously as well. Basically,
You guys want me to do?
as long as David, Adam, and Noel are short, on average, everyone else can't do anything. So he just accumulates more chips, barring some extremely or a fairly unfortunate event.
Like someone who's actually paying attention and actually honest.
That's supposed to be on you, man.
And just like, just happy to win the pot, man.
90% of people would just take the 300 and just move on.
You would think you don't have to watch for that stuff when you're. I would have noticed like right now when I'm counting my stack on the next hand.
And then it's too late.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably.
Look at that.
And the one does
How many
roll,
times
the
has
one
this
does-
happened?
Jack 10 off in the bin this time for Adam.
Yeah,
It's going to fold to Art here.
They probably wouldn't get it.
5-6-0 in the small blind.
does he go all in?
What a nice guy there.
He raises this time. Okay.
Yeah, he 3x'd it.
Honestly.
I feel like maybe he felt like this was too weak of a hand to just shove there.
Steal the blinds and I just
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know for sure.
bunch of blinds.
Like, you can still apply a lot of pressure just by raising.
100%. Yeah.
Dealing honestly, you know.
I'm in honesty.
Not taking the extra 300K.
And if 3x is going to work effectively, then why not do that? You know.
Exactly.
Why risk all the
I
chips?
need you to have those.
Totally agree.
Take them later.
He wants to keep me alive, so you
Yeah.
guys have to play tighter.
And just a lot of these principles, it's all about like knowing the fundamentals. No one sits down and knows exactly what you're supposed to do. You just kind of know what hands you jam, kind of know what hands you open,
Right, exactly.
guess on the fly.
Yeah, it's funny. As Art has ace queen here on the button, see what he's going to do.
Yeah, like I think he would open this versus all in.
Yeah, exactly. It's too strong, right?
Yeah, because you want to get called here. If you go all in here, you're pretty, you know, it's brutal.
Right. Like, this is a pretty sick spot for him. Wow. Wow.
Just goes all in.
What do you think about this shove?
not GTO, but you don't have to play, you know, fuck,
Yeah.
send it, you know, who cares?
For sure, but this is kind of a sick spot for Art now because this is a significant amount of his chips.
Yeah, it's ironically a very sick spot.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like Louis is going to get the better hand to fold in this spot. I think Art would rather keep the situation as is and maintain his situational advantage, don't you think?
Yeah, it's very tough.
7.6, you said, please?
Depends.
8.6?
8.
8 total.
8.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot for Art.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and then whatever.
I think he knows, because I'm sure he's played with Louis this whole time, that Louis is jamming way wider than he should be in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think he might find the call here for those reasons, but
Yeah.
against a different player, I would, you know, because like Louis is supposed to be super tight here,
Exactly.
but he's probably not. you
And
know?
Art, I think that Art knows that though. So
Exactly.
that's, you know, that's why it's a really sick spot. But I still feel like
It's so much
the
risk.
loss that you're taking when you lose this pot, you're suddenly not like,
Yeah.
you're even in chips with him now.
Yeah, it's so much risk to take on. Like, yeah, I mean, and I think Art.
I feel like I want like Jacks plus on this, like Jacks and Ace King maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you know, there's obviously the chart, and then there's the future game that the chart doesn't account for, and Art's the captain of the ship, you know.
Yeah, the future game loss here is very strong. So
If
we'll
you
see.
lose, obviously we can see his hands. The whole chat can see his hands.
Right.
And he is top of his range. You know, he's opening any two from the button.
Of course.
Probably or he's V-pipping damn near any two. And now he has a top
Right.
with 9% hand.
And Art's gonna let it go.
Yeah. Yeah, very sharp observation by you. DJ midlife crisis. Luis does not care about ICM, and yeah, sometimes that works out to your favor.
Never know.
Absolutely. And I don't blame him for the jam at all because most of the time he's going to have a way better hand than Art.
Yeah.
It's just brutal the times that you do get called because you're in bad shape.
No, like, look at this fucking.
Yeah, it's a lot of risk to take on for Art, and
Do you have it, Luis?
I had it. Yeah. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm like
No.
top 3 in chips. I'm not gonna mess around. Oh, you can have it every time. If I don't have it, then you can have it.
it is dangerous though once you start showing down or people find out that you're folding, because now it's like, okay, I'm opening very wide and I'm folding ace queen.
Right.
Obviously it's confirmation bias, or it's easy for us to say, but at least in that moment, Luis can probably jam any two profitably, and just it's always going to print. But
Yeah,
obviously you
that's
don't know
crazy.
that when you're playing. But
And Art, after making the big fold, getting right back after it here. 10-5 suited, and it's going to get met with a shove from Phil Laak. Again, another pretty light shove.
yeah, it's, you know, that's why, you know, the open jams, for example, there's a main reason why you open jam a lot of these hands. I'm not saying you should open jam that, is because if you're opening too wide, even with ICM, it makes people rejamming on you way too profitable.
Right.
And so you just go all in. If he goes all in there, I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, Phil can't call king queen off.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
So it's that's why a lot of these open jams happen.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, actually.
Yeah.
But even so, considering the super short stacks in play, both of those jams from Phil and Louis were pretty on the looser side.
Yeah, it's a lot of risk to take on, for sure. But there is such thing as picking on the chip leader, for sure, you know?
Yeah.
Nick
Yeah, I mean, it's
Petrangelo
very
kinda-
obvious. Everybody knows that he's playing every hand.
A lot of ICM is just a game of chicken.
Right, exactly. Well, Phil's got the second best hand in poker right now, pocket kings, on the button.
Yeah.
And both of the blinds are super short. We got Noel with 12 and David with 7.5. And Phil raises it up. I think they said 800. Yeah, so he makes it bigger. Oh, well,
Someone's
this is going to get in.
100%.
Yeah, Noel's stack is such that his only real option here is all in.
Especially against a 2.75x or whatever
yeah,
that is.
Exactly, and there it goes.
3.8.
Noel, I was playing four-handed with Noel in the 5K, and this is how he got me. Four-handed.
Ace king versus kings.
I had the kings. He had the ace king. He drilled an ace.
Well, let's see if he can do it again. He is all in against Phil Laak, covering stack. Phil with pocket kings. Noel with the ace king of spades. Really big pot here.
Yep.
Relatively speaking for this tournament.
Huge pot. Huge pot.
Don't care about the page.
And Phil's a 60%
ace in the
favorite,
window.
and there it is. You hate to see that when you're holding pocket kings and you're against ace king, because now you got one out. Now you got
he's
no.
dead.
What's the damage?
3.8.
3.8.
Noel just gets an ace king against kings for a living.
That's sick.
Is that right?
Bad beat, Phil Laak, but luckily for him, it was not a huge amount.
6, 7, 8.
However, that does bring Phil down to 5.6 mil.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big swing. It's a cooler both ways,
Yeah, of course.
but big swing nonetheless.
Back to the drawing board.
It's actually how I busted this tournament last year in 8th place.
Yeah.
Ace, king, and dick kings, but I did not find the ace.
Hey, man, that ace is very powerful.
You know what the run out was, though? It was king on the flop against this hand, ace, king against king, king on the flop, ace on the turn.
Wow.
So I turned like, I was actually not dead.
Oh, wow.
He knew.
He knew.
It's always funny, too, you know, David and Adam.
King's ace king.
Hoping for Noel to bust there.
Of course.
6.
Yeah, I absolutely wanted to bust. It's a big bad beat for them, too.
It really is how it works. You know, he throttled off. It's like evil Knievel of cards. He just took the gas off.
3.3.
3.3.
Game on.
Art asking how much Adam has. King 9 off here in the low jack.
Yeah, he's definitely V-pipping.
Just deciding whether he wants to pile or raise.
Yeah. I mean, I would guess he would just raise this hand.
9.
Yeah, and taking the 3x again. Makes sense. It's not that different from ace-9 off, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Using your king, using your ace.
Phil Laak pocket 7s. Oh, wow, and David in the small blind with ace-10 off. This is kind of a sick spot for him. He's got 5 bigs.
Yeah,
Right fold, do you think?
I think so. I mean, you know, Phil's not going to be messing around, for 20 bigs. So you're probably not even doing well against
You would
Phil's range.
think he's not messing around, but he did jam the jack 9 suited.
He did, yeah. I'll give him that. But at the same time,
Stole my spot, Phil.
he's probably not messing around too much, even if he is.
Yeah.
And then you can just fold, and hopefully Art calls, and
Exactly.
you know, Phil might just be out of the
I
tournament.
think that's the #1 reason for sure.
And again, you see a little bit of a playback against Art, which is normal, you know.
Yeah, he's gotten jammed on multiple times now.
Yeah, people aren't going to roll over. I mean, they will roll over to some extent, but they can just be distributed good hands, you know.
So we're still 7-handed here, guys. David now sitting on 4.8 bigs after that hand, having to fold the ace-10. 51K locked up for everybody here.
Yeah. And, like, this is pretty cool, too. You know, Art just right back at it, you know. Got re-jammed 3 times. Who cares?
Yeah, he's open like 4 or 5 hands in a row.
And,
Besides the where it folded to Phil when he had the kings.
yeah, I think he's going to get played back again, though. These are good 3-bet candidates.
Yeah.
Against chip leaders.
No doubt. See if Noel pulls the trigger. Looks like he does.
Yeah, good size, too.
25.
2.5x.
Yeah, 5 big blinds. Very good size. No need to go too much bigger on average. Like, Art's going to be able to call you wide here to some extent, so there are some merits to sizing up, but he's probably just going to be opening very wide that you're not really, you know, you're not, like, most of his range is just going to either fold or call or fold or continue, and why put the extra chips in case you run into it, you know?
For sure.
Yeah. Suited aces do very well, block the top of their range. when you have a 5, you're kind of unblocking the wide opens. You have equity when you play the 3-bet pot. So they're good candidates to, center your bluffs around.
Yeah, Noel showing his, he's also a studied player. I know he plays a lot of big tournaments.
100%, yeah.
Makes a lot of good runs, so.
I mean, even this tournament was pretty tough for 1700. I feel like 2 tables left.
Yeah, no doubt, just because I think due to the fact that the Tournament of Champions was here, there was way more out-of-town regs, actually a lot of really good regs. Shannon Shore made a pretty deep run in this, so did Brian Altman.
Yeah.
2 guys that are just like absolute crushers that you're not going to see out here in LA tournaments very often.
Yeah. And again, folds to Noel, and Noel opening hijack with Queen 10-0. He's not afraid.
Yeah, after that double, he's got a, somewhat comfortable stack, especially compared to before.
Yeah, 4 flags?
Yeah.
Now Art here in the big with pocket 4s.
Yeah, might see it.
He's lost a decent amount of his chips just opening and having to fold to aggression. Still has a commanding chip lead, though.
4s and 5s like to jam, by the way. I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he's not, but they like to.
All right, let's see. He's definitely thinking about it.
There we go.
That's sick, man. Seems like so far every time you say about a play that should be done, Art is just following up by thinking about it and doing what you said. So
yeah,
this guy is on his A game right now.
Yeah, main reason why I like 4s and 5s like the jam, you get a lot of better pairs to fold A, and also typically speaking, having a 4 or 5 is good because even people when they open wide, they're not going to open hands with 4s or 5s. So,
I'm doing my best.
Like,
I'm looking for you guys.
Awkwardly, like as weird as it sounds, 8s there is worse because you want Noel to have a hand like King 8 suited,
right.
Ace 8 suited or something.
Right.
So.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why if you ever see a sim that rejams, it's like Ace 4 off, Ace 5 off. They love it, like 4s, 5s, they love it. So.
On.
All right. David now gets a hand he can stick in his last 5 big blinds with. Got Queen Jack off. Folds to Art in the small blind. 10-7-0.
Yeah, this is just posturing for sure, I think. Although Art gets to play for close to chips against David, but this is just too wide, I think.
Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking about here.
He's probably just thinking through his options, It's always, I'll do that a lot too. I'll just think.
Now, Louis here, Queen Deuce off. I've played with Louis a good amount, and I've seen him call for when it's a small amount like this. Seen him kind of call with any 2 in a lot of spots.
Yeah, I mean ICM's for poor people, and he doesn't seem like a poor person, So he might just.
Definitely thinking about it with Queen Deuce, and yeah, he makes the call.
Yeah. And I get it. He's just thinking 4.5 or 5 bigs,
For sure. Just thinks Queen High might be good, but he is in bad shape here.
Yeah.
Queen Deuce dominated by Queen Jack.
Looks like a chop to me.
10-7.
10-7.
Yeah,
Louis
Art's
calls for the
asking
chop.
Adam. Art should have called. 10-7 is good.
All right, perfect. All right, 6. Thank you.
Did you say you folded 8-7?
10-7 off.
Yeah,
Jack on the river.
For those of you who are wondering why Art was considering 10-7 off is because Art's kind of the only person who gets to play for chip EV here. So he can kind of just call disregarding ICM almost because he's the big stack. Problem is that 10-7 off, even for chip EV, just isn't doing well against the range that.
Yeah, that's just always a fold there.
Yeah, David's jamming against, but that's why he's considering it. Like some people might be like, why is he even thinking about it?
He was just maybe thinking through like, okay, what's my range in this spot? Even though he knew that was a fold, maybe just thinking through, okay, what hands would I be calling with here?
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
it's definitely closer than it seems at first glance.
So with that pot, double up, Adam now the short stack.
Yeah, but,
just over 9 bigs.
Adam doesn't know. Adam doesn't know what to do with 100 bigs, anyways. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, he's in his comfort zone right now for sure.
Yeah.
Haven't heard from Nick in a minute. He's going to open the cutoff here with King 10 off.
Yeah.
And Art on the button with Queen 4 suited was thinking about it, but he's going to let it go.
Yeah. Queen 4 suited could probably 3-bet.
Yeah.
Well, again, we like 4s in these formations, generally speaking, and we have a Broadway card, high-low suited.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for being here with us, watching this final table. It's a great, great, great event here. This whole series has been awesome. If you're still in town, come play with us tomorrow. It's the $2,200 buy-in high roller ring event here at the Commerce.
I like those high rollers. You won one at the bike.
Yeah, the only ring I won was in this high roller tourney. So
who knows? Maybe it might be the only ring I've won in a few days.
I hope it's either you or it's my second ring. Either one. I'd prefer me, but
Yeah.
Be nice to just get a little boost right before the World Series,
100%. Nothing wrong with a little boost. Those are cool too. Like, you don't have to beat that many people.
Yeah, exactly. The one I won, actually, they didn't have a day two. It just played all down. Won a ring in one day, won 50K. So I'll bet you tomorrow ends up being pretty decent size. So come check it out. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for appreciating the commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I really, I do some commentary on the cash games here that we have all the time at Commerce. And I enjoy it, but I really love commentating on these final tables because poker tournaments are what I love the most, and there's so much more interesting stuff to talk about, right? All these strategies are just so intriguing to me, at least, and it's always changing. So, it's
cash is like kind of static.
Nice puzzle. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Tournaments, it's just like
there's always something new to think about.
100%, and even all the stuff we talk about, like sometimes I say something, I go home, I'm way off, and I'm like,
right?
Why was I off? Oh, it's because one guy was short. It's like one little thing, and it's just everything's like,
very crazy.
It's kind of wild.
So Noel and Nick both with the same hand here. Noel defended big blind.
Yeah.
And he's going to call the C-bet here, ace 10.
Yeah, good C-bet, good call.
Yeah, pretty standard so far.
Yeah, I'm good.
4 of hearts on the turn. Both players with the heart in their hand.
Yeah, I don't think he will, but could consider leading from the big blind here. The 4 connects well with the big blind's range, and you also have an ace of hearts, but maybe a little bit too fancy play.
Yeah, he probably just wants it to go check. Hopefully his hand is still good for the moment.
True. Yeah, you're targeting like ace, queen, ace, jacks.
Yeah.
6s or something specifically. I mean, 6s never folds. What am I saying?
Yeah, I feel like it's just too strong of a hand to want to lead at this point. Does go check. And at this point, both players may feel like they have enough showdown value just to check once more.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible that that Noel tries to bluff, trying to get some small pairs to fold.
Yeah, queen's kind of a brutal card to bluff.
Right.
Nick now gets there sometimes with queen 10, queen jack,
he has
ace
a lot
queen.
of queen X.
And it's probably not going to fold to a small bet.
In all likelihood, I'll bet you this goes check, but let's see.
Yeah. But we can be surprised. Alex Wang says, dang, the mirror hand.
Yeah, it is. It's ace of hearts, 10 of clubs, ace of clubs, 10 of hearts. I didn't even think, I've never heard somebody call it that before, but.
Mirror hand, I like it.
That's pretty sick.
You called it, Jared.
Check, check. Shout out to my homie Shaheen in the chat, my Brazilian buddy.
You have a lot of Brazilian buddies.
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend Barbara. She's from Brazil, so now I have a whole Brazilian crew that I hang out with.
Yeah.
Definitely increase my VPIP.
Like,
Yeah.
on the river.
Yeah, those Brazilians get after it.
Learn some Portuguese.
Definitely.
I'd be thinking that, or is 600, I don't know.
Fiance's from Taiwan. I've been learning a little Chinese. Mandarin.
Man, I need to learn some Chinese. You know, I've been playing here in LA. There's a bunch of cash games that run around at the different casinos, and there's a whole crew of Chinese guys that I play with all the time.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, it's like on Saturday I played a game. It was me, one other American guy, and then everyone else was Chinese. So a lot of the conversation, the whole game, was them talking in Chinese.
Yeah.
You know? And like I've started to pick up on some stuff.
Ibai you know what that is?
No, what's that mean?
150.
Like what I really pick up on more is just like the context. You know, like I don't know what words they're saying, but I can figure out what they're talking about because usually it's about the hand or something. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fun. I got to learn Chinese, anyways.
Tommy says, "What's up, Peter C? Greetings from the Netherlands." Tommy played on this stream, not tournaments, but a good player, funny guy.
Oh yeah, I
friend.
think I know him. Yeah.
David Oppenheim, my favorite duo commentators. Thank you. You can follow me on Instagram, HoppaGTO. I guess that's my social media. Maybe I might start doing some stuff on there. Not sure yet, but
Yeah, me too.
Appreciate everyone tuning in.
Yeah, shout out to you guys.
Alex winked. You know what Toji is? Toji.
I've heard that so many
Toji
times.
Buhao.
What does that mean?
Toji is like, it's basically bluff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
But
yeah.
I think it literally means like steal the chicken.
Yeah.
Literally, but it's basically bluff.
Yeah, Toji. Knew that. Oh, what was it on this cash game stream? Sandors, I was saying Juji.
We talk about
Juji. It means sniper.
Sniper.
So he thinks when somebody like limps during the stand-up game and is trying to get somebody to jam on him, he's always like, "Are you doing Juji right now?"
It's called sniping, right? I heard it's not allowed in some games, like, actually. But anyways, Art's got the kings.
You know, just hang out to the end. If you see every hand in the tournament, you get first or second. That's not bad.
2.2.
I guess you should always try and just see every hand.
You love to see a hand like this when you've been running over the table
yeah.
and playing all these hands with this chip lead, and now you're just hoping that somebody plays back at you again.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Everyone just thinks you're full of it too, you know? Unfortunate for Art, Phil does not have the Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, we'll see if somebody has something. So far, nothing.
Yeah, 50
Is it really
dimes. If we bust
Down to Adam now in the big blind.
that's a lot of dimes.
10-7-0. See you later.
It's a go, yeah.
You had it?
Good fold by Adam.
It's a 30
I had your hand that you almost
know?
called on with.
Yeah, good fold by Adam for sure.
He is the shortest stack by far, right? So how wide do you think he should be defending there?
7 off.
Probably not 10-7 off. The one interesting thing is
It's a long ways.
when we talk about the risk premiums, fancy word for how much more equity you need. Chip leaders don't need much more,
Right.
but and shortest stacks actually need more than people think. People say short stacks and chip leaders don't need it,
Right.
but short stacks actually need like more percent.
They have some risk premium, but it's lower than everyone else at the table, right?
Everyone else besides the chip leader,
Yeah.
but it's a big difference. Chip leader plays like 2% risk premium, and short stacks play like 6 to 8 sometimes. It's actually quite surprising, especially in Adam's spot where there's 2 short stacks racing to the bottom.
Right, exactly. He's not like short stack by. If he was short stack by like a mile, then it's different, right?
It's different. I think 10-7 off is still just
Not good enough. What about 10-8 off?
better, but it's kind of the same hand, right? Like,
Yeah.
flop a pair, go with it. Obviously, you beat 7s. You know, it's there are increments. But just preserving the blinds is probably very valuable.
So Luis raising low jack here with ace-9 off, and Noel folded ace-10 off.
Yeah.
Seems pretty standard. And it's just going to get through here.
Yeah.
Oh, raise and fold hand.
I mean, even the 10-7 off, right? It's like someone might bust 2 while you're waiting. And also, that 300K is no joke for Adam right now.
No
that
doubt.
can be,
For one hand, I felt like
Yeah, he folds the big blind and then plays the small, and he gets a whole nother orbit of hands to play instead of,
no, I didn't know that.
you know,
Yeah.
potentially just losing another blind there,
Everything went way.
potentially busting.
Yeah, I mean, 4 to 8 big blinds at final tables is way different, you know, from 4 to 8 big blinds in any other situation. I mean,
For sure.
there's 1,000 people plus wishing they had 6 big blinds in this situation in this tournament right now. So,
Oh, yeah, I wish I did.
yeah.
All right, Phil Laak with the king, queen of diamonds in the low jack. He made it when he had kings early. He made it 800 in late position.
Now it's 7.
Time 7.
He's keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, he isn't earlier to act too, but interesting choice there. And now Adam with the decision. He's got ace-9 suited on the button. This is kind of a close spot, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a very tough spot. How Phil's actually been playing, probably all in.
Yeah, but how Adam perceives Phil to be playing, maybe not.
Yeah, like if I were Adam, yeah, I probably would have folded too, because we don't see all the hands he's playing, you know.
For sure. I tend to agree with you that I would have folded that hand.
Tommy says, Peter, how come you're not at this final table, assuming you didn't register?
And could take even Art heat. Art Papini.
Peter's not that good, bro.
I'm not even. It's hard to final table tournaments.
Yeah, I mean,
20K, 20 million.
I registered it multiple times, but could not even cash. So
I feel like you always have it, dude, to be honest with you.
He'll try and get after it if you're not careful.
I feel like you always have it.
Yeah, he has it a lot, but like, so you got to be careful of the guy who has it a lot, right?
Yeah.
You should watch the stream back.
Yeah. I know. Now I look like a bigger idiot. Yeah.
I think they're referring to the ace-10 suited hand.
yeah.
And you went all in. Hold it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, these guys are catching up to the stream and seeing what's up.
Some hands, if I raise, if somebody goes big against me, I'm going to fold. There's hands like that, but that was not one of them.
Let me write it down.
Right? I'm not just going. I'll get away from a hand.
I got you.
Me too. I fold everything.
Adam will get away from a hand. I've seen him raise 10s and it comes like jack, 8-3, and
Run away
stuff
from it.
happens, and he says, you know what? I'll wait for a hand. I've seen him do it.
Yeah. Okay, I wish I could do that. There we go.
I've seen him hit a 9 of diamonds on the river.
I'm not gonna look at
That one.
I wasn't waiting.
That was slow motion because the ace, queen of clubs, and the thing. And
No, that's all right.
that was a slow motion.
You got it. You got this time. You got it.
Yeah, chat's asking.
How did it every time?
Every time you have it. I know it, brother. You don't have to tell me. I know it.
You've had it every time. Does that mean it means two cards?
2 playing cards, yeah.
I know.
Playing
I
cards,
know it.
yeah.
I know it.
You got dealt in.
There's something written on those cards for sure. Huh? They're not blank. They
might
should
have
be
just
blank.
had it.
You're better off.
What'd you say? You were going to say they're asking why Art is not min raising?
It is.
Yeah, why there's different. Basically, there's different open sizings, especially in ICM.
Right.
Typically speaking, hands that play better post-flop go smaller, and hands that kind of want to take it down pre go bigger. For example, typically speaking, ace-king off could go bigger, queen-10 suited goes smaller, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Some of it's dictated by like what stacks are on the button and in the big blind too, right?
For sure. If big blind's short, you can open 3x to disincentivize them from defending.
Times I raised, you were in the big blind.
And obviously, it's not as simple because, like the chat's saying, people can't figure it out if it's that simple. But that's kind of there's a lot of reasons, and people.
You're still doing it with a balanced range with both sides.
Exactly.
You still have nutted hands
In both.
and medium or bad hands in both sizes.
Yeah, and sometimes it's situationally impossible for them to counter-exploit you, right? Like,
Yeah, even if they know what they're doing, there's no response back to really go against that.
yeah, just because of the nature, you know. If you're 3xing ace-king off, your 2x side's still going to have aces and kings. Like, what are they going to do about it? You know what I mean?
For sure.
But long story short, the computer's just kind of like figured all this stuff out, and we're still trying to figure it out too. But there's a lot of reasons.
So we got a cutoff open from Nick. Phil's going to defend the big. They both want to see some hearts. Going to get the ace, king, jack flop. And complete whiff for Nick. However, this is a board that a lot of people just see bet their whole range.
Yeah, shout out to my friend, Brock Wilson. Oh, actually, wait, what happened?
Phil just folded.
Look that one up. That hand.
And yeah, I didn't see the sizing there from Nick, but like flops like that are pretty dicey for a weak ace. But,
yeah.
But Phil just snap folded it.
I might have the best hand.
You know, I love Phil.
Possible.
We can't just fold top pair there to one bet, right? But like,
No, but Phil can do whatever he wants. The thing about Phil is he's very like,
A fan of.
I feel like he understands the macro concepts.
Right.
You know, he goes very far doing that. So.
yeah, and he's seeing like the future of this hand play out, where there's a lot of turns and rivers that are just so bad for him, and it's going to be hard to want to put more money in with just a 7. What do you think about Nick's C-bet there?
Good. I mean, you should be ranging that flop for sure.
Yeah.
I'll say shout out to my friend Brock Wilson. He always tells me that
For lessons, but it's 20.
I need to stop rejamming on some of these high cards because when you hit them, they're going to seep it into you a bunch, you know, without sharing too much about his trap.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Adam is pseudo all in.
No, he's an old
Pocket 5s.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't show up.
And he left 850K behind.
Yeah.
Those old school
And then
lessons.
nobody shows up.
The intention is to potentially fold if 2 all-ins go behind.
Right.
That's the intention or the kind of why you do it.
Right.
Don't know if 5 still folds to 2 all-ins given how short he is.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. It's a little bit of a tricky spot there.
Yeah.
Art looks like he's got a decision.
Yeah.
Lets it go.
What?
King Jack off.
Yeah. Goes back to a lot of the stuff we're saying earlier, you know.
For sure. And now Noel with ace deuce suited here.
Yeah, tough spot for Noel too.
Seems pretty close.
Yeah.
He jams, and Adam's not happy, but he does not realize he's about to get it in pretty dang good.
Yeah, he's in there.
Is it really only 56-44 ace deuce suited versus 5s?
Yeah, ace. That's the power of the suited aces.
Yeah.
I know the math on this one.
Okay, Phil. What is it? Not
And
gonna
he-
say.
So far, he fades.
Pretty solid flop for 5s.
Yeah, he gets a paired flop that doesn't counterfeit him.
Okay, this is not a bad turn at all.
Yeah.
5 on the river just gives him a boat, so no concern for the straight draw.
Nice.
And
Adam
there you
Swan
go.
doubles up. Short stack ninja.
There you go. Huge double for Adam.
12, 13, 14, 15.
2 million? 2 million.
$2 million.
$2 million.
5-5-1.
Yeah.
$2 million for pocket 5s. Or I had pocket 5s that time you shoved. I had 32 big blinds and I folded. You had 2 overcards and the flop would have favored one of us, most likely. Could have been.
So here's your new chip counts, guys. David's still the short stack, although he has, at one point he was at like 4.8. Adam now still second to last, but
You remember that hand?
crucial double for him.
Yeah, you give that guy 15 bigs, he'll be here another 4 days. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
My hand's not working.
no doubt. So we're still 7-handed. We've been 7-handed now for about an hour and a half.
It was a beast.
And
Blind
I
pot.
think the blinds just went up. Maybe not.
300K.
Yeah, we're still at 300, but it should be an increase very soon to, I think, 2-4, which is a pretty big jump.
Seen the flop turn in river. They just scoop it away. It's like not even.
It's not fun.
Should be able to know.
Especially since it's on stream, right?
Yeah, just rabbit cam
Put it
the.
under the table.
Yeah, rabbit cam the
Put it on.
5 cards.
Just for the viewers, not for us. Little, like those blackjack cameras where they...
Actually,
Louis comes in for the raising the cutoff here with King Jack, and now
Hold on.
Noel in the tank with pocket 3s from the small blind. He has 20 bigs.
There's a
Yeah.
consumptive thing.
Too prestigious to them event.
What are the options here, do you think?
Yeah, they're not gonna rabbit cam.
You're probably, I never fold here. You're probably like supposed to fold a
I feel like
computer,
my first instinct was fold, but
but I never fold pocket pairs.
Some question.
Yeah.
It's not.
You can just set mine so much more efficiently against actual people versus the computer on the computer.
This is what it's like to always win when you're...
That's my opinion.
That guy, remember that? The guy that was
Jamming would be a bit loose, I think.
won like 40 all-ins when he was at risk.
I don't think it was on...
does let it go.
Yeah, no, it's a good fold for sure.
He
Oh, the
sat there
short
with like
stack.
5 bigs.
The short stack.
And Dave here with an ace
He had a hoodie, never talked.
and a very short stack.
He opened.
Joel Das has fold 3-3 MIO. Yeah, it's probably supposed to be a fold, but you do over-realize against actual humans, I think.
Good, but he
Maybe not, I don't know.
like 15.
I always DJ on the pocket pairs, who cares?
And the next
It's just so fun to flop a set, you know?
Exactly. Lose a few, lose 0.01 big blinds trying to play a pocket pair, you know?
Yeah, like the adrenaline and like the feeling of just like seeing your set hit on the flop is just like unmatched.
Yeah, Patrick Leonard does talk about this a bit, or he has, how he says, oh, and he's all in, so we'll hold that thought.
Sticks it in, and based on what I know about Lewis, he's not going to fold.
Oh, yeah, he ain't folding a king and a jack. As he should not, as well.
Yeah, it's just a too few chips to not call.
Hopefully a 3 comes. Just let him know, you know.
Well,
2 suits, he has
if he calls there, what does David do, you know? Still jam? King on the flop. Bad news for David. Gonna need to find an ace now on the river.
Yeah, it's not looking great for David.
Doesn't come in.
Yeah,
GG, David.
Great game, you know. Seemed like he grinded his way.
He did, yeah. He was short stack all the way from. I was up there sweating when there was 11 people left, and he just had, you know, a 10 big blind stack or lower, essentially this whole time, and he made it all the way to 7th. So,
yeah,
pretty good result for him, I would say. And Dave, good run. You're the only guy at this final table that I don't know well. So
yeah, good
nice
run.
Seeing you play. Everybody else here, man, I know how these guys play.
Yeah, everyone's slandering me about the 2s or 3s. First of all, guys. First of all, Patrick Leonard talks about this. Computers don't account for overrealization with sets. Second of all, I guarantee you that calling 2s here, 3s here, is probably like a minus. It's probably like a minus 0.1 big blind node. You know, if the guy's gonna play bad when you have up a set.
Yeah, so it's like we were saying before. When it's an indifferent hand, you make the decision based on the scenario. And in this scenario, you're just saying that you overrealized against, you know, worse competition.
Yeah.
And probably get paid off more frequently when you do hit it.
Yeah, the computer's basically saying, hey, I'm playing another computer. Investing this 1.5 big blinds is not worth the reward. Given the situation, I fold.
Right.
Reality is, people c-bet too much, they call you too much, they might fold too much, blah, 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 you know. There's ways to make it work.
Triple, but it's all right.
Yeah, Joel makes a good comment in the chat too that I was thinking about with the A7 off is maybe it could have just been a defend with no fold equity, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think against Louis, I would rip it in there.
Yeah, I think the thing is you can just get it in good.
Yeah, like he did.
And, you
Yeah.
king
And again, David
I think you hit a king. Is that what happened? Yeah.
has very little risk premium. Again, has a little bit. If you can get it and go with ace high as the shortest stack.
Now the next person out
For sure.
gets 67.
All right, guys, 6 players left. Everybody got 67K locked up, as you just heard the legend Phil Laak say.
67.
We're going to keep going here, and the blinds did just go up, so it's now 200, 400.
Take it.
How many times is 1,700?
Frustrating as a short stack when this happens over and over again. You know, Adam just doubled, and now he's back down sub 10 bigs.
He's got a calculator in their head.
Hey, but hey, there's one less person for him, you know?
Of course, he just made a 17K pay jump.
Yeah, every time we just go.
That's a brutal jump.
Feeling happier now. Yeah, for sure.
You're from 15 to 10.
Yeah, the payouts on these WSOP final tables are pretty top heavy. There's not a lot of pay jumps from like 9th to 6th.
100 is.
It's about 50, Phil.
50?
Huh?
50. Never mind. Cancel that order, Eric.
Just to go back to what we were saying with open sizes, right? Art, king deuce suited hand goes min. King 9-0, ace 9-0, more removal based hands, 3x.
The multiple was 30-ish. Remember when?
So you kind of see those fundamentals sneaking his way in to Art's strategy as well.
No doubt. Art here flops bottom pair. Nick has a gutter.
60.
Took me way too long.
67.5. I don't have a calculator.
And in like a normal scenario, this would be a board there where you could potentially see a decent amount of check raises from the big blind, right?
What do you guys have?
Yeah.
Slow motion calculator in my head.
It's a bit weird.
Any buy-ins were.
You almost put, sometimes the chip leaders actually have these hands more than the big
Right.
blinds.
No, I
you
said
know?
like in a normal scenario, like if
Yeah.
we weren't in the final table, like this is a board that like
Without paper and pen.
gutters kind of do want to raise sometimes, and it looks like that's what Nick did.
Yeah. Also,
And then more numbers after.
it's definitely, oh, he didn't.
Solve it through
Oh,
iteration.
did he just call?
I think so, yeah.
I see. Yeah, you're right. He just peeled.
But both options reasonable. Raising, like if a chip leader's opening super wide and then you see betting range, like sure, start raising, you know.
Right.
It's fine.
All right, so it goes check here, and now Nick on the river with 7 high seems like
Plus now 30.
a spot where he probably needs to find a bluff.
Yeah, I mean, flushes get there.
Doesn't have a card blocker, unfortunately.
He's got a lot of hands, though. Any 8 that called the flop, value bet. Any flush draw that called the flop, 6-5, ace-3. Like, this is
I
just...
feel like it's a mandatory bluff spot, right?
Yeah, 100%. And you're not going to be... Everything got there, so you're not going to be too skewed towards, like, bluffs, you know what I mean?
There's a ton of value hands here.
Exactly, so many combos. Also, Art, chip leading, going to be wide, stab 1, give up a lot, you know?
Yep.
He happens to have a 2 here.
Yeah, there's just no way you don't try to win here with 7 high.
Exactly.
So he bets
300 to 800.
pretty big. Yeah, it's like 3/4 spot or something.
Yeah, that's definitely a big size with ICM, but I think it's pretty good. You're repping a flush or 8, right? 8
Right,
or
and you're
better.
really targeting like a low pair like this to fold or an ace high.
Yeah, or just, you know, even a king, like king 10, queen jack, queen 9.
Right.
I just don't care.
And
9,
Art's
10.
definitely thinking about it here with bottom pair.
I won like 5 or 6, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow, I can play like. Maybe
just brutal on the 3 of hearts specifically, right? Like, everything gets there, besides like this.
And that started working.
Yeah.
So,
I had ace king versus 9.
yeah, well played by both parties, seems like.
Ace king and the fella didn't hit an ace. That one hurt, yeah. But sometimes you get it and it just comes clean, you know? How I got chips yesterday.
Joel, the people who are commentating to answer your question, I am Jared Greiner.
8 versus 10.
You guys can follow me on Instagram at Jared Greiner, Griner. I'm going to be at the World Series this summer, playing a bunch of tournaments, doing a bunch of updates. I play on this cash game stream here live at the Commerce, usually every week. Got a lot of fun games coming up too on here, so be sure to check it out. And then joining me here is Peter Cross,
What's up, guys?
another LA grinder.
You can follow me on Instagram at HapaGTO, HAPAGTO. Yeah, we both get in the cash games and the tournaments here, LA, Vegas, all that.
4 goes into 6.
Been a fun final table so far. Some interesting hands to talk about. I feel like
I'm not going all in. I'm gonna
there's
keep
some more
this
fireworks
one.
on the way.
But I'm
Yeah.
gonna bet this pile.
We're going to see some kind of, I was just saying without even looking at the cards, we're going to see some kind of Phil Laak
Yeah.
action here. He's just going to rip it in here with 20 bigs.
Oh.
Well, actually, the blinds are up, so.
Thank you for not waking up with aces or kings in that particular spot, because both hands are better than mine, and it wouldn't hurt. I'd have been crispified.
Crispy bacon.
Crispy bacon. Crispy bacon's good though.
It would have been crispy Phil.
Crispy
I'd have been
Phil.
crispified.
Phil
Wow,
Laak.
I'm so fortunate. No one woke up with aces. Thanks,
So
guys.
fortunate.
You can just do that sometimes, right? You just get a random like Jack 3 or something, and 20 big blinds or 15. You just.
You had Jack 3 right there? Oh,
No, I didn't.
thought you
I'm
had
saying they looked out
So
Jack
looking at the
3.
chip distributions now,
go with 15
Nick
bigs.
and Louis have both
I just gonna use
shortened the gap between them and Art.
Yeah.
At peak, Art had like 26, 25 mil.
so I don't-
Yeah.
And the other two players that were closest to him had like 9 or 10.
Oh.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, you wish you could just run away, but
Rarely
a lot of times
happens, right?
the gap is going to get closed.
Yeah,
Somehow,
it's-
you know?
I'm gonna bet this part.
Rarely happens. At some point between now and like 3-handed, 4-handed, like somebody's going to be threatening to you
I
usually.
missed the flip.
Yeah.
I can bluff.
All right, Phil just jammed again with deuces now. He's getting after it.
Yeah, he's playing the dinosaur ranges. He always calls himself a dinosaur.
Yes. This is a dinosaur play, I guess.
Yeah, could be good, could be bad, you know? I'm going to call it that from now on.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Art's got pocket 8s in the small. Big blind Louis has 12 mil. The shove is for, effectively, it's 7.14. Phil has 640K behind, and this hand is cuspy, it feels like.
Yeah, it's probably not cuspy against how he's actually playing, but we've seen ace-10 off. We've seen 2s, right? We've seen the jack-9 suited rejam.
Yeah, exactly. I
easier.
mean, Art may have seen some of those hands at this point, too, though. He may have seen the jack-9 suited. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets it in. I think it's a good play for sure.
This one.
I don't know. Oh, yeah.
And Louis had ace-4 off in the big blind. We're going to have an all-in showdown. Just as I spoke, Phil Laak
Could have folded that pre, I guess.
sends the mallards in.
I have been running good.
Can he find one?
I have been running good.
Phil did final table to 600 that was on stream a couple days ago, the Monster Stack, I believe.
Yeah, it's one time and one, and then he was against 8 and 1.
Or the opener event.
Yeah, Phil's
Oh my gosh.
Dude.
Quack,
Wow.
quack.
3 ducks.
And devastating.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta be kidding me,
Wow,
man.
clip
Set
that.
of deuces on the flop for Phil Laak. Set of aces on the turn for Art.
Wow, backpack's on. Do we get to see the miracle? Oh, almost.
What a run out, guys. That was crazy.
Yeah. GG to Phil Laak, eliminated in 6th place.
Good game. That was a beautiful turn, huh? Wow.
That's so sick for both players in that spot. You just instant relief for Phil, and Art's just like, you got to be kidding me. And then immediately their emotions flip-flop.
Yeah, and everyone guaranteed 90,290.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Are we down to 5-handed now?
Down to 5-handed now.
$90,000 locked up for everybody here at this table.
Yeah.
And yeah, Art back in commanding chip lead mode yet again.
Yeah.
Bit of a misstep there for Phil to shove the pocket twos, I think.
Yeah, it's
almost
set
worked
overset.
out.
Set overset, man.
Yeah,
Cooler.
unlucky.
Yeah.
For sure.
You know, he's
Good run, Phil. We love you. Great job, buddy.
Yeah,
happy
love
to
you,
see
Phil. Great
your
run.
results. We'll
Yeah,
see you on Live at the Commerce.
Yeah, love that guy. Just his attitude too, even when he, when he
Of
loses,
course.
when he wins. It's
Yeah,
all,
he's class act always, and it's funny. I watched poker on TV a bunch before I ever played any hands for probably several years because I was too busy and never really got into it. And Phil Laak was always someone that I was like, wow, that guy is cool.
Yeah,
and it's funny now. I talk to Phil Laak all the time. We chat on the phone. We play together weekly, you know. And I just got to say, he's the
homie.
Class guy. Love to play with him. He's always entertaining.
Yeah.
And great run, brother.
Yeah, just kind of crazy how much he's kept up with poker too. Like, sure, people might think he makes mistakes here and there, blah blah blah, but like, he's sharp, man, at poker.
Yeah,
at
it's
the
just
game of
because
poker.
he's a player. He's got sharp emotional, social skills, and really has a good understanding of kind of the meta of poker, which is why he does well.
Yeah, he definitely understands like macro concepts. You know, sometimes the micros might be a little mixed up, but he also acknowledges that too. You know,
no doubt. He's self-aware for sure. And Louis, wow, folds to Louis in the small blind with Queen 4-0, and he shoves.
Yeah, shoves for 15.
Yeah, shoves for 15 bigs. Noel wakes up with pocket tens in the big blind. We got another all in here.
Yeah.
And we might see some quick bust outs here now. If Noel can hold, he's going to double up.
Don't even put the flop.
Don't even put the
Louis
flop.
needs to find a queen.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Backdoor clubs or...
There's a club.
Did Adam call for a club?
Sweaty. Louis needs a club.
Oh!
Finds the queen on the river.
Noel is out.
I forgot about the queen out.
And just like, and this is why, you know, kings might be a bit extreme, right, Jared?
Right.
But this is why just staying in the tournament is so valuable.
Yeah.
Adam Swan, 2 hands, just made $70,000 or $60,000 folding.
Right. Folding with sub 10 big blinds, yeah.
$60,000 just folding twice.
That's sick. That is a bad beat right there. So GG Noel. We're down to 4-handed, guys. Just like that. That is sick.
4-handed. Everyone guaranteed $122,000. GG to Noel. Great player, by the way.
Absolutely.
Hate to see him go out like that.
Yeah, good run for him, though. Nice to have a little good score right up before the World Series. Build some confidence, make a run, and we'll see you in Vegas.
Yeah, and you'll definitely be seeing a lot more of Noel.
No doubt.
Just everywhere, you know. So,
I've played with him many times, and he's a tough opponent.
Yeah, great run. Yeah.
Wow, guys, we were 7-handed for a long time, and then all of a sudden, in a matter of like 10 minutes, we are 4-handed.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Pretty sick. And yeah, good luck, Adam.
Yeah, you want this?
He's all in, gets called.
Oh, wow.
It's so sick.
This is the spot where it's like 9s is such a good hand, but now you're just flipping, right?
Yeah, but it's so sick to get this spot 3 hands later.
For sure.
3 hands ago, so it's kind of brutal.
Yeah,
now
it's like a huge amount of anxiety. Now you almost feel like you're free rolling. Like,
yeah, you're playing with house money, you know? Like, you're so short. Like, you're going to have to take a flip at some point.
No doubt.
I mean, sometimes you're lucky to take a flip.
No doubt. Okay, dicey flop for Adam. He can get counterfeited now. Queen gives Nick a straight. Jack or a 10.
he's giving him the low cards. Low cards.
And
And it's a low card.
There's a 4. 70% favorite now going to the river.
Low cards in the chat or high cards in the chat? That's a low.
Yeah, it's
wow.
a 3. Adam gets the double. Wow, sick.
That's
the
how you
short
do it.
stack ninja.
You just fold every hand, get ladders, call for low cards. They come. That's
Ladders
all.
up, $75,000 pay jumps, and then goes ahead and gets the double. Pretty sick. And now things are kind of consolidating here between these 4 players a little more evenly.
100%.
Art does still have a very big chip lead, but
Yeah, but it's not nearly as big as it was prior.
right.
Yeah, and like if Art doubles Adam up, for example, now it's just very, very, very
Dead
close.
heat. Yeah, exactly.
So
I tried, Art.
just shows how important it is to stay in, you know? Obviously, it's not going to work out like this every time, but
Right, but it works out like that a lot, especially I feel like at final tables where there's people making a decent amount of mistakes.
yeah.
I've been at some final tables for some smaller buy-in stuff here in LA, maybe like a 600 where I had 10 to 15 big blinds with 9 people left, and I made it all the way to 3rd place with those same 10 to 15
remember
big
that.
blinds while everybody was just busting
Yeah.
themselves. You know, that's happened to me twice, where it's just like I made like an additional 70 grand from just folding correctly over and over again, you know?
Yeah, the collision likelihood, as we call it.
Yeah.
Billy Baxter was talking about that too, and I'm like, makes sense why you've crushed Billy, because he hasn't looked at a sim or anything. That was just common sense for him. He said the seniors event.
Yep.
He said they kept busting for no reason, and he just folded.
That guy knows what's up.
He does for sure. That's why he has 6 bracelets or whatever, you know. Yeah.
So here we go, guys. 4-handed play underway.
Yeah, this is where four-handed's so fun.
I was about to do it.
And again, I know we keep talking about ICM. You know, this is where the ICM starts to shrink a lot, because now winning all the chips.
Yeah, the priority now is to take down the tournament for these guys, right?
Yeah, to some degree. It's obviously always on a scale, but now the chips you win is more closely resembling the entire prize pool. It's obviously not the entire prize pool, but it's becoming more and more and more. So.
Yep, 100%.
So there's actually less ICM now than there was prior. Same with 3-handed, and then heads up, there's almost no ICM. You win all the chips, you win all the money. That's left, obviously.
Exactly.
Texas sub, folding makes money, smart poker. In tournaments, it definitely can and does very often.
It's insane how much money certain folds can be worth in certain scenarios, yeah, if you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, fold 2 hands, make $60,000.
Shout out to Eddie, thank you, appreciate that. And yeah, neither of us are at this final table. It's hard to make final tables, man, but you know, I would have, out of anybody in the field, if I had to bet on someone to final table, you know, Peter and I would have been up there.
People did bet on us.
Yeah, true. I forgot about that. There's a bunch of players have been doing these last longer bets, or like basically they put together a team of 3 or 4 people, and whichever guy's team cashes for the most wins their little bet. So I let my team down, and I'm sorry for that.
Louis, is it Louis? Louis?
I thought it was Luis, but when they gave us the thing, he actually goes by Louis. So
Louis, okay.
What'd you say?
I'm pretty sure Noel goes by Noel, by the way.
Really, I thought it was Noel.
I could be wrong. I call him Noel all the time.
I mean, he speaks Spanish fluently, and if you said his name in Spanish, it's Noel.
Fair enough.
But like, so that's Noel. But like, a lot of people, when you say it in English, you say Noel.
Really?
So I wasn't sure.
Well, hopefully I'm right, because I'm friends with Noel. I've been friends with him for like
I'm gonna ask
few
him
years.
the next time I see him.
I've been calling him Noel.
He probably doesn't care either way, but like, technically the correct pronunciation is Noel.
Well, see Art in the small blind.
Yeah, he's got ace queen and second in chips in the big too, so interesting spot for him.
Yeah.
I think he's probably identified that Louis is on the looser side and is going to be willing to put in chips against him.
Yeah, for sure.
From here.
Oh, yeah.
I assume he raised. Yeah, no all in here.
Yeah, he just over 3X's it.
If you're not going to let us have people to tell us the hand, you shouldn't, like, put a TV in our view.
Adam Swan talking about some stuff as usual.
I know what he's talking about. If you walk over to the glass windows there, they're showing the tournament on the Commerce floor.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'll go up and check there once in a while if I'm curious about a hand.
Adam's a very logical human being. Sometimes I wish, or sometimes I think he could pick his battles.
No doubt.
I'm gonna get a friend with Adam.
I would you can go access your phone when you're not at the table and check hands.
100%.
You know, every big event like this, people are seeing the hands. So that's just a part of the game with the live streams. And ace on the turn for Art.
Yeah, good check on the flop. Goes what is this? B25 as the kids like to call it.
Would have been more fun to see a heart ace, but I guess Art has that one. But now Louis stuck here with queen high.
Yeah.
Gonna let it go.
Fairly standard hand.
Yeah, I think so. First place in this tournament is 341,000 and change. For those of you asking, so pretty big chunk of money along with the World Series of Poker Circuit ring, which I don't think. Maybe Nick has won one, but as far as I know, it would be the first circuit ring for these other three guys.
Oh, really? Yeah, Hart's got just 2 WPT titles, basically.
Yeah, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows that, but I think that is accurate. The only person I think maybe has a circuit ring could be Nick. And yeah, I've been playing with Adam for a long time. He's had some good results and a couple last summer, some good results at the World Series, but I know for sure this is his biggest score in an LA tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Good to see it, you know. Good to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. He puts in a lot of time and effort into been playing LA tournaments for a long time, so definitely happy for that. Art under the gun here, which, you know, under the gun is the cutoff now.
Yeah. Suited hand, definitely going to get V-pipped in this formation. Last chip leader and Louis.
Louis, ace king, Sui.
Oh.
3-bet and take it down.
Thank you. Ace king of spades. Ace king of spades.
Indeed. Yeah, here's the chip stacks over here. Adam shortest stack 14 bigs, but hey, 14 bigs is a lot of bigs.
Yeah, when you've been sitting on like 8 to 10 the whole time, 14 bigs is piles, you know?
Yeah, he started day 2 with 180 people with 9 bigs. Just been
that's insane, man.
Hanging in there, running good, playing well, all that.
Running good, playing well, perfect combo. Yeah. All right, Adam here on the button with 9-7 off. Gonna let it go. What do you think Adam's button range should be with 14 bigs?
Definitely want high cards. Could probably jam some hands with more equity.
Yeah.
And open hands that have good removal, not as much equity. But one thing I will say without going too much in detail is cutoff and button ranges, forehanded in tournaments, play way differently. Like, it depends on the stacks, but cutoff, sometimes the cutoff will fold ace-7 off, depending on, you know, what the stack sizes are, which is something that's kind of foreign to, like, chip EV situations. So,
but whereas button is able to play a lot wider.
Button is, but sometimes you still play not that, you know, you don't jam like, you know, in some spot where, I'm not saying this spot, but chips might jam 10-7 suited on the button if you're short.
Right.
And this spot you're kind of just probably not doing it, you know.
Exactly.
Low cards aren't very good.
Right. Probably jamming like what, like some mid pocket pairs and some like better ace X.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe like a king queen suited.
And again, it depends on who is in the big blind and stuff like that too. So again, not so much about positions, more about stack sizes.
For sure.
And raised to 1.5 million. I don't know these lights.
Power of high cards.
Yeah, it's like we need some airflow, man.
I agree. It's too warm in the stream room. I always bring my hoodie and never end up wearing it, even though I like wearing a hoodie when I play.
Yeah. It's okay. Vegas will be very cold, so.
Yeah, man. I'm not ready for that hot-cold combo. I'm pretty excited, though, man. I love the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Just the whole vibe and the energy of it and everything about it is just, like, so magical to me. Doesn't feel as magical 3 weeks in when I'm down 50 Gs, but, like, you know, at first at least. You know, one of these years, I'm just going to, like, ship something right off the bat or, like, have a good score where I'm free rolling the rest of the summer. Like, that would be so nice.
Yeah, maybe this year.
Why not? I think my first event's going to be the mystery bounty. Are you going to go play that 5K opening event?
I think so, yeah.
I thought about that. I'm going to be out of town. I'm going on a cruise with my girlfriend. But
oh, nice.
I get back and drive straight to Vegas that day.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I think that 5K should be okay. It's always a little tricky because there's a lot of the field isn't there yet, but still should be plenty good. Interesting to see how, if you guys hadn't seen this with WSOP, the WSOP Plus app that's come out, a brand new system for the whole thing. Everything is in there. You register for the tournament in there. You get your seat assignment and buy-in receipt on there.
Oh, wow.
You can buy in directly with ACH bank account with no fee. Just buy in. Same thing with a debit card. You can just do the same thing before and go load up money to that account at the cage. And even right now, you can buy in with a credit card with no fee.
Oh, wow.
Supposedly the fee is going to come, but like if you got rewards points and stuff, right now you can buy in with a credit card. So let's say you get 2 or 3% cash back on your credit card. Buy into these tournaments with no fee. So yeah, pocket tens here in the small blind.
Yeah.
From Louis, and
good full
not enough hand here to continue.
Yeah, again, you see the main difference between playing for chips and playing for ICM. A lot snugger, big blind folds. You know,
for sure.
Just is what it is.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but like you said, it is what it is. So yeah, this WSOP Plus app, you guys got to check it out. It's going to have like chip counts on there, the tournament clock, and the best thing about it is you can register and be an alternate and not have to be waiting in line. There's no longer going to be alternate lines. It's going to say on the app what alternate you are, how many alternates are ahead of you, and when it's your turn. So in theory, you're at home, you know, you sleep in, you want to play golf, whatever, and you're registering for a tourney, and okay, there's like a 300 alternates in front of you. You don't have to go there, register, and then sit in line for 2 hours. You can literally just stay at your house till it's 20 minutes till your turn and then go over there, man. I'm super excited for that. It's going to be nice.
Jack, man. That's like ace-9 right now, right? If you do the GTO.
Shout out to everybody who's going to Vegas. See you there. Come say hi to me if you ever see me. I'm going to be there for most of it.
Just throwing acronyms out like crazy. The ICM and the GTO, you know what I'm saying?
Telling you, man. You got this far not using that.
Don't use it.
You don't need that stuff, man.
No, I got it. I figured it out already.
You got it, yeah. This is GTO.
Yeah.
I promise that was GTO.
Yeah.
I was gonna fold it, I promise.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, but I think I think my play was falls under the category.
Yeah.
Louis creeping a little closer to Art now as well. Yeah, the WSOP Plus app is the same one they used in Bahamas. I think they were like testing it there in the winter for plans to use it this summer. For those of you who don't know, GG acquired the World Series of Poker. They own it now. So as the new owners, they're incorporating a lot of their tech, a lot of their stuff. And yeah, overall, I think it's a nice thing. These guys really know what they're doing. Oh, no. Somebody in the chat mentioning the secret bathroom. I'll get back to you on that. Adam has ace-king here. Under the gun. He's going to min-raise. Very strong hand here. Ace-king suited. And nobody has anything to play with. Unless Louis wants to get after it with 10-6. Nah, he's not going to do it. He is going to do it.
100,000 more, all right?
It's interesting when players do what Louis just did there, just kind of giving away the strength of his hand by being like, well, I don't want to play. Maybe I'll play. Okay, fine, I'll play. And nice flop here for ace king of hearts. Broadway draw, nut flush draw, 2 overs. Definitely willing to play for all the money on a flop like this. Probably just going to c-bet and take it down. And Louis' only out here is an offsuit 6 and on 6 hearts, so it was about as bad as it can get. But nice to get the extra 1 big blind there from the defend for Adam.
That wasn't nice.
Really good flop.
Gave you
I was going with
400,000.
it.
Just for, you know,
I was going with it on that flop.
just to try to, just to try to hit something.
Queen 10 off.
Queen 10 off? Oh, that would have been bad for me. I had a 10.
Call it, heavy raising.
Check your camera over there. 30 minutes. Start squinting. Look out the window and start squinting.
Interesting. Art folding queen 7 off on the button. It's got Adam fairly short in the big blind. And now Louis raising it up with 7 deuce. Louis 7 Dewey. Gonna get through.
You have to riffle one time after the machine? You have to riffle one time? You have to riffle? Or you get to Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Ace queen off here for Art under the gun. Interesting spot now for Adam in the small blind. He's got ace 5 of clubs. And he is the shortest stack by far. This is a hand that could be a jam in this spot. And it is. Adam's going to rip it in here.
Oh my God. I don't even know what the fuck I am.
And Art snaps it off with ace queen. So Adam here in pretty rough shape. He's going to need to find some clubs or a 5. And will Adam finally fall after laddering up all these spots as the short stack? 70% favorite here for Art. And there's a 5 on the flop. My goodness. Suddenly now Adam the 80% favorite here with 2 cards to come. Art's going to need a queen and a queen only on the river. Otherwise, huge double for Adam Swan. Ace 5 suited. Gets it done, and wow. Big hit to Art there as well, relatively speaking. And now for these other stacks as well, you can look how this just shifted. And this is anybody's game now, guys. Art does still have the chip lead, but Louis pretty close behind. Now Nick the short stack. And yeah, just a massive double there for Adam Swan. That is sick.
Yeah, entertaining to see. Adam Swan with a double.
The highs and lows of poker.
You know, I'm missing Oklahoma City, Minnesota for this, so you know it's good to see some action.
I like basketball, but this is more entertaining, especially because one of my good friends is here at the final table, and everybody else that I know as well. So, by the way, what is the score of that game?
I don't know. I can look it up. It's anyone's game too. 75-65 OKC.
Yeah.
Seems about right.
Anyways, back to my a comment I see here in the chat. Shanann says, "See you in the line for the secret bathroom." And no. For those of you who followed me at the World Series of Poker, there is a secret bathroom. It's a very nice private bathroom.
Is it underground or what?
All to yourself.
The nuclear bunker.
Premium toilet paper, premium soap. And I happen to know where the secret bathroom is, and most people do not. So, am I going to tell you where it is? No, I will not.
Just to clarify, this isn't like in your hotel room.
No.
okay.
No. This is in the Paris Hotel and Casino.
Is it subterranean?
It's not underground. No. I'm not giving out any more clues though. If I tell you guys where the secret bathroom is, it's not going to be a secret anymore.
Oh.
You know, I posted on Instagram. The first rule of secret bathroom is you do not talk about secret bathroom. And that's all I have to say about that. All right, so back to the action. Small blind versus big blind. We got queen 4 off, queen 5 off. Both flop okay.
Yeah, they both hit a gut shot.
And I believe this hand just went call by Art, check by Louis.
Yeah, and you already see the difference, you know. Now that stacks are similar, Art has to limp a lot more against the guy who's in position.
100%.
Whereas previously it was raising.
He was just raising every hand from the small blind before.
Yeah. Following Jared from break ASAP.
Shout out to Nick Grippo.
Yeah.
Gonna keep an eye out for you during the series. By the way, I found out the other day Nick Grippo and I go to the same gym.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There's not a secret bathroom there, though.
Is it a secret gym?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you guys where it's at. Sorry.
I tell anyone where it is for $20.
No, the secret bathroom fee is definitely more than $20, man. You don't realize it's luxurious when, you know, 15,000 people in the room and I go there and it's empty. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
half the urinals don't work. I mean,
Yeah.
It's brutal. Louis limps, Adam checks back, the 5 just suited. Some possibilities.
Yeah, decent flop for Louis. Adam just has a gutter and no backdoor.
Yeah, gutter and no backdoor. Going to be probably... I mean, it's never going to be a fold to this, but again, the EVs are going to be a bit worse than they usually are given the ICM. Like, losing one big kind of sucks, you know?
Yeah, and it also... the fact that one of your gutter outs completes the flush, too, isn't great, right?
Yeah, definitely not. But also, you know, you're not just chasing your gutter outs per se. You're also, you know, sometimes he checks the turn.
For sure.
Raises. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely a play that I can get behind. It's not going to work in this instance, but
yeah,
it is going to get through it. Holy.
Yeah, it's more so he probably thinks Louis is open or limping wide from the small blind and then just stabbing way too wide.
Yeah, just like c-betting every ace, basically. Every ace high flop, he's never going to not bet. And now Adam hits the nuts on the turn, which is crazy. Louis still has a flush draw. $4 million in the pot.
Yeah, color up.
And Adam's going to want to make a decently sized bet here, I would think.
Yeah, to be fair, sizing down, don't think would be the worst. It's kind of hard to make a flush draw indifferent because you want value, right? So you're not going to price them out.
For sure.
So
looks like he's betting like 3/4 here, I think. Those look like three.
That's a big, or
okay, less. What is that? Like
60?
60, yeah.
As the kids like to call it.
Yeah, that feels about what I thought I would bet if I was in his shoes. But you think maybe like 30% or something could be
No, I think this is good. I think this is good. It's a chunky bet for sure.
Yeah.
Especially you size down.
And I mean, Louis in this spot, like I've seen him just jam in spots like this before.
Yeah, he calls.
He's going to stick around. He does have a straight draw now as well.
7.
And Adam needs to fade a heart here. Deuce.
River's a deuce. Not the best river for Adam.
It's not the best river, but you're never up against rarely ever up against 5-6, right? Like,
yeah,
it's just an action killing river kind of.
I mean, for what it's worth, it's a good river in this particular instance because Louis might actually, he hits something.
Right. And Adam has 6.4 million with 8.8 in the pot. Is there a sizing here besides all in?
I think so, yeah. You size down in ICM. The chips are so valuable. Unblocking an ace, maybe he just goes for it hoping he has an ace, but I would guess Adam sizes down here. Like, you don't have to go all in, especially in ICM, just because you have a pot size bet back.
Right, for sure. And the hands you're targeting, looks like he did shove, but I get what you're saying, because the hands you're targeting to get a call from would maybe call a small size, but not a shove, right?
Yeah, I mean, the chips
and also
are
maybe protecting your range, too.
for what it's worth, like I think that's the hand to go all in with, right? Because you have such a strong hand. You unblock 2 pairs.
Right.
So you're going to get called more frequently, and when you're called, you just have everything, right?
Yeah, for sure. And look at that. With that pickup, Adam is now stacking in chips.
Yeah. I don't mind sizing down, especially when the 4-liner gets there, because even if you don't have that much 5X, you might be perceived to getting a little greedy can't be the worst either. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, he should have a decent amount of 5X, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's true. Most definitely, so.
And yeah, now this is a crazy turn of events here.
Yeah, look at him go. The one thing I'll say is when you're at 4-handed, 3-handed, like when you win the chips, like you're literally taking them away from someone else and putting them in your stack, which you might be like, what are you talking about? That's what always happens. But day one, like, just.
It's a tiny percentage of the chips in play.
Chips.
Right now, every chip you win is like, or every pot you win, you're pulling in a pretty significant amount of the chips in play.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is not going to get through. Adam makes it 1.3. Nick sitting on 15 bigs with ace queen off in the big blind.
Yeah, and good raise by Adam, shows situational awareness of the situation. He goes from folding every hand for an hour, 2 hours, to now he's opening 6-3 suited.
Right.
He's playing
the game. It's all completely situationally based, right?
Yeah. And in that spot too, I think Adam's supposed to play some jams, some raises.
Right.
Raises probably more like hands like this. You also have a hand like Queen 4 off, Queen 5 off, King 4. Those kind of high card, low card like to raise. And then you're probably going to play some all-ins with hands like 9-10 suited, if I had to guess, any ace, etc., etc.
Yeah. What about like pocket 6s through pockets, like pocket 5s through pocket 7s?
Pocket 5s to 7s.
For like 15, for like 15 bigs, right?
5s might rip, but 7s might start to limp or go 2.5x.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. That's one other thing is like 6s might go 2.5. You surprisingly don't want to isolate into only better because you're actually, when you go all in, right? Like taking the blinds down doesn't matter too much. So these hands are almost too good, kind of the same way we're talking about it. I could be wrong. It's all very complex.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation for sure.
But I've been looking into a lot of these spots, and I kept ripping those pocket pairs, and then the computer was telling me it's wrong in a lot of cases. So
yeah, I'm curious to see that. All right, we got Jack 10 versus Jack 10. Art, though, with the suited Jack 10.
Yeah, and more chips.
Louis with the double suit. Still feels like just did a good defend here from the big blind, which he does do.
Yeah, what's the blinds at? 400?
Yeah, so Louis has like 30-something blinds.
Yeah, it gets a little too deep to do.
Right, that's what I would think too. Pretty bricky flop for both players. No heart.
So random. Yeah, just kind of. I just pulled up the spot we talked about. It's a little different, but 7s raising, 6s all in. It's usually like kind of the inflection point. 5, 6s goes all in, 7 starts to. Depends on the sim too. This one. Poker's hard. You change one thing, hands do different things.
Yep, 100%.
You have 24?
Yeah, for those of you just joining, asking the buy-in, this buy-in was $1,700. This is the Commerce Circuit main event, the World Series of Poker. 3 day ones, and you could re-enter once per flight.
Yeah, it wasn't a 1,700 for some people.
It was not for me. It was 3 bullets worth.
51 the 5K, the Commerce.
Yeah, the Commerce 5K for me.
I played the Commerce 3,400.
It's not that bad.
Definitely.
Last 1K here at the Commerce, and during the LAPC, it was in a 1,200. And I played the Commerce. I was in for 12 bullets.
Commerce 12K?
More than that. I played the Commerce $14,400 buy-in, and I did not cash.
Should have just played a small field 15K poker.
Man, and that was that's the most bullets I've ever been in for a 1K for sure. That was not fun.
Did Art go all in here? I believe he 3-bet to 2.2. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace 5-0 from the small. You like it?
Oh, I love it. Again, like we said earlier, You know, we like 5s, we like 4s, we like high cards combined with them.
For sure.
Again, you are unblocking the weakest opens. You block strong opens. It's all, your hand's not good enough to play any other way. It's all gravy.
Nice. Yeah, I fired 12 bullets because there was like 5 starting flights, and I played from the beginning. So, you know, it wasn't that hard. It's 1 bullet, like a couple bullets per flight, basically.
You have a story to tell, at least?
Yeah, super fun story.
Right?
Interesting spot here. Folds to Louis in the small blind. He almost 3x's it with 7-8-0. Adam defends the big with king deuce of diamonds. And Louis flops a piece, pair of 7s. He is going to continue betting. Looks like he bets pretty small here.
Yeah.
400K. And Adam, kind of an unfortunate flop, doesn't have a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, he lets it go this time.
Yeah, probably just not quite good enough with the bear king deuce high.
Yeah, whereas previously he had a 5 deuce. Also, I forgot what the exact board was last time. What was it, ace 3 something?
Yeah, he had a gutter, so it was
ace 4, ace 3.
Yeah, I don't remember the third card, but yeah.
The point is, if someone's stabbing too much, raising those boards, it's going to force them to defend a very difficult portion. Jack 7-10, I mean, what are you forcing to make a difficult defend? Gutter's going to call, 7's going to call, 10's going to call, Jack's going to call.
For sure.
Anything with an 8, anything with a 9, anything with a straight draw, it's just kind of, it's not as effective, in my opinion, as a exploit.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, any kind of continue there from Adam, it would be way better if he at least had a little bit of additional equity, like at least 1 diamond on the flop.
Yeah, 100%. Ace 4-0 in the small. What do we like, Jared, in ICM?
Let's see, how much
cards do we like? we like aces.
I feel like you said this a decent amount. We like high
4s.
cards with a 4 and a 5. So
there we go. To be fair, this spot. This spot's probably like close to any ace that doesn't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 15 bigs. It's just sticking it in with a lot of ace highs, some king highs.
And before anyone roasts me, here we'd rather have an 8. You know, the higher the card, the better, for sure. I'd rather have ace 9 off than.
Well, yeah, certainly.
I mean, but then sometimes those hands get into way too good territory. Nick's thinking about it.
Nick gets after it here, man, in these spots. I've seen him call off pretty light a lot of times, so I think this one's going to be a fold for him, but I wouldn't be, like, totally shocked if he found a hero call here.
Yeah, it's kind of like those spots. You kind of know what's going on, right?
Yeah, for sure.
What are you going to do? You have king 8 high.
Yeah, I mean, he has the shortest stack, so he probably just feels like doesn't have really much pressure on him at this point anymore.
Chucky, man, you look good in a suit. Better than that Laker jersey.
Why is he hitting on the Lakers?
He just said to himself, would you jam queen high here?
Yeah, all right.
I mean, there are some queen highs he would jam, most likely.
For sure.
King 8 off's not doing well against queen 9 suited.
Right.
Or, you know, queen 10 suited or
queen jack or whatever else.
Yeah. It's just like you look at their entire range, and if they're the bottom of their range is 40% plus against you, it's not going to be a good proposition.
For sure.
But yeah, obviously he's thinking about the situation critically, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't have said he was like insane for calling off king high there, but definitely not quite good enough. So four-handed play continues. Folds. It's going to fold to the blinds a decent amount here now. Nick in the small blind, Art in the big, and Nick has king high now, again.
All in.
Sticks it in.
Call.
Oh, wow.
All in the call.
Art has him dominated here. A7 versus King 7 after Nick shoves it in here. Just the worst case scenario for Nick to see.
Brutal.
Gets snapped off by a hand that has him dominated, and now he's going to need to get lucky.
Yeah, at least ace-8, you know.
Art did have his opponent dominated on the last all-in and was outflopped by Adam. Let's see if Nick can do the same.
Oh, wow.
Not to be.
All right, good game.
Nick needs runner or running hearts to chop. Oh, there's a heart.
Heart.
Chop it up.
Put another.
Oh
wow.
my gosh. And wow, that is so brutal for Art. Just look at his face. He just robbed of 2 pots back to back there.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
And it's pretty brutal for Adam and Louis as well. Pretty big pay jump there. They were 90% to get before the river.
Yeah.
What is it, like a 50K jump? 55K?
45K, yeah.
Yeah.
Stuck out, you know.
Pretty sick.
It's never easy.
Hey, that's poker.
That's poker.
The replay, you know, little smile there. I could see it.
And the doom camera. Not a happy man right there.
Yeah. Seems. Yeah, he could be more emotionally invested for what it's worth.
Art seems to take the wins and losses pretty good now. He's an experienced player. He's been around. Don't get too high, don't get too low.
Yeah. That's what Kawhi Leonard said.
Yeah. Kawhi Leonard, he's like the maximum of that. It's just flat.
2.4.
Yeah, already. Just next hand, ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, Nick maybe a little out of line here, raising the button with queen-8 off. Could be a little loose, do you think?
Definitely, yes. Earlier 6-4 off or whatever from the cutoff too, and Art may have caught on. To be fair here, I mean,
Art just has a pretty good hand.
Yeah, and he offsuit ace with this formation. There are some spots where having the 8 is not good. Here, it just really doesn't matter. I feel like you just have an overwhelming
I mean, like you
lead.
said, it blocks a lot of his light opens, right? Having the 8, which he actually does have an 8 in this spot.
Yeah, so that's why before going to the 8 or the 9, you'd prefer a 4 or 5, a 3 or 2. But in this spot, like, it just doesn't matter. Like, look at their stacks, you know. Like, Art has.
And like you said, it's possible he even saw Nick with some late position stuff where he was just opening whatever he had.
Yeah, it's just going to be so hard for Nick to continue, and he's got 5x chips and ace from against the button open. It's just you got to let it rain on him when that happens, you know.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how Art's played this final table so far.
Yeah, definitely. He knows what's up, and no limit hold'em's getting kind of scarier by the day because players are just getting a lot better.
Some of them are.
Some of them aren't. Yeah, there's always new blood.
Not even that. There's plenty of players out there that just been playing for 15 years and aren't going to change.
True, and for what it's worth, like you're not going to play a 1700 and if you have a player as good as Art, it's very rare, you know.
Of course. So Nick's just jamming here under the gun, A7 suited. And Art, Jack 10 suited here. Pretty hand.
Yeah, considers it, but lets it go.
What do you think if Art was last to act here? Oh, boy. This is a spot here for Adam.
It's definitely a spot.
8.750.
Me knowing Nick, I feel like I would call here. I feel like he's going to be significantly wider than what you would expect. But,
Me knowing Adam, he's going to fall.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I mean, for what it's worth, like, it's kind of similar to the ace-queen offhand of that Art folded
right,
earlier.
It's a huge downer if you lose this pot and suddenly you're back to being the short stack again.
Yeah, and not only do we not know their hand, obviously, but, we're in the booth. Not only do we see their hands, but we see these guys' strategies, right? Of
course.
Way different.
It was what you called him with, but it was a much different scenario. It's always coming all hearts there.
Yeah, pretty close spot. I don't think there's any way Adam would have folded ace-jack. So I do feel like that was kind of like the bottom of his range there, but could have been a call. And walk time for Nick. A lot of back and forth here now, four-handed.
Yeah, everyone's, you know, fighting for that. They're basically playing for $220,000 more, so there's going to be a lot of fighting.
Yeah, I love to see it. It's super entertaining. Happy to have you guys all on here with us. Loving it so far. And yeah, if you guys haven't yet, make sure you like this video on YouTube, please. Everybody hit the like button if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the commentary. Subscribe to the Bally Live Poker channel. Would love to have your guys' support. We got some really sick cash games coming up on stream soon, too. Next week, Yo Viral is going to host 3 high-stakes games. Even during the summer, we're going to get some of these guys in town from Vegas to come up here and play. I'm going to be coming back and forth to play in some of these sick lineups, so good things to come. And currently, good things here for Nick.
Yeah,
Adam raised the button. Nick has kings in the small. And Nick's going to go with the non-all-in 3-bet. Oh,
wow.
Boy. Art with pocket tens in the big. Rejams. And here we go.
Yeah.
Big change about to happen here if Nick doubles up.
Yeah, unfortunate for Art. Such a cooler. These formations four-handed.
Yep, Art has been running very poorly in all-ins as well. He had 2 players basically completely dominated.
This is the time you get it, though.
So he is due for a bad beat, like Adam said. See if he can find a 10.
Fortune favors the bull, right?
Yeah, if he loses this, the stacks are very level.
Yeah, big, big, big pot here.
Oh,
my
10 in the
gosh.
window, but the king comes after.
The emotional swings that are happening here are insane.
Second set over set after the all-ins happen.
Yeah, and you just see that 10 in the window for like a millisecond before the king comes out, and you're like, yes, no. Wow, sick runouts here, guys.
You ever in seat 9 or whatever? And then like you're all in against the opposite side, whatever seat 2.
Right.
And the dealer flashes the card. And like, you know, immediately when the window card, they hit their set because, you know, they like, you have them dominated. They flash the window card before you can see it. The whole side of the table goes, oh, and then you're just like, damn it.
That's the worst.
I just got sucked out.
That is the worst.
Take one of those reds away.
Wow, big, big change here, guys. Look at these chip counts now. This is actually insane. Art, 19 million. Louis, 15.8. Nick, 15.2. Adam, 11.4.
Yeah.
This is literally anybody's game at this point, guys.
Yeah, anyone's game for sure. But, you know, obviously, when you're in Art's shoes, it sucks when this happens, but you know, it's typically what ends up happening, right? When you come in as the overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah, it's not going to continue. You can't. It's like impossible to think that you're just going to be like running over everyone and getting there and winning every all-in for the whole time. Like, yes, that's happened. You know, it's happened to me a couple times, but like more often than not, you're going to face adversity. You're going to lose pots. Your run good is going to like slow down.
Yeah, you're almost guaranteed to be top 4, top 3.
Exactly, of course. That's the beauty of having that big stack. But now he's in a spot where he's really going to have to come back and earn it if he wants to win.
Yeah. Is 10-10 a 4-bet all-in with ICM stacks? Yeah, I can't imagine. It's not. The one thing I will say is if the small blind's too tight, then you can probably start folding. But that's any situation in poker, right? If, of course. You know, like, but also think that there are some people whose 3-bet ranges will be ace, queen plus, 10s plus. In that case, maybe you could consider it. The way Nick's been playing, we haven't really seen him 3-bet, but he's been kind of out there. I think it's a fine 4-bet rip, for sure.
Whoop.
Less ICM 4-handed too, just in general.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure's a little bit off of them. I feel like now the pressure might have increased for all 4 players because now they're all within reach of chip lead. Becomes a little bit more of a situation like all of these players are now believing, well, actually, I have a chance to win this tournament right now. So we'll see how that changes the dynamic. We got Queen 10 off versus Queen Jack suited. And sick turn card here for Louis.
Break right now, right?
Flush draw. He's going to check, though.
Fucking free rolling, dude.
This king may feel like a card that Adam wants to bet and represent here after the flop went check, check.
You need join dead to a chop. King 5 hearts.
But it's hard to imagine that Louis is going to be folding any pairs. If he had king highs, they just hit a pair of kings. Ace highs may not fold. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But you feel like oftentimes when the flop goes check, check, and this king comes, the in-position player bets a lot of the time, right?
Player. Yeah, definitely gonna have bluffs. But also, you're kind of gonna have bluffs on every card, just because you're blind versus blind, and you can have it.
Yeah, Adam needs an offsuit 10 on the river. King of diamonds. And now it's kind of dicey. A bluff from Adam is going to get through. However, what hands that called us on the turn are going to fold to a river bet? Probably just like flush draws and some straight draws, right?
Yeah, and we also have a 10 of hearts.
Right.
Blind versus blind, a bit tricky. Blockers matter a little less in some ways, just because ranges are so wide, right? Having a 10 of hearts, not ideal.
Yeah, frustrating spot for Adam is check it back, snap check it back, and lose to a better queen high.
Yeah.
Your flush draw.
But essentially, he's just giving up there, hoping maybe queen high was good.
Yeah, I mean, there are worlds where queen high is good. Seems a bit ambitious to try to get a hand better than queen high to fold that didn't already fold the turn.
That's what I was trying to say, is that a lot of these hands that already called the turn, like, okay, the board didn't really change on the river. Like,
yeah,
you're just targeting like a hand like what he had, honestly.
Yeah, and having a 10 of hearts typically isn't good.
Right, yeah, for sure.
Typically.
Hey, there's that circuit ring, and there's a couple of them. I have one of those. These guys are going to acquire one soon, some of them. We're about to go on a 15-minute break here.
Do all 3 players get the rings? Is that why there's 3?
I don't think so. I think this is just for the aesthetic, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll be back in 15 minutes, guys. Thanks for tuning in. This is
sick final table so far. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Any one of these guys could win it, so pick your fighter. We'll be back. You can check out the clock here once they're on break to see how much time we got left. Looks like it's just a 10-minute break, so we shall return in 8 minutes. See you guys soon.
And we're about to be back shortly.
Yeah, the clock is running. Card's about to be in the air. Welcome back to the Commerce Casino. You are watching the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit Commerce main event. $1,700 buy-in. These players all battled it out over the last 3 days to reach this spot. There were about 1,500 entries into this event. Prize pool just over 1.3 milli. And there you go. It's 340K for first. Everybody here has $122,000 locked up. We got a $45,000 pay jump next.
Serious money. Real US dollars.
Yep. These guys are playing for big money. This is high stakes at this point. Really high stakes. And yeah, this is Jared Greiner in the booth with you guys. Happy to be here. You guys can follow me at Jared Greiner on Instagram. I'm happy to be here. Kind of. I wish I was playing. But anyways, this is like a second home to me. If you guys don't know, we have the Live at the Commerce cash game stream every week, Wednesdays and Thursdays. Next week, I believe it's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Make sure you tune in. It's going to be some high-stakes cash games hosted by EO Viral. Always entertaining guy to watch.
Definitely. Tough player to play against, too.
He is tough, man. Yeah, he is. He knows what's up. I usually see him doing pretty well in these big cash games he runs, so I may hop in there and play. We'll see.
Good luck if you do. Maybe I'll be calm. Actually, I'll be in Vegas.
Yeah, that's the thing. I might play once and then head out to Vegas. We'll see. So either way, it's going to be a sick game. So four-handed play going to continue on here. Art still has the chip lead.
Yeah.
Although down about 9 million and change from his peak. He had 29 million at one point.
Yeah. I think Art's going to find the 3-bet here, Jared.
Yeah. Nick's already proven that he's getting after it with some of his opens. King Queen is a good hand. Looks like he's just going to call, though.
Yeah. Reasonable play. King Queen off does keep in wider open, so maybe it's a better play, actually.
Yeah. And now, interesting spot for Adam here. King Jack offsuit facing the cutoff open, button flat.
Yeah. A lot of reasonable options here. Let's see what he does.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, what do you think? Shove or call?
Yeah, and I don't think folding would be like an absolute disaster, to be honest.
Yeah.
It is an ICM spot. Defending's not going to be as well. Realizing against two other people out of position when you have to be so careful. That being said, I think calling, not unreasonable to fold as well.
And I mean, in this case, it ends up being a really good play as that he's dominated by Art.
Yeah, you don't close action 3 ways as much when you play ICM. And also having a jack and a king deceptively might not be good. You're dominated by the top of the range, and you also block king 10 off, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited. You block kind of the hands that you hope Nick is opening. So yeah, every option seems somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, I can totally get behind that. Would have flop top pair. Art now with the open ender.
And even this isn't even like that good of a situation.
Yeah, like this is like one of your best case scenarios, and it's like really dicey to get it all in here.
Yeah.
Art now a big favorite against Nick, who just has a gutter ball. No backdoor diamonds for either player. I think Adam must have had king of diamonds too.
Yeah. People do kind of misapply the pot odds with completing the big blind in a lot of situations. You think that since you're getting a better price, quote unquote, you can call more, but the reality is you're out of position against more people.
Right, exactly. Like your calling range multi-way is much different than your calling range heads up, right? So that shrinks a lot because the other person obviously has equity. And so the equity share of your hand is going to be a lot lower. So interesting spot here now.
Yeah.
Nick coming in hot with the check raise with king 9 off.
Again, and earlier someone asked if Art should not 4-bet 10s. Well, I mean, it's a way different spot, but you see stuff like this, and then it's kind of like, I mean, if the guy's going to do this, then he's probably going to 3-bet light from the small too, right? So
100%, yeah.
It's all just...
The only thing that I will say in that spot is that I feel like Nick's light 3-bets in the small blind when he had the kings were all jams. Yeah. I honestly don't think he has... you know what I'm saying? I don't know that he has a non-all-in 3-bet bluff.
For sure. You
should, but I'm not sure that he does. All right, so Art peels, and now pretty bricky flop for both of their hands. Art doesn't know it, but he's way ahead here.
Yeah, and this is actually a pretty good turn for Art, right? Nick is representing very polar. So polar hands, meaning really good hands, and really good hands are going to contain a 10 here. And when the second 10 comes, it's less likely that Nick has a hand with a 10.
Right.
And there are a lot of draws out there.
Like even top 2, Jack 10 now, it's just like super unlikely he has that hand.
Yeah, it's
Nick, Art doesn't have a diamond in his hand as well, which gives Nick a lot more flush draws.
Yeah, combos are reduced on this 10. That being said, Art has king high. I mean, now it's different, but you know, Art has king high that loses to some nut flushes occasionally as well. Also, Art might bet more 10s on the flop and call a raise. You typically don't really bet middle pair, but you know, he is covering, so he's going to be betting a decent amount wider. So again, the 10's going to connect a lot more with Art in general, I think, although he may not see bet them in the first place to begin with.
Yeah, interesting spot now.
And you know, on the Jack 10-5 flush draw texture, it's just very easy for someone to overdo with everything's a straight draw, a lot of flush draws. So you know, Art seems like he's correctly understood all the facets of the.
Yeah, it's an interesting bet here on the turn though. After the check raise, and you have a decent amount of equity, I guess it's pretty unlikely you're going to face a double check raise here. Maybe you're just trying to clean up your equity here by betting on the turn.
Yeah, and again, when there's so much in the middle, right? There's 8 million in the middle. A lot of these fundamentals kind of for chip EV go out the window. Like, just getting a fold here, even if you're ahead, is just so huge. Like, you win $8 million. Of
course.
That's literally like, there's literally more than Adam's entire stack in the middle.
Right.
And so when you're in those situations, sometimes just almost a lot of these other things doesn't matter, you know, like that he's folding a worse hand, or it doesn't matter that like.
Yeah, I get all that, and he's only bet quarter pots, which is sick. Like the odds that Nick are getting here are pretty wild, but he just has a bare gutter, you know, that's no good. Even like if a diamond gets there, it's not great. Like can't continue. So
yeah, well played.
Pretty big pot there going to Art.
Yeah, you do have to be careful check raising chip leaders. They're going to be able to call you more.
Yeah.
You know, and really leverage the situation. So. Not saying that Nick played bad or anything like that. It's just it's a good example of how you do have to tread lightly in a lot of situations.
No doubt.
But good give up on the turn. Like, he's going to have to either 3-barrel it off, because I doubt Art's folding the turn, you know? And then if he doesn't 3-barrel the river, he's going to get bluffed off more equity prop, or more, a bigger pot probably, you know? So... what's first? First is $341,000 and change. 341,830, and you know, seconds 232,038. Third, $167,412, and everyone here is guaranteed $122,215.
Yeah, pretty nice spot to be for these guys. 6 figures locked up a week before the World Series of Poker starts.
Oh yeah, it's a big bankroll booster.
Yeah, you got a whole summer for the buy-ins locked up. Pretty sick spot. Loving life right now. Blind versus blind. Adam limps and Nick jams. I like the jam there with the Jack 10 suited.
Jack 10 suited's a good hand, yeah. And again, a big difference in the strategies. Now that Adam is covered, he went from opening 6-3 suited to now he's limping 8-5 suited. Different hands, but you know, similar.
Things change fast. From that double Adam got, he's already lost almost half of it.
Yeah, I mean,
just from losing a few opens and paying the blinds, basically.
Yeah. But if there's anything we learned about Adam,
he's back in his comfort zone.
16 bigs, you know.
Yeah, maybe he needs to lose one more open, and then he'll be right in the zone. There's your payouts for those of you guys asking. Pretty 10-9 suited here in the cutoff for Louis. Blinds are 500K now.
Yeah, blind just went up a few minutes ago. We got back from break.
Yep.
Black's 5.
So Louis got about 30-something bigs, 33 bigs.
10.5. 11.5.
And he just above min clicks it. Adam folds button. Art now in the small blind with ace king. And this is a spot for Art where he probably has a decision to 3-bet a non-all-in size or just jam.
Yeah, potentially calling might not be the worst option either. These spots are very polar, and while ace-king off almost always makes it into a range of queens plus, ace-king plus, maybe not even queens, you have to know that Louis is going to fold appropriate to a 3-bet.
For sure.
So, I mean, all three options seem like this is like a very tough spot given who he's playing against, in my opinion.
Yeah, kind of a wild card, for sure.
Yeah, like you might just 3-bet to 9 bigs or whatever, and he might just call you with this hand. Like he's... Like, I think Louis is just supposed to fold this hand here, like pretty comfortably. But now if he doesn't,
I mean, Art made it pretty big actually.
Yeah.
4.5x.
9 bigs, yeah. And so if he doesn't fold this here, now it's like ace king's just to hand it out 60% against a guy who we don't know what he's capable of.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's why I feel like it would be a mistake to 3-bet smaller than this probably against him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's not folding this hand.
And again, this is not like, I mean, you know, it sounds crazy when I say flatting is an option, but it most definitely is, situationally speaking. Like this is a bad situation for both players. Not anymore.
We got the ace-9 jack flop.
Yeah, and Art. No.
Louis flops a 9, Art top. And Louis does have the backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. But Art has him in a world of hurt right now on this board. Not really a board that Louis is going to love putting more money in with, though. But I don't see him folding to a C-bet.
Yeah, definitely. Whether he should or not is a different story, but I think we both know that he's not. I mean, you know, reasonable pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, he's already put in all that money pre-flop. He's not going to fold for quarter pot or whatever the bet is here. A lot of body language changes here for Louis.
Lets it go. Good fold.
Yeah, disciplined fold there. I mean,
Yeah.
he knew the kind of flop he was looking for when he peeled there, and this isn't it. You know, bottom pair's not it. He was looking for a straighty, flushy board for him.
Yeah, I need to put some more respect on his name, you know. I just assumed he would call. Nice fold.
Yeah, well done.
I apologize.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting to fold there.
Yeah.
Avoids disaster, most likely.
And now Art's the captain again.
Yep. Things change real quick here.
Yeah. No, I mean,
one double up from any 3 of these guys, and it's going to change right back.
Yeah.
And like none of them are severely short stacked either.
Yeah. I mean, Art doubles one of these guys up, and it's, you know, someone else has a chip lead.
Yeah, Adam here with ace-10, got a min raise, and Nick with deuces on the button. Should be a fold, but okay.
Yeah, and he folds. Good fold. Yeah. Flatting here, very reasonable for Art.
Yeah, I was going to say that one thing I've been learning a lot lately is a lot more flats from the small blind in a lot of different situations than you would think.
Yeah, it is starting to creep into the robust equity category. He folds. Fair enough.
I feel like maybe not quite good enough there. But I could bet if you looked at it and it said it was a call, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I think it's a call, but who knows?
So Adam gets it through. Pretty significant increase to his chips just by raising taking it.
Yeah, I think calling's fine just because you're going to over-realize your equity as a chip leader. And, you know, Adam's still going to open the cutoff to some degree. So.
Be careful.
But, yeah, we'll have to look into it later. I'll have to look into it later.
Yeah, that's the thing I've been doing a lot more of is just checking these hands after I'm done when I play in every day. It's really nice to get instant feedback.
we do have the resources to do so.
Yep, which is not a
better
thing
or
in
for
the
worse.
past. Yep, it's going to be interesting this summer how they enforce that type of thing, because they've made some very strict rules about having any kind of devices, not even just like at your table, but like anywhere around the tournament area.
That's good. I mean, there's the camera cheaters coming out too. They get
Yeah,
these fake
it's
cameras.
it's definitely a must-do thing. Also, starting this year at the final 3 tables, there's no devices allowed at the table whatsoever.
Louis all in. Sorry to interrupt you, Jared.
It's all right. No, this is priorities
is
here,
all-
so.
And Art's muttering himself.
Jack 10
That's the art that I know.
But anyways, final 3 tables of any World Series event, you will not be allowed to have any devices at all whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a good rule. I mean, you know.
People on the rail as well are not allowed to have their phone out.
I think it's a great rule.
Yep.
You know, situations.
Or they fold, right? Maybe they fold.
Yeah, I feel like there's nothing wrong with studying and checking spots on break away from the tournament, but just like if we want to be legitimate, you know, in tennis even, you're not even allowed to talk to your coach while you're playing.
Yeah.
You know, he's sitting there, but you can't go and get advice from him, have him say stuff to you, whatever. You know, study on break, check up hands on break when you're out in the hallways, whatever, and then beyond that.
You don't gotta tell me twice.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Let's not discuss.
All right, Ace Queen versus King Jack. It looks like Louis flatted the button here versus Art's open, and he's gonna get the Jack high flop. See if Art wants to c-bet this board.
8.
He does. Quarter pot.
8.
If it's 8.
It's on the flop, yeah.
800,000.
No, I'm betting the flop.
Guys, we're on stream.
Dude, you guys are tilting me, man. I'm having the game.
Something going on over there on the rail.
Guys, come on.
Yeah.
Embarrassing themselves.
And Louis get a fast play.
Yeah, fair enough.
Art just keeps getting raised over and over again.
I mean, he did win a big pot like 2 hands ago.
Yeah, he's doing all right. I feel like things could be worse.
Someone in the chat was like, I said something where like it's brutal to be Art in this spot, and someone in the chat was like, he's had his fair share of run good. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah. Things could be worse.
Hey, things could be worse for everyone. I mean, things will be all of us, you know, even us in the booth.
Of course. Could also be better, but you know. Adam now on the button, ace-8 off.
Yeah.
This looks like it's a marginal one, probably an open, right?
I think I might jam. I'm not sure. 16 bigs. We're the shortest stack.
For
Art
sure.
can just defend a lot against us and mess us up post. I think it's just a cooler if you go all in and lose here. It's I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not sure.
Yeah, especially maybe too when Nick is also someone who can get out of line against you a lot when you just open.
Yeah, just preventing the king jack suited from rejamming against you, for example, is a big win.
Right.
Raise.
He
does
raises
go with the
instead. Fair enough. I'm not sure either.
I'm sure both plays are approved, but one of them's definitely got to be better than the other.
Yeah, I mean here, I think the main thing is, again, I'm not talking about this hand, but Art just gets to defend very liberally, and he's always going to have at least 40% against you, and he's going to over-realize all his equity, where you're going to under-realize your equity.
Nonetheless, he gets it through.
Nonetheless, gets it through, and again,
Like I said, if you ran that hand, what you're going to find in a lot of these spots is that like one play has a small amount of EV and another play has significantly more.
yeah, 100%. Or you're saying one has...
I'm saying you might look at a hand and an open and a jam are both going to be winning plays here, but like,
oh, for sure.
Like one of them is going to be significantly superior, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, and it might not be too. I mean, it's kind of sometimes it's like you look at the sims and it's like the EV is the same, and I'm sitting here like, why do I even?
Right.
Why does it even matter?
About it?
Why does it even matter? You know?
Yeah, just do what you want.
But I think all in would be better, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I could get behind that. Adam now with King 8 suited.
I'm just looking at some quick ones right there. You do see the Ace 8 off just go all in for the most part.
Nice. So you actually do have a pretty big jamming range there. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Art now in the small blind with Ace 6 of hearts. And he's going to go with just call. Facing the EP open from Adam, I could see that making some sense here.
Yeah, it is the, the wide calling range we discussed as a chip leader from the small blind.
Right. And Adam outflops Art here, king high board. 7 and 9 has some interaction with the 6 and the 8 from both players too.
Yeah.
Both players have a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I think either option valid. Weak kicker king checking back to kind of protect your checks. You also don't get 3 streets out kicking the guy too often. Could be a play. C-betting also a play. Decides to C-bet.
I kind of feel like I would check back here more often, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's probably a mix of some sort. Again, checking back has a lot of merits. Also, it protects you from, turn barrels, river barrels after you check back.
Right, exactly. That is kind of the beauty of a C-bet in this spot, is that you're kind of still dictating the action, and that you can just check back the turn when you want to and see the river.
Yeah.
And not enough for Art to continue there.
Yeah. I think Art could have maybe 3-bet pre too. It's very
I thought he was going to.
Suited aces, but the 6 isn't very good in general, but could be a spot where you can, I don't know. I got a lot of things to look into.
It's funny how much you learn just from watching poker and having, being able to check these hands in every spot, because we get so many where we feel like we know more or less what to do, but not sure, and then you look it up and it's sometimes you're right on, and sometimes you learn something new.
Yeah, and again, sometimes it doesn't matter either. You're just like, okay, calling's this. Yeah, I mean, it's way different, this one. Yeah, the input-outputs are so fickle, too,
Yeah. Yeah, but like ace 6 suited is one of the worst suited aces, right?
Yeah, by far the worst suited ace. Can't make a straight and not high enough.
All right, we're heads up to the flop here, Louis versus Nick. Nick raised an EP with the 6-4 suited. Louis called small blind, and he's going to outflop Nick, king high flop, Nick with a piece, albeit not a big piece. And this might be a board where Louis wants to get after it and check raise.
Who are we, Jared? Who are these two donk commentators?
I don't know, man. You're right. I am a donk. Didn't
We're
even
all
cash
donks.
this tournament, so.
This is Jared Grinder. I'm Peter Cross, a.k.a. Hoppa GTO.
What's up, guys? Yeah, for those of you guys just turning in, thank you for joining us. And Louis just goes with the call here. And scare card on the turn. And even worse now on the river after it goes check, check.
Yeah, it does
and
flush.
somehow Nick gets there with 6-4, improves the 2 pair, and now Louis is going to bet. I feel like, given Louis' style, I was expecting a check raise on the flop.
Yeah, tournaments are weird because, some guy might play some way, and then all of a sudden there are 3 tables left, and they're way different. 4 people left, they're way different.
Right, and Louis here bets quarter pot.
Yeah.
And Nick's sitting here with 2 pair, but essentially only beats pure bluffs. Wait, was Louis' ear wiggling there? Makes the call. Nick takes it down. I gotta go back and see that. I think he had a little ear wiggle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why. That's an interesting spot, but I don't know if Louis needed to bet river on that one. For that size.
Stash our level Ben Jackson. What up, Peter? What's up, Ben? How many tournaments are you going to play this year, Ben? 1, 2? eights. Ear wiggle tell classic.
Oh, it's a real thing. I'm telling you, the ear wiggle tell.
Bring your earmuffs when you're playing Jared.
Yep. No, I'm
bring your ski. Bring
I
your
wasn't
ski
saying
mask.
it was a tell. I just the camera was zoomed in on him, and his ear was literally, you could see his earring like going in and out, like his ears were straight on wiggling, bro.
I'm bringing my beanie when I play you in Vegas. 102 degrees outside, wearing a beanie.
All right. Interesting spot now here. Louis decides to flat the button here with Queen 10 off.
Yeah.
And Adam in the small with King 7 suited lets it go. Did not see what the big blind had, but we're heads up. Get the deuce 3-8 flop. Rainbow. Somewhat solid flop for pocket eights.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting situation. Louis lets it go.
Yeah, that's Queen 10 offsuit here is just kind of a tough hand to see a flop with, I think. For example, if he just had Queen 10 suited there, then he can continue on that board a lot. Backdoor flush draws there with the jack.
Yeah. Or he could just play like a savage.
That's always an option.
Forget the rules.
That's the most entertaining option. We want to see some savagery here. And Louis here under the gun now, King Jack off. And again, Art in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Pretty hand here in the big blind. He's got 10-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, he's got 10-9 diamonds. Yeah, he's got the clearance kind of hand. Robust equity, clearance, whatever you want to call it. Awesome.
And Louis gets to the point at some time where this happens enough and he's just over it and he's like, well, I'm going to run it with King High. I don't think he's going to call here, but he's considering. If we could get a zoom in of his ear, I could tell you.
Yeah. Where Versace Mark at? I think he's in Thailand. Just enjoying his life. Saw on social media he got a dog the other day. New dog for Versace Mark. Retired from poker. Octo crab for Adam.
It's going to be the Octo Fold.
Octo Fold.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, you guys who have not, please like our video here, like the stream, subscribe. Let me know where you guys are watching from. We got a decent number of people watching this final table. Where's everybody at? Who's all going to the World Series of Poker? I want to hear from you guys. And more importantly, tell me who you think is going to win this tournament. Obviously, Art, the clear choice, but who would you like to see win?
After like 5 or 6
Art,
hours,
Nick, Adam, or Louis?
it's exhausting. I have these like
Art in the small blind. Louis has got 20 bigs in the big blind.
Yeah, these
21
hands,
bigs.
typically good raise candidates here. In a situation where you might play some jams, some raises, these high-low hands that you don't want to get called, but you want to leverage your blockers.
And Louis has ace-queen, so
Yeah.
probably lucky that he didn't rip it in there with king-4. I don't know if that was an option, but
Yeah, not really, given, like,
You've had it when they jam, you
you just want to think of the king 4-0s, queen 4-0s as the opens, and then maybe something like if you're trying to play that way, 9-10 off or something like 10-7 suited can jam more those formations, I believe. And you can just tell Art's been in the lab for sure. Like, he's playing all these spots so precisely.
yeah, 100%.
Nice hand, Louis.
Hey,
pocket sevens now for Art.
Yeah, 5 flex.
5, yeah.
The walking sticks.
Walking sticks. They're hockey sticks too, or is that something else?
Maybe people call them that too. But you know, like when you're hiking, you got like those walking sticks.
Yeah.
Guess maybe I have heard them called hockey sticks before.
They play hockey in Utah.
They sure do.
Yeah.
I don't, but Utah actually, they've had a minor league hockey team, but last year they got an NHL team actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And last year they were called the Utah Hockey Club because they didn't pick a name yet, and they just came out with their name and their new jerseys. It's called the Utah Mammoth.
Utah Mammoth.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the name, but like the jerseys
cool.
and the logo is super sick. Yeah, it's just like this badass looking mammoth with like the tusks and stuff. Like the helmet
sick,
just like
actually.
looks like a mammoth.
No, that's sick.
My sister is an executive with the Utah Jazz, and the owner of the Jazz is the one who owns the hockey team as well.
Sounds
So
about
she's
right.
doing a lot of work for both clubs now.
Nice.
So if you're ever in Utah, I can hook you up with basketball or hockey tickets.
Yeah, go watch Keontae George. Luis.
Yeah, the
Louis
Jazz got
Allen.
robbed, man. They were supposed to. They had the highest odds of getting their number 1 pick, and instead they got a 1.8% team got it.
Hey,
Rigged.
it's just we've seen a few 2%ers here and there, you know.
Right, I know. Poker players understand it a little better. Still, though. Yeah, I think it was either Vince or Mike Sexton that I used to hear calling them the walking sticks all the time.
It's a good name. And Art kind of back in the driver's seat, back to that 20, almost 30 million mark that he.
Yeah, he's almost back at peak. I think he peaked at like 29.5 or something. No, it hasn't yet eclipsed the 30 mil range. And Adam here with a premium on the button.
Raised.
Confident min raise.
Yeah. This hand too good to jam for sure.
King 8 off in the small for Nick. Is he gonna make a move?
12.
Yeah, and like to answer the question previously, and I keep harping on it, like how could you not 4-bet rip 10s when the guy can have King 8 off, you know?
Yeah, of
It's just
course.
kinda-
Yep, 100%. And okay, Nick just clicked it here.
Yeah, it went small.
Super small. Can Adam ever do a non-all-in 4-bet here?
I doubt it.
What about with like aces?
Yeah, probably. I think aces are just flat, to be honest, but I
Yeah.
could be wrong.
True. Yeah, aces flats 100%. You're right.
I think so, yeah.
All right, well, good try there by Nick. I mean, he's lucky he made it a smaller size, like very small size.
Yeah.
So lost less. And yeah, Adam with the 6 spin up
Yeah, he's been grinding, you know?
stays alive every time. And now the chip stacks for the bottom 3 are pretty evenly distributed here.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing more of the open jams might come back, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Suited Superman in the chat. He's an Adam Swan fan.
Yeah, suited. One of the GOATs.
Interesting choice here by Adam, raising it up.
Art.
Yeah, Art, excuse me. Saw the A there.
Same thing, right? Art, Adam.
Not the same thing, because I was, for a minute there, I thought it was Adam doing that, and his stack is obviously vastly different. And I was like, okay. For Art, totally understand. And he's going to get a call from Jack 6 off.
Yeah.
Gutter ball now for Louis. 2 overs for Art.
Chinook in the chat. This is way better than watching SGA free throw merchant tonight. Hey, man.
How many free throws did SGA get?
Probably a lot, but he's an elite 3-level scorer. What do you expect?
Did the Thunder win?
Yeah, I think they won. I think they were up like 16.
All right, so 500K here, and Art's going to go with the check raise. Wow, guys, we're getting some spicy plays up in here now.
Yeah, I mean, he probably kind of similar to the Adam spot earlier. Also, you know, important to kind of remember backwards poker in some ways, right? Like these low cards, I mean, ironically, probably favor Art's range because Art's going to open a very wide range pre. Louis, in theory, is going to defend.
Right, he's going to fold a lot of his low cards, yeah.
Of course, Louis is a savage, so he don't care. And this might work out in his favor, to be fair, Louis' favor.
Shoot, you know what? I just missed the zoom in right on his ear. I got to confirm my read.
Ski mask. What wear ski mask when I play? What do you think about his like demeanor here, Jared?
I mean, yeah, he definitely adjusts his demeanor based on how certain he is about a hand. You know, you can really tell once he switches it up like this that he's not at the top of his range, that he's not nutted or anything like that. I could be wrong, but that's my perception. And that's definitely something that I've learned to focus on a lot in live poker.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it's one of your big strengths for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out to one of my good friends and coach, Chance Corneth, who I think is probably the best poker player in the world at that kind of stuff, and he taught me a lot. It's also just kind of like a repetition thing, you know, when you play poker all day, every day for so many years, you see the way people are, the way they look, the way they present themselves.
And it's just
too,
sort of,
right? Yeah, you don't even have to say specifically, oh, he did this, so I thought he was weak. It's just like something about the way he is in this moment seems weak.
Yeah, final table, the tournament with Chance once, and I brought my mask. This is before, or it's after I brought my mask and my hoodie and had it all.
I mean, I would be doing that too, man.
He was trying to talk to everyone before the tournament. I just like walked right past him.
Playing with guys like him and Foxen when they're staring you down and you know that they're not just doing it for intimidation reasons. They're legitimately like looking for you to do weird things is very unnerving, man.
And Louis all in.
That's going to get it done.
Battling for sure.
Every time Art almost gets to 3 million, he dips back down. To 30.
Oh, you're just going to fucking laugh. I'm not even like out of line.
Art's getting frustrated here.
Yeah, have the bottom every time.
Has half the chips in play and is very frustrated.
He goes all in. He must have a good hand. I don't know.
I have to. I mean, yeah.
It's good to see them having fun too, you know. Sometimes it's so tense in these four-handed situations.
For sure.
It's good
but
to see.
honestly, once you reach this point too,
That I got, Art.
especially for this buy-in level, you know, you're winning like almost 100 buy-ins already. It does kind of like relieve a little pressure.
It's weird. Yeah, it's even though that's true, you're also playing like.
Of course, you're playing for way more money
stakes.
than you were all the rest of the tournament, so it doesn't make sense from that standpoint. But I think just from a psychological standpoint, it does. Adam's going to complete in the small blind here and going to face a raise from Nick. Comes in the form of a jam.
Yeah. Louis needs a hoodie. the full hood on.
Yeah, he might need to pull the Christoph Vogel saying.
Get them beers.
Yeah, get
Fucking 2 alcoholics showed up.
Nice to see the rail gathering there over in the seating area as well. The studio down here has a lot of space, which is cool. People can sweat. Adam Swan here on the button. He's got a pretty solid hand.
You know,
Ace
honestly,
queen.
Adams has some good hands on the button.
Yeah, for sure. He hasn't really gotten much action from them.
And he's ran kind of good that Art hasn't had, like, defense, too.
Yeah,
you know?
no doubt.
You had my card.
Either you would just want to, like, cooler them,
A little bit, you'd be
or just raise and take it type of situation is probably better.
Wayne Chang in the chat.
Shout out to Wayne and two-hand hold'em.
snap the lead.
Shout out. Super Pro, Adam Swan and Art Papazian, too.
Yeah, man, this is a fun final table with these two guys here. Both really, really good players.
That one, Nick.
Nick and Louis as well.
Hard.
Both longtime LA guys.
When did the term Super Pro come out?
I don't know.
Figure, fuck.
I feel like it's been around.
Maybe I do have.
That was it.
I don't want to look back, man. Nine folds. Likely.
Art in the small blind here, 10-8 off. Going to continue pretty much playing every hand from the small blind as a raise.
Yeah, no reason to, you know, stop, you know. Every time Louis goes all in, he has to leverage his whole stack, you know.
Yep. Now what's Louis going to do here with a weak ace? He's going to jam it. And Dart's going to fold.
He flashed it.
This is some deja vu we got going on over here.
Yeah, Art just wants to get to 30 million, you know. That's all. He doesn't even care
Can't
about
do
winning
it,
the
man.
money. He just wants to get to
It's like-
30 million.
Winning half the time.
Well, he's trying, but he is being
Can I check? I don't know.
held down. Alexander Wang says Hoppa is a professional. Yeah, definitely.
Professional,
Professional.
Like it.
Professional.
He rolls his eyes.
Reminds me of a bunch of Armenian guys I used to play with. They used to say that to me. I say, oh, Jared, you're professional.
We're going to say all in here, Jared.
Jack 9 suited. This is one of those type of hands you were talking about, right?
Change.
I think so, yeah. I think in this situation it makes a good all in. I'm not great at four-handed.
Right.
I think this is the first time you said something that you thought he would do or that was good, and he didn't do it.
Didn't. Yeah, and one thing I will say is,
Oh, that's one of my outs right there.
like, there is a chance, I'm not saying this is happening or this isn't, but there's a chance that Art is no longer taking the all-ins because he's kind of played a little bit more with the players. And
Yeah,
again, those all-ins only work if they're going to fold.
for sure.
Also,
That's a really good point, actually. I'm actually surprised that Louis folded Queen 10 offsuit there in the small.
yeah. Also, again, four-handed, a little bit less pressure to put on everybody. Although, to be fair,
I feel bad because
yeah, I don't know. Everyone's got kind of the same stack. I mean, there might be a little bit less ICM pressure. And
no, he isn't.
All right, Louis got ace queen on the button. Oh, he's just going to rip it.
I figured it out.
rip it, Lotto, rip it. He said, I figured it out. Just go all in. Oh, wow.
Okay. Feel like, okay, we got, what do we got here? 27, 28 bigs.
Yeah, but only sub 20 effective.
Right. Just under 20 or just over. Interesting spot.
Yeah, very interesting.
This is 10, 12, that's 12 mil, 13.
We've been seeing Louis go all in, albeit versus opens, not
Right,
open
they're
all-ins.
mostly versus opens, but at the same time, yeah, like ace 10 seems like a lot of hand here.
Yeah. I mean, you can, in theory, dominate some ace XO if they're actually playing them and stuff like that. And Louis is a bit of a wild card, so it's a very tough situation for sure. Yep.
He makes
wow,
the
he makes the call.
That is sick.
Yeah.
Finds the call and sees that he is dominated, and we could be three-handed here if Louis' ace-queen can hold.
Sipping on the Corona.
What a spot for Louis to be in here, getting it in this good. And I thought Nick would find the fold there. Don't blame him for calling.
Yeah, it's hard to, and he's just been seeing Louis go all in a lot and stuff too.
Yeah, does flop a gutter.
Yeah, trades outs.
All right.
Queen
Louis
and a
just
queen
needs
only.
to fade a queen to get us to three-handed play and eliminate Nick. No
Yeah.
queen. And there you go.
Congratulations.
Good run, Nick.
Yeah, great run. Congratulations to Nick.
Nick really played fearlessly at this table too. He went for it in a lot of spots, got after it, kind of ran into some bad situations. You
Yeah.
know, don't blame him there for calling that off, and just happened to be dominated there. And just like that, Louis and Art.
Hey, if Art had a hard time with Louis shorter than him, now
I know. Game on.
Game on.
I feel like these guys might get heads up.
My job.
I mean, it's the most likely scenario.
Adam Swan for the win.
We'll
Big
see.
Adam.
It's time for Adam Swan to ditch the short stack
Yeah.
method, because it's going to be, you know, I could honestly see Louis getting it in a dicey spot against Art, and even when Adam's short, to get us the heads up. But most likely path for Adam to get heads up is he's got to find a double some point here, and then the three-handed grind can go. Played 112 hands so far at this final table. A lot of fun ones, man. I've really enjoyed this one so far.
Yeah, it's
Some
been a
really good
great
spots.
final table.
Yeah, sometimes final tables can get a little boring, but this one's been action-packed. A lot of really interesting hands, a lot of fun runouts, set over set, some rivers.
Yeah,
like,
set over sets twice after the all-ins.
Yeah, pretty
Crazy.
sick.
Crazy. Yeah, and everyone guaranteed $167,412. Congratulations to all the players, and again, congratulations to Nick as well. Fought valiantly. Adam here with fives on the button. It says on the gun, but effectively the button. And I don't know what you're supposed to do here. These hands typically like to go all in for 20, but I don't know with this ICM if it makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely don't think I would know what to do in this spot.
20, it's 20, 50, 50. Let's see if we can find a little real-time assistance.
24 million?
Something like that. That's 10 right there. Yeah, 20 to
Yes,
20,
both are
about
similar, right?
roughly
Both are on
23,
24.
24.
Yeah, both guys are even. Adam's got 21 bigs.
Seems like jams don't exist in this formation. In general. Makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
it is kind of unfortunate Adam's thought about it for this long. I don't know.
yeah. Obviously, our first instincts, or my first instinct, was to maybe to go all in, because
Right.
these hands like to do so.
Right.
But what does happen a lot in ICM situations is when you're risking 20 to win the 2.5 in the middle, you're risking so much for what you're gaining. Because for chips, it just goes, hey, you have pocket five, there's two guys behind you. It's hard for them to have a better hand.
Right.
You go all in, you take the 2.5 down, you get called, you're probably flipping. If not, blah, blah, blah. It does the math. Now the sim is saying, hey, that's all still true, but the chips you gain aren't worth that much. So you never put 20 in, I guess, to win the 2.5.
Yeah, that
That's
makes
kind of what's
sense.
going on.
Yeah, it seems like 20 maybe is just a little bit too much. Alexander Wang says, shove and fold out Art sixes, and Luis will call with fours.
Do you know Alex Wang?
No, I mean, maybe I do,
he's a
actually.
funny guy.
I remember the name. Maybe I do know you.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Actually, I think I do.
I like Alex.
So, yeah, shove got through. Now Adam has a defend on the, oh, wow. Adam defends big blind, Jack 10 offsuit with the Jack of clubs. Art flops the king high flush.
Yeah, I think Art's going to get to that 30 million mark now.
Yeah, this is a dicey spot here for Adam. He's probably going to be continuing, at least in some fashion, here on the flop.
Yeah, and all the Adam Swan fans got to pray that the ace of clubs does not come on the turn. Any club, to be fair.
Any club, he's going to lose some, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to lose
an
a
ace
chunk.
of clubs, he's big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, three-handed, reg on reg, jack high flush on a four flush board, even with the king and ace high flush out there is.
Yeah.
It's
We're not folding probably too much. Anyhow, 7 of diamonds on the turn. Art sure to barrel again. 3.75 million in the pot. And yeah, Adam's just done.
Yeah.
Minimal damage.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Art. He's been playing aggressively. It seems like when he's had the super nuts, just people haven't really played back.
For sure. Yeah, that's part of running good and running bad. It's like not just making a lot of hands, it's making hands and having someone have something else to actually pay you with.
And the graphical one show it, but I think he did get to the 30 million mark briefly. He has posted that, I believe, but
GG.
he's
at
there.
30, back below 30. Well, he's under the gun, so maybe not. No, he is big blind. You're right. You're right. All right, now Adam in the small with king high, king 7. Gonna go with the call here. And Art can really get after Adam in this spot. Put a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, this would probably be an isolation candidate.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe a good fit for that.
Art checks it back instead.
Queen 6 deuce board. Now it's just kind of a tricky spot to navigate for Adam. He has king high. You know, he probably has the best hand a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's gonna, every situation, blind versus blind for Adam is gonna get very, very, very difficult with Art to his left covering. Art is just gonna win a bunch of the hands in general, I believe.
Yeah, Art doesn't stab. Now he turns an open ender.
Yeah, his frequencies are somewhat in check, although I do think that when you cover as a chip leader, in general, your frequencies don't have to be in check as much. Doesn't
yeah,
really
I feel
matter.
like I bet a lot of flops one check too in this spot, just planning on betting again on a lot of turns like this one's, for example.
Yeah, I believe a bet. We'll see a bet soon.
Yeah, you would think now would be the time. Turned a pretty strong draw. Adam's shown a lot of weakness by calling and then checking twice.
Yeah, and nothing much you can do for Adam. Also, it doesn't matter that much, right? As we discussed earlier, the 5's now turning into a raise. It's basically saying this 2.5 dead isn't as big of a deal in general. Just staying in the tournament's very valuable, and
right,
you can kind of let the guy, win all those pots over and over. And again, as long as you're in, you're gonna have a chance to spin up. You're gonna have a chance for someone else to bust.
Makes a lot of sense. So here we go. Art, 50K away from that 30 million mark that matters so much.
So much.
Adam's still the short stack. Everybody has almost $170,000 locked up.
Yeah.
I wonder what everybody's biggest score here is. I know for Art, his biggest score is more than first place in this. However, I think for Adam Swan, his biggest score may be second place in this tournament. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's look it up. Adam Swan, Hendon Mob Poker Database. Biggest score, 251,158.
Got it. So he just barely eclipsed that last year at the World Series, and or 2 years ago. So he needs first for it to be his biggest.
Art is 668,692.
Yep, that was Legends of Poker.
And do you have Louis' last name?
It's Concha, C-O-N-C-H-A.
C-O-N, sorry.
C-O-N-C-H-A.
It's Concha.
That means shell in Spanish.
Does it? It's a cool name. Adam with the ace-8 off. A similar situation earlier. Louis' biggest cash is 12,000, so he's well eclipsed that.
Okay,
Congratulations.
all right, man. That's sick. That's super sick, bro. Congrats. I play with Louis all the time. We have a drink together every once in a while when we're bagging up day twos.
Don't tell him the ear tell then. And Adam this time goes all in effectively.
All right. We talked about that with the ace-8 previously in a slightly different formation.
Yeah, I think Adam, now he really realizes there's no one else to wait for. He's the shortest stack.
He's basically playing for chips at this point almost, right?
Yeah, to some. I mean, there's still risk premium for sure, but yeah, way less so than.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it was an all-in previously as well when you look at a sim, but is this Nick Wright talking? Nick Wright played this event last year, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
He did, yeah.
Oh, dude, I had a sick hand against him on the stone day 2 bubble last year.
Yeah. What was the hand?
This guy was going crazy.
This guy is a Nick Wright.
No, another guy.
Another guy. Okay.
He was playing a bunch of hands, and he was pretty short. Like, he had like 13 bigs, and I had 11.
Nick Wright was short.
No, this other guy.
Oh,
this guy.
sorry.
So this dude opens. I have ace 10 of hearts in the cutoff, and I rip 11 bigs. This is on the day 2 stone bubble.
Okay.
And then Nick cold calls on the button. So
Oh,
I'm like,
I
I'm
remember
so
you
dead.
telling me this hand.
And then this original guy calls. I have ace 8 of hearts. The flop comes like 2 hearts. Like, whatever. And it goes brick, brick. And I won the hand with ace high.
Hey.
The original guy had a worse ace high, and Nick had king, queen off.
Shout out to Nick Wright.
Yeah. And then I got 8th in the tournament, so.
There's another funny story. It's different, but Nick Wright was walking from Commerce on dinner break to, like one of the Coffee Bean or McDonald's or something.
Right.
My friend doesn't even. Mike, shout outs to Mike Holtz, actually, a good poker player.
Right.
I don't know if he knew Nick Wright was there or not, but he just sees Nick Wright walking down the street on in Commerce, and he goes, "Is that Nick Wright?" It's like, imagine you're driving down the street and you see Nick Wright just walking down the street in East LA.
Funny. Yeah, just randomly walking around Commerce streets.
Adam has a situation here right off the bat.
Yeah, so small blind versus big blind, and there was 3 million in the pot. So I'm assuming that Luis opened and Adam called.
Yeah, it's a big bet.
Yeah, really sucks. Bottom pair, no backdoor, no nothing is pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah. And again, when you see, even though the spots are way different, when you see stuff like that, you can't feel as bad calling the ace 10 off. I understand it's a much different spot, but the guy is putting money in. Right now he effectively leveraged Adam's almost, most of Adam's stack with queen high. So.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Someone in the chat asked how Shannon shorted. I think he got like 15th or like 20th or something like that. He made a pretty deep run. He's been on fire. Just shipped a big circuit ring, I think, a couple weeks ago
with
in Vegas.
aces.
Oh, baby.
Shannon got 19th here. Luis got aces.
Pocket aces on the button, 3-handed in the main event.
Yeah, that's the dream.
Adam lets it go. What does Art got?
King 9 off.
Okay, we're going to see a flop here at least. Art defends. Flops at 9.
Yeah.
Neither player has a heart in their hand. Oh, and
Louis checks
it back. Jack on the turn. So Art has a gutter ball now to go along with his 9. He could also win with a king.
Yeah.
And $1 million bet here, I think, is going to get called by Art.
Yeah, call 1 for sure. Call or.
Pretty bricky river, 7 of spades. And we'll see if Louis wants to go for some value here. Probably should. Cooking up a $3.2 million bet.
How much?
Actually, just 2.3.
What do you think here, Jared? Just with king 9 off.
Yeah, I feel like I would fold this hand. I feel like if Louis had a flush draw, he wouldn't have checked back the flop. He'd just always c-bet it. So I'm not beating miss flush draws here. He could have a lot of queen X that just checked back. Yep. Even some jack X. So at this point, I don't think a 9's a good enough hand for me to call. You do block king 10. So Wayne Chung says he's the one who coined the term super pro.
Yeah, I believe it.
Back in the day. And he does always say super pro. So based on his usage, of it, I'd say that story checks out. Art, not loving it. Makes the call here. Louis is going to overtake the chip lead, I believe.
Final tables are crazy, man. 4.5 big or 4.6 bigs. Such tough decisions, you know.
Yep.
Imagine
it just matters a lot. Those 4.5 big blinds are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. So
it's just funny, you know. You play 5-5, someone bets $20.
Yeah, and Art makes the call. Makes the call and sees the Rockets. Yeah, I think he played it pretty well there. He got max value from his hand.
Nearly folded.
And yeah, I'm a little surprised that Art called. But with Louis' image, you know, I don't necessarily blame him.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, another day you call 4 bigs with a bottom pair and a straight blocker or whatever you want to call it. Is what it is.
For sure.
Art with ace-7 suited, 50 bigs effective with Louis.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle between these two. Adam just kind of waiting in the wings to see if he can find a double and get back in this.
Yeah, and we know Adam, he's not going to just, you know, even if he gets down to 6 bigs, 7 bigs, he's going to claw.
Right, no doubt. And that's what differentiates a really good player at a final table is the ability to navigate those short stacks and not just get desperate and stick it in there with a hand you shouldn't.
Oh, wow.
Okay, solid flop here for Art.
And you see the strategical shift again. Louis now covers. Art goes from, you know, kind of 2.5xing range or whatever you want to call it. So
now has his hand as strong as a7, and he just limps it, right?
Yeah.
No action for him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You're playing too good for this guy. You're playing too good for Art today.
Yeah.
You can't handle it.
Bro, it's like
uncanny, right?
If you saw all my hands today.
Maybe he does see all your hands. Maybe that's why he's playing so good. He's just psychic.
Yeah. I'm just getting hands.
You got his number.
Yeah, this is a situation where earlier Art would have raised like any 2 on the button, and now he just has to fold. You know, it's not a good hand, but he would have raised it previously, I think.
Also, you know, not just the fact that Louis has a bunch of chips, Adam also no longer feeling the pressure, you know.
For sure.
Now I'm just going to call.
Oh, man, I could beat that.
Like if you start putting pressure on, Adam's just going to be going all in. He's going to be calling all ins. It's all.
It was. I can't be
Just trying to make sure I knew how to read the board again. I was making sure I still know how to read the board. Jack 7. A7 beats Jack 7.
Huh?
Yeah, you tricked me. I don't know why I thought you put him 8. I had the hand he busted Noel with just now.
Queen 4. He should have done it, dude.
He jammed Queen 4. I just folded.
And
he did bust Noel with Queen 4.
He had 10s, yeah.
I just folded it.
Come on, you can't, dude. There's no way you're gonna lose with that hand.
Just telling you guys for some free information. Folded a Queen 4 offsuit.
You need the Queen 4 off.
Even after I saw what you did with it.
Blind versus blind confrontation again. Art with the ace-4 off in the small. Gonna call.
My buddy, I can't raise him.
Nice play.
Nice hand. Yeah. Oh.
Art flops top pair.
People must be laughing at me, dude. When I'm folding all these hands, you gotta be laughing at me.
Nah, bro, nobody's laughing at you.
Some of them are good, some of them probably not so good.
Yeah, most of them. I'm just supposed to like call and try to bluff you, and I don't know. I'm just try to get.
The less you try, the better you do.
Right?
Art with the ace.
It's going around.
On the button.
Last time, Louis got max value out of it. This time, what can Art do with it? Raise and take it. I want to see Art's face right now, based on Adam's reaction.
Good ace, what? Ace?
Aces.
Oh my god. What?
Just aces.
10-4 off. Let's do a flop. I could have had like a hand I could at least try to flop a pair and go broke with.
Oh man, that was a funny day.
What a funny day. I mean, what's so fun? Dude's got.
Bro, yeah.
Dude's chip
Again,
leading
almost half the
the
chips
main.
in play. Art needs an attitude adjustment.
Think so? Seems like he's smiling though.
Yeah, of course. He's being slightly ironic. Pocket 10's on the button now for Louis.
One more spin.
And again, big bear, raise and take it.
Raise and take it.
And blinds are up, by the way. We're playing 300K, 600K.
Oh, wow.
Just noticed that. I think they went up a couple hands ago. Maybe this hand. But it's relatively deep here between Louis and Art. Both almost 50 bigs.
1.8.
So we still could have a long ways to go here, especially if Adam finds a double. Adam now sub 10 big blinds with that blind raise, though.
Yeah, he's
got just under 9 big blinds.
He's definitely in the danger zone for sure.
What's next payout?
167, 232, 341.
And must be nice. Minimum guarantee 167K is a nice payday.
Yeah, most definitely.
All in? All in.
He goes on with the Queen 5-0.
Hey.
Adam
Oh,
calls.
wow. And Adam snaps it off with King High.
What a beast.
Insta call and has Louis dominated. Another 6 spot for Adam Swan to double up here.
Yeah, and again, it kind of shows that, it's just, he's got to win.
Yeah, I mean, sub 10 big blinds King High versus somebody who's shoving as wide as Louis. It's just an easy call.
Yeah, with no risk premium too. And
King on the flop too.
The club.
What do I need? A 3?
And Louis has 2%. And yeah, that's
0%.
it. So Adam's gonna double up.
That's it. How much is it?
4.65.
No sweat.
50,
That was a good
right?
matchup. And I looked down at King 5 and have to call.
I had the same scenario and I chopped it.
Yeah.
No, I won't do that again, okay?
I don't believe you.
All right. Another double up for Adam Swan, who's now up to 17 bigs.
That was the bottom.
And Art overtakes the chip lead again.
Bottom of the bottom of the top, dude. That was the bottom of
the bottom of mine.
Again, you can see what these guys are playing for here.
All right.
Was gonna be heads up for a second there if Louis held. Couldn't get it done. And now Adam in the small blind. He's got 17 BBs and Jack 10 off.
On.
Gonna rip it in. And Art has 8-5 off here in the small big blind. Not going to be the hand.
Yeah, you see the good awareness again. We keep talking about it, but that's what great players do. They understand the situation.
You think that's a pure jam there with Jack 10?
I'm not sure if it's a pure jam. I think it would be. Yeah, just because Art's going to isolate enough. That's going to be brutal to do anything else, I believe.
For sure.
But again, you have a guy folding every hand, so now he's calling King 5 off, and he's jamming Jack 10-0, you know. It's all about.
Yeah, from one hand to the next, everything can change pretty dramatically.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a pure jam. I think it is. I'm not too good at three-handed, four-handed stuff in general. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some random sim. It mostly jams, has some calls.
Yeah, nice.
It does go back to, you know, jamming's cool, but also the 2.5 in the middle is not worth as much because you're risking so much. So it's a balance, you know?
Yeah, that's why Jack 10 felt kind of cuspy to me.
Yeah.
All right, 10-8 of clubs here for Art. He's got a pretty strong flop here with the draw. Louis is going to call with the bottom pair. Ace of spades on the turn.
Eight.
We still need a 3.
Wow, so Louis gets down here with the deuce 3 off and rivers a straight. He even said.
He did say.
I don't know what he said. He said he wanted a 3?
I think so.
And Art, after having such a nice flop for his hand, just completely bricks here.
Just lets it go. At least he gave up.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good spot to triple barrel.
You guys are funny.
Are you gonna take a leave of absence for the summer?
No. I'm gonna take like a couple weeks off, but we take like 2 weeks off anyways for the main.
Do that anyway, yeah. Do you always play the main?
No, I've never played the main.
You're gonna play it this year?
I might.
You better play it now this year, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Some tax write-offs, you know. Art with the Jack 10 suited.
Yeah.
All right, the mid-raise on the button. Adam in the big 5-4 off.
Decisions all day.
Bye-bye.
This is actually the biggest Nolan buying a.
The biggest buy-in you've played?
Yeah.
You haven't even bought in like a quantum for like 2K or something?
No, I buy in usually for 300, 400, 500.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Louis. Buys in usually $300, $400, and now he's
but mixed.
guaranteed $167,000.
Yeah.
That's kind of what tournaments are about.
Yeah, Louis plays a lot of the small stakes stuff. Like he was just saying, he plays a lot of the mixed game tournaments too.
Okay.
You know, he's a dealer and a floor man. So he's been around the block, but not as a player as much, except for in smaller stuff. So it's pretty sick for him to hop in this and just minimum win 167K.
Most definitely. Adam with the queen 10 off. Similar situation, finds the all-in.
Yep.
Art, ace 5.
This might be a call here from Art.
9.9.
So what is it, 17 big blinds? Art does make the call, and Adam's going to be all in here with queen 10 off against ace 5.
Yeah, almost a 50-50.
Queen 10 off, ace 5 off.
Basically flipping here. This would be a massive, massive double for Adam.
Winning one would be nice.
20.6 million pot. Okay, Art complained a little, so he's going to win.
Okay, we got Adam's got some gutters.
Gutter. Neither player has a spade, but fair amount of outs
7
still.
for a sweat. 7. Oh, okay.
All right.
Call it the 7 for you, Adam. The rest on your own.
And
it's a 3.
All right. Well, GG, Adam.
GG. Congratulations to Adam Swan. He cashes for $167,000.
Great, bro.
Sick run, man.
Yeah.
Considering Adam had something like 8 or 9 big blinds to start day 2 yesterday and just kind of rode that all the way to a 3rd place finish is pretty epic.
Yeah, most
pretty
definitely.
hard to do. You know, a lot of things have to go in your favor, and also I feel like you have to make a lot of very close decisions correctly over and over and over again when you're that short, because there's so many spots where you could just flick it in there or make a mistake.
Most definitely.
And the mistakes are crucial when it's such a big portion of your stack when you're short like that. So I'm sure he's pretty mentally exhausted after grinding those chips, but
Yeah.
got $167,000 to go with it, so well done. Good game.
Congratulations to Adam.
Saw Ryan Tosick there in the window glancing in as well. We got all kinds of people out there.
Yeah.
So these guys are going to be ready for heads-up battle here soon. I'm not sure if they're going to take a quick break before heads-up play starts.
Yeah, whenever you come back, just let me know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of Adam this World Series.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, congratulations to him.
Just picked up a bunch of money to fire bullets with for this summer, so that's nice.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear him complaining a week later, losing a flip.
Sadly, I did not get the swap in.
Yeah.
You know, Adam and I have swapped a decent amount, but, you know, on my big scores, we had a swap. On this one, not to be. So I think we're going to take a little break before we get to heads-up play. I will let you guys know shortly how much it is.
Yeah, gonna be some exciting heads up. Stay tuned, guys.
Yeah.
welcome back to Live at the Commerce, presented by Bally Live Poker. For the WSOP Circuit main event final table, we have finally reached our heads-up point. We have two of the best players in LA meeting up at this final table point. To my right, I have Louis, and to my left, I have Art. Congratulations, guys, on making it to this prestigious point. We're very grateful to have you here, and we're also very proud to have two great players represent LA. Louis, you had a hell of a time to get here. Man, not have I only seen the whole community rally with you, I watched you go down. You think you started the day at 5 big blinds, correct?
No, I was like fourth in chips.
Fourth in chips on day 2.
Yeah.
Either way, you prevailed to come back. I've seen you taking down Corona after Corona. You're having a good time. You're loose. You're one of the hardest working people in the LA poker community, so I know the world is watching. Is there anybody that out there you'd like to thank that helped you get to this moment besides all the people's chips you took to get here?
Them, especially them. Thank you to them. But yeah, everybody, everybody I work with, Ryan Feldman, my crew over here, everybody out there, I appreciate it. And it's an honor to play against Art.
It's very much so. Thank you, Louis. Art, you are an LA native. You grew up out here. You've been dominating the poker field for quite a long time. We've seen you on live streams. We've seen you in tournaments. We've seen you in cash games, from a very young lad to an even younger and wiser lad that you are now.
Thank you.
How was it to get here? Was there any pivotal moments that you remember that you had to accomplish to make it to the final table?
Well, first and foremost, thanks to the Commerce Casino and Bally's and the amazing crew over here. You guys did a great job. Great studio, great tournament all around. To answer your question, it's tournament, you take it one hand at a time, and it was a tumultuous and rocky final table. Lost a lot of hands, but ended up heads up. And very happy to be here. Very happy to be playing a final table in this casino, because anyone that knows my poker journey knows that I started playing cash games over here, 10 years ago. And to make a final table here against a great guy like Louis, I've known him for a long time. He's seen me playing smaller games, play some of the biggest games in the world. And, it's an honor to play against a great guy and a good player, in Louis. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
We couldn't ask for a better matchup, and yes, this final table has been crazy. But the whole reason why we have you guys here is for this WSOP Circuit Finals ring that you guys will be competing for. As I open this up, one of you guys will be going home with this ring and a memory of a lifetime, but we couldn't have asked for two better competitors. I'm gonna set this back on the table between you guys. You guys may duke it out, but in the name of good sportsmanship, as you guys already said you have love for each other, I asked you guys to shake hands.
Good luck, man. Good luck, man.
I wish you guys the best of luck. If nobody loves you, Kyra loves you. You guys both know that. Thank you, everybody tuned in. Please leave your comments, hit the like button, subscribe. We have a great cash game coming May 27th through 29th, presented by Maverick Gaming for the Yo Viral Week Takeover. That will be my only promo for this point. Kevin, our tournament manager, may you please come in. Thank you, guys. It's been an honor. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Cairo. Congratulations again. We had 1,554 entries, and now we are down to 2. That's right. This is the main event of the WSOP Circuit Finals. It's a $2 million guarantee, prize pool over $2.3 million. You've already locked up over $232,000. So no matter what happens, you're both winners here, right? Obviously. First place, though, over $340,000, plus the coveted WSOP Circuit Finals main event championship and the World Series of Poker. And the Commerce Casino is also going to give you an invitation to the winner to your choice in the WSOP in Vegas. You'll get your choice of either the Mystery Millions or the mini main event. That Mystery Millions kicking off that whole weekend there. There's $1 million mystery bounty. It's also $1 million guaranteed for first place. So you're obviously already in that couple $100,000 range, getting some million opportunity at some millions and all of that. And of course, on behalf of the Commerce Casino, the World Series of Poker, and all of its employees, everybody here, we just thank you guys for coming in. It is our absolute pleasure to host these huge events. We still have events and ring events all the way through May 24th with the double stack closer, 100K one day. So we're hoping you're still here for that as well. Okay, but what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna finish this championship here, this main event. So go ahead and have your seats, everybody. The button has moved. You were big blind last last hand. So the button will be here. Will be a small blind, big blind. You'll deal him first. You will act first pre-flop. Post-flop, you will act first, Louis. Okay? All right.
Heads up.
Right? And we're good 300,000, 600,000 with a big blind ante. So, Louis, you ready?
I'm ready.
Art, you ready?
So ready.
All right, let's rock and roll.
Let's go, Louis.
Hey, rock and roll means shuffle up and deal. You got, approximately.
What's C4? Put the cards on C4?
All right, 300,000,
No, it's on 6? Okay, sorry, thank you.
Yeah. If you could leave it like fives like that, I'll leave the minus fives too.
That's
Just
fine.
make it easy to count.
All right, guys. Thank you to Kevin and Cairo. And these guys are ready for a heads-up battle. Pretty evenly stacked here.
Yeah.
We got Art with 35 million, and Louis with 26.8.
Kevin top-notch TD, no doubt for sure. Things have been, smooth since Kevin's been here.
Yeah, I was super happy to hear that Commerce decided to hire Kevin, one of the best tournament directors in LA. He really runs a tight ship. He gets all the rulings right. He makes sure that everything's taken care of as far as anything kind of logistical.
He doesn't mess around.
And he brings big fields. There's a lot of players in LA that trust him and like him and come out, for his tourneys. So shout out to Joey Ingram in the chat.
Yeah, shout out Joey.
Happy to see you back in the poker streets. Thought he was playing some heads up poker out in Vegas.
I see Joey commentating the GG final tables with
oh yeah?
Yeah, with is it Jeff Gross? Is he doing one?
Yeah, Jeff Gross is always doing it. I haven't seen the one that that Joey commented. You know who did one that I saw was Phil Laak.
Yeah.
He was on there with Jeff.
Really? My friend Matt Lambert did it too. Is that Hapa GTO? Yes, it is. Is that Poppy GTO? And anyways, back to the action. We already have an interesting hand.
Oh yeah, shit. I even missed it, getting too caught up in the hype from the chat. But yeah, we got King Queen offsuit here for Louis, Ace 10 of diamonds, top and bottom for Art.
Yeah, it must be a 3-bet pot, even though.
Yeah, pot's already inflated to 9.8 million, now 15 million with this bet here from Louis. And man, first hand of heads up, we got a big pot brewing. Art's gonna make the call with 2 pair. You see any merit in raising there on a rainbow board?
Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of above my pay grade, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, some of these tournament spots, denying equity with good hands is a thing.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a raise there. But, I mean, against Louis, who might blast off, I could see a call being decent.
I think it depends. Like, if you're never folding and he's not blasting, you definitely want to raise. If you might be folding on a later street, you can call. If he's going to blast too much, you can call. I think it's just kind of one of those.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now Art, clear value bet here. He's checked too.
But heads up's not really the strongest. I know the pre-flop very well. Post-flop is not my strongest suit.
Yeah, got me on that one for sure. It's heads up such a rare occurrence that it's like, I know I should be better at it, but there's a lot of spots where I just don't know, and I just figure, okay, I'm just going to outplay my opponent when I get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, and the pre-flop I have pretty dialed for what it's worth, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think there are some merits to raising, but also you might just start. I don't know. Like, if you're not going to fold, I think it's fine. But if you think that you can maybe fold a later street, try to fade a cooler.
5.2 million bet from Art on the turn, and Louis is going to stick in the call. Drawing pretty slim here, 14%. Board pair on the river. And Art really wants to see Louis here, maybe with a worse ace-x that thinks that they just got bailed out by the river now with the queen playing. But he's got a better 2 pair. Louis does have a worse hand than that, though, a queen. And 30 million in the pot. Could this just end right now?
It could, depending on the situation.
Art goes all in. If Louis makes the call, it is over. Pretty tough spot to find a call here with just the queen, I think. But, these guys have been battling all day. I wouldn't be like completely shocked to see him here call it off here.
Yeah. I mean, Art is representing a little bit polar, so, I mean, king and a queen might not be the worst hands to call. Block king jack, block ace queen, yada yada, typical stuff. That being said, I mean, you
Yeah,
just
even
lose
queens.
to it. Yeah.
So I think it just went open.
I think it went 3-bet, right? Open 3-bet.
Oh, maybe you're
call.
right. It did. Yeah. So probably you're right. Ace queen.
Yeah, but also
King jack.
yeah, it's funny. I was watching, speaking of Joey Ingram.
Does make the right lay down there.
I was watching some heads up earlier.
Yeah.
And Lena 3-barreled it all in a kind of a similar spot, even though it was a single raise pot with ace-8 off.
Wow.
Got called by ace-9, so basically the kicker played. And,
Right.
but it was like a spot where I thought he was repping kind of polar, but he actually wasn't. And maybe here, like, you know, maybe Art can just have any ace and just go with it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You got to chip it in there.
So maybe blocking King Jack and all that's not that good. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, so much unknown, but now Art with a commanding chip lead all of a sudden. Pretty even to start, and then on the very first hand, Louis loses about 2/3 of his stack. So this heads-up match could be short. Who knows, though? Things change very, very quickly in heads-up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge pot for Art, you know?
Yeah, 50 million to 11 now. Art can smell the finish line here.
Yeah, always important to finish right. It's like you're so close, and you want to just.
Yeah, it's hard not to like kind of hit a wall here when you get to heads up, because you're like, oh, I made it this far, but in reality now you're playing for more money than you've been playing for the entire time.
It's definitely the biggest jump. I mean, this difference is almost
$120,000.
Yeah, it's almost what fourth place is.
Yeah, these guys playing heads up for 120 G's, no big deal. So
it's the most fun in poker is playing heads up for this much money.
So Art's playing some limps here. Do you think that strategy heads up versus this stack size makes sense? Just probably don't ever give a walk.
100%. You should definitely have limps. The shorter you get, the more you're going to limp.
Right.
Just because if you're 20 bigs effective, if you raise everything, you're laying them a pretty good price to go all in for the 5 bigs in the middle or whatever it may be.
Right.
If you're 50, they're not going to have as good of a price. So you're definitely going to be implementing limps off 20 big blinds. More so than you would if you were 50. And yeah, I think just with Art's also going to have an Ash post flop as well. And so I would not be looking to give any walks if I were him.
Yeah.
9-4 off.
I don't think.
9-4 off is definitely kind of 20 bigs effective or whatever. Probably not in there. In theory, it's probably 9-5 off or something to start, but.
Oh, wow. Here we go. We got an all-in and a call. King 10 suited from Louis. Ace 8 offsuit from Art. And this could be it right here. 26.7 million chip pot.
Yeah. 50.
And on the third hands of heads up, I believe.
Yeah, it's going quick. Chips
so Art just a small favorite. But if he can hold here, it's all over. Got the double shot there of both players. Who wants it more?
And it's a king.
High flop.
Art shaking his head.
Not again, he says. Oh, no. The eye roll. Oh, I'm loving it. Brick River, and that's a hold for Louis and his top pair. So sick double up, massive pot, and just like that.
Yeah, almost back to even.
Yep. All those million chip blacks heading Louis' way.
Yeah, you know, but he's still got the chip lead. He's,
of course, you know, Art is still, even that's why having a big chip lead like that is nice. Even when you lose a hand like that, you're still a big favorite.
The way more experienced player.
Yep, you've got an edge. You've got more chips. The most important thing in this spot, I think, is the psychological reset, because you can just see it, and when you get to see those cards on their back, you're like, oh, it's over. I'm almost done. I'm gonna win.
Yeah.
And then you don't. You know, you really got to regroup mentally very quickly here.
It's so funny. I actually played this tournament. My first table, Art was at my table.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we were like in line talking about basketball, and then we got sat at the same table, and I was kind of like,
yeah, that's rough.
I probably would have just faded it a little bit, you know. But he was just watching basketball the whole time, not even paying attention to poker, and here he is now.
Easy game.
Easy game.
Ace king for Louis. Wayne and Joey talking about the old Poker Life podcast from Joey Ingram. Man, I remember when I was first starting to play a lot of poker. I love listening to that podcast. Do like 8-hour podcasts sometimes too. Just like endless content, but it was gold. Loved it.
Yeah, I can't say where, but Joey and I are sometimes neighbors in Vegas.
Nice.
Yeah, we live in the same building, I think. I mean, he still lives there.
Oh yeah, I think I've stayed in that spot before.
But we won't name where.
It's at the Flamingo, right?
It's where the secret bathroom
penthouse
is.
at the Flamingo.
It's the secret bathroom. But yeah.
I will not divulge where the secret bathroom is. Inside the World Series of Poker. I just like tormenting you guys if you weren't turning in before. There is a secret bathroom where nobody goes. Very private. You got your own, setup in there, clean, even if there's 1 million people playing the tournament. But I'm not going to tell you where it is because it's a secret.
Yeah, and again, Art continuing with limping the really trashy hands. You just still want to beep at them, typically speaking.
Yeah, pocket sixes here for Louis, and these guys are pretty deep.
Yeah, and also, so now in theory you're going to see a little more raising because they're 45 effective, but if you feel like you have a big post-flop edge, keeping the pot small with limping is a very valid strategy as well. And, Louis played amazing, but I think Art feels like he has the post-flop advantage as well. He is.
Yeah, you want to put your opponent in more situations where they can make mistakes against you.
Yeah, the stack to pot ratio is lower.
So Art limp called here with Jack 5.
Yeah, seems reasonable. It's a bit on the looser side, but definitely reasonable.
Yeah, it goes along with kind of what we were just talking about. He wants to play bots with him.
Also, heads up, he happens to have sixes here, but ranges are wider,
No
Jack
doubt.
5 off has, typically speaking, is going to have a lot more equity than 15%. It's the flop, but.
Yeah, he check calls here.
Yeah.
Check calls.
He floats one, right? But same
exactly.
thing.
Yeah, he has buttons. So yeah, interesting float now when you get a turn like this.
Yeah, floating is very important. Also, what people don't realize about these wide range situations, whether it be heads up or blind versus blind, is you can actually float a decent amount in position. The out of position player is going to have a wide range, so they're going to be forced to play that wide range on the turn. So you can actually float more because they're going to check a lot. And now you can bluff them off.
Of course,
their equity.
It just doesn't work out like that when they keep barreling with pocket sixes on the spot.
It's true. But yeah, it's one thing that I learned a lot recently from Alex Theologus was talking about that. Very good player. Pone Diddy, plays Tritons and stuff. And,
I know him. Great guy.
Yeah, he had a whole thing about floating in position wide and stuff. So I learned a lot from him there.
Yeah, that's definitely something I do against players that I feel like, I can get after.
See a limp again.
There's 3 aces for you.
Oh, it's not a limp. Art's.
No, I think Art limped and Louis checked. Am I wrong?
Did he check in the dark then, maybe, Louis? Because I thought Art act first. No, Louis is the button this hand, so the graphics are wrong.
I see. Got you. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, he calls with the king high.
Louis with a massive boat. Definitely a race to be the best hand. Is it worth betting, though?
All right.
It's going to check it down.
Yeah, full house.
Could maybe see getting some calls there from like a king high or something, but probably safer just to check it back.
Yeah, now the stacks are level.
All right, guys. Anybody's game here.
Anybody's game for sure.
I don't know though. Based on the style of play here, I could totally see, because in a lot of heads-up matches that are this deep, like you see guys kind of going back and forth, just trading small pots.
Yeah.
But I could see a big confrontation happening easily.
Hey, Louis came here to play for sure. Yeah, so you see the theme of the limping.
Yeah, just over and over.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens when Art actually gets like a
I mean, he should be like limping the middle and then just doing a super polar raise, right? Maybe.
No, maybe. I think you limp a little bit more. You're trash your hands too, just because. I think it's a little different, but like these hands aren't good enough to raise because heads up, the guys know that they can call like very wide. So you're actually not really getting full equity by opening them.
Yeah.
So these really weak hands go into limps. And then you have really strong hands that go into limps because you're kind of trapping them aces, kings, et cetera sometimes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. But, like, what are we doing?
Maybe not. I guess aces just raises. I got a little...
I mean, yeah, that's the thing about heads up at the stack depth. It's pretty out there. Not something that I'm too familiar with.
The strongest hands at limp are actually king jack suited, ace eight suited, but still a pretty strong range. I guess you open and just kind of...
All right, two pretty strong hands here. We got two pocket pairs.
Yeah.
Louis traps as well. He limps. And Art's going to raise it up here.
Yeah, Art isolates the fours.
Probably expect to see a 3-bet here from Louis.
A 3-bet and Art shakes his head.
Yeah, 3-bet and then a side fold. Perhaps.
Although Art will continue depending on the size.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
4 raised to 7 million.
It's pretty sizable.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal spot for Art. He is definitely getting a price against the normal range. But also, this is like the first time Louis done this. I mean, I know it's only been like a few hands, but
still though,
alarm bells could be ringing.
Oh shoot!
Oh wow!
He shoves. He shoves and gets snapped off. Wow, this is a pot for almost all the chips in play.
Yeah, this is the tournament more or less.
I mean, Art is going to have 5 blinds left if he does not find a 4 or some other way to win this pot. If somehow he does suck out, then the tournament is over. And wow, what a sick spot for Louis.
Yeah, crazy. Louis, 80% from the ring, $370,000.
Flop is 6 of spades, queen of spades, 6.
Art's got some backdoors though. He's got a backdoor flush draw.
He needs a spade.
Needs a spade or a 4, 12%.
Oh my gosh. Full house on the turn for Art.
We need a 6.
And this thing's going to be over right now unless Louis finds a 6 or a 10.
Yeah, it's wow.
And the river is a brick.
Wow, 7 of spades and Art Papazian.
That's going to be it.
A circuit ring, goes from WPT champ to WSOP circuit champ.
Wow, that is so sick. What a finish. What a finishing hand for a very exciting final table. Congrats to everybody.
Yeah, congratulations to Louis as well. Takes home $232,000.
There he is. There's your boy, Art Papazian. World Series of Poker circuit champion, $341,000 and change going his way. Congratulations. You know, and I'll have to say, I think Art, you know, he came in with a chip lead, but he played it well. He played the best at the final table.
Yeah.
He deserved to win.
He had a few bumps on the way, but kind of cruised for the most part.
Commerce Casino, presented by Bally.
Wow, congratulations to Art Papazian.
Yeah, congratulations to everybody else who played this tournament, final tablists.
One of LA's GOATs, you know.
Circuit ring, you got a free invitation to play one of those big events out there where you can win millions at the World Series of Poker. This is what we do right there, everybody.
Look at him.
Hey, that's what we got. Right here.
That's sick to see.
Yeah, congratulations to Art. I'm sure we'll be seeing him much more as well.
Yeah, and congrats to Louis as well. Sick run. Almost $200,000 in change for him as well.
But, I mean, it is what it is, brother. Thank you so much, everybody. Commerce Casino again. Just was an amazing experience. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Well,
It's like I said, it's our absolute pleasure hosting you. All right, we believe in legendary customer service here at the Commerce Casino. I want to thank also in the booth, Jared.
I do like those 4s though. Remember, 5s and 4s.
You said it.
Be aggressive with them.
Do the likes. Check it out. Don't forget commercecasino.blog, commercecasino.com, and of course, Bally Live Poker. Keep watching on that, and we're going to keep watching Art win and stack them up. Okay, just keep stacking up those major titles.
There you go.
All right, again, thank you everybody for tuning in and watching. And again, on behalf of the World Series of Poker, the Commerce Casino, all of its employees, everybody that put all of this together, let's hear it again for Art, our champion.
All right. Shout out to Kevin as well.
Yeah.
Agree with everything he said. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Love you guys. This has been Jared Greiner and Peter Cross. And congrats again to Art Papazian, our champion. We'll see you guys next time on Live at the Commerce.
Yeah, what a finish. Thanks, guys.